Section 17 of 30 Years a Detective by Allan Pinkerton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Burglar, Part 4. Nipped in the bud. A would-be burglar trapped. An ounce of prevention is very often worth a pound of cure, it is said, and events frequently justify the assertion. The following narrative of an accidental discovery and its subsequent benefit to the banking community of a thriving city fully proves the correctness of that theory and also furnishes additional support to one of the maxims of my agency, that the eye of the detective must never sleep. During the latter part of the year 1876, my son, William A. Pinkerton, was engaged in Chicago upon an operation which required him to temporarily consort with a number of professional thieves and burglars, and in the course of which he made numerous acquaintances among that fraternity. One day, while he was in company with several of these Knights of the Jimmy at a saloon which was noted as a resort for this class of people, a letter carrier entered with a letter in his hand and, addressing the proprietor, said, "I have a letter here for Tip Carroll, directed in your care." It was well known among the frequenters of the place that Tip Carroll, who was a notorious confidence man and general thief, had some time previous had an altercation with the proprietor of the saloon, which had resulted in engendering an enmity between the two men which promised to be lasting. As the carrier threw the letter down upon the bar, the saloon-keeper uttered an oath to the effect that Mr. Carroll might depart to Plutonian spheres before he would attend to the delivery of the epistle to him. He tore open the envelope and was about to read the contents when William interposed and good-naturedly remarked, "Never mind, Tom, I'll see that Tip gets his letter." "Take it then," said Tom. "I don't intend to bother with the infernal thing," and he tossed the letter over to William, who placed it in his pocket. William thought no more of the matter until evening, when, on returning to the agency, he remembered the events of the morning and drew Mr. Carroll's letter from his pocket. As he did so, an irresistible curiosity to know the contents took possession of him. He very well knew the character and the associates of the man to whom the letter was addressed, and he felt reasonably sure that a perusal of the missive would be of advantage to him in a professional way. He felt convinced that the cause of justice would sanction such a proceeding, and the sequel fully proved that he was correct. At length, satisfying all mental scruples, he drew the letter from its enclosure and read as follows. Dallas, Texas, November 1st, 1876. Tip Carroll. Dear Sir, I wish you would send me your address so that a letter could reach you without any person seeing it. I have some important business with you. Address, Business, Post Office Box, Dallas, Texas. Feeling confident that something of a crooked nature was implied by this communication, William laid the letter before me on the following morning and requested my opinion and advice upon the matter. Very little consideration convinced me that the surmises of William were well grounded, and I resolved to ascertain further particulars about business and the nature of the business which he had with Mr. Carroll. I, therefore, directed William to reply to the letter in a cramped, disguised hand, to purposely misspell his words, and to request Business to direct his response to Peter Carroll, to the number of one of my post office boxes in the city. This was done, the letter simply containing the name of Peter Carroll and the number of the P.O. box to which the communication should be directed. In about 10 days after this, a letter was received with the Dallas P.O. mark upon it and addressed to Peter Carroll, P.O. Box, Chicago, Illinois, and a perusal of its contents fully justified the motive which had led to the opening of the first letter. This epistle read as follows. Dallas, November 12, 1876. Friend Tip, Your note came today. Now pay attention to what I have to say. I have a chance to make $50,000 or $100,000 if you know one or two good cracksmen that understand their business perfect. I will give them a good show. It can be done without any trouble, but they must understand their business. They are banks. Write in haste. Yours in confidence, Business, Box 1663, Dallas, Texas. I now began to distinguish the flavor of a very large mouse, and I resolved to follow the matter up to a satisfactory conclusion. I accordingly prepared a reply to Business, which I thought would answer the purpose and induce this would-be burglar to disclose his identity. The next day, the following letter was written and mailed. Chicago, November 16, 1876. Business. Dear friend, your note just received. I can get the people you want to do your business and do it well. They will be two of the best gopher men in America. But now you must talk business. You know I must know you. Of course, you can't expect me to go into anything of this kind without knowing who I am dealing with in all particulars. Write me at once and let me know, and I will give the matter attention and furnish good men. Write what make the gophs are, so they can tell what kind of tools to bring. Yours truly, Tip. This letter, as I fully expected, had the desired effect, and in due time the expected reply was received. Dallas, November 21, 1876. Friend Tip, your note came to hand today, and I was glad to get it. Now, Tip, you ask me my name. I don't blame you in the least. Tip, those vaults are of common soft brick with Diebold doors and insides. You can enter about 9 o'clock and stay till 5 in the morning, and nobody to bother you if they don't make too much noise. There will be no trouble in the least if they are good at their business. Now, Tip, it is a long time since I've seen you, and you will be surprised when you see my name. But I hope and trust you won't reveal it, for here is the only easy chance you will ever have to make a fortune. All I want is for you to do just as I say. When you leave, come straight through, and when you come to Dallas, one of you register at the St. Charles as W.J. Smith, St. Joe, Missouri. You, L. Evans, at Commercial Hotel. The other, C. Biddle, Baltimore, Missouri, at Lamar Hotel. These are the hotels, and I will watch for those names, and don't go around until I see you. And if I don't see you the night you come, a postal will find me, and I will take care of all. Tip, you must not delay, but attend to this at once. Tip, when you read my name, you need not faint, for I guarantee it is all right, and if you will do as I say, we will both be all right. My name is Tom Speeder. You know me now. Don't be alarmed, everything is all right. 1663, Dallas. The true character of Business was now fully disclosed, and his name was at once recognized. Some 14 years prior to this, he had been engaged as a traveling pickpocket and confidence man, and had at one time been a member of the police force in Chicago. At that time, he operated with Tip Carroll, and was, therefore, personally acquainted with him. I resolved to warn the bankers of Dallas against this man and to make inquiries in reference to his present habits and occupation. I accordingly wrote to the president of the First National Bank of that city, giving him all the information that I had as yet received, and recommending him to inform all others engaged in the same business of the discovery I had made. I stated the matter fully to them, and advised a course of action which I thought would result in bringing the would-be burglar to justice. A few days after this, I received a letter from Mr. Kerr, the president of the bank I had addressed, stating that after consultation with the various banks and bankers in the city, they had resolved to place the matter entirely in my hands, and that I should take such steps as would not only prevent the present scheme from succeeding, but that would result in placing Mr. Speeder where he would not be likely to do any further mischief of the kind contemplated. The letter also contained the information that Mr. Speeder was advertising himself as a detective and was engaged in watching several of the banks in the city of Dallas. From his position, therefore, he was fully qualified to carry out the scheme which he had suggested, and had his original communication not fallen into the hands of my son, he might have been successful in robbing the institutions which trusted him of a considerable amount of money. As it was, however, I determined to outwit this pseudo-detective, who was a gross libel upon the profession, and to arrange such a plan as would bring him within the pale of the law and its punishing influences. Knowing full well that Speeder was acquainted with Tip Carroll, and that it would be impossible to personate that individual in consequence of such acquaintance, I prepared a letter which requested delay in consummating arrangements, and had it mailed from the city of New York, where it was alleged Carroll then was. The letter stated that Carroll would return in a short time, and as soon as he arrived in Chicago, he would arrange to carry out plans proposed to him. This was intended to pave the way for a suggestion which would enable others to take the part originally designed for Mr. Carroll, and in which I should have the opportunity of making the selection. After allowing a sufficient time to elapse, another letter was prepared for Mr. Speeder as follows. Chicago, December 4, 1876. Friend Tom, I got home Saturday and got your postal. I saw my men yesterday and got 'em ready to start. Yesterday, I got knocked down by a sleigh and run over and severely bruised, and my left elbow knocked out a joint. So I ain't fit to travel or do anything, but I will advance the money and send the men on today. They leave here tonight and will get there as soon as this letter. They are from Buffalo. Arthur Garrity will have a letter to you from me, and he will stop at St. Charles Hotel and will register name of W.J. Smith, St. Joe, Missouri. He is a man about 33 years of age, 5 foot 9 inches, small thin face, brown mustache, dress rough, dark overcoat, black slouch hat, and stooped shoulders. When you meet him, ask him how business is in St. Joe, and he will say, business is about the same as it is here in Dallas. Then he will recognize you and will introduce you to the pal who is Tom Emmett and will register name C. Biddle, Baltimore, Maryland, at Lamar Hotel. Now, Tom, I have done all I can for you, and I leave you and the other men to say what amount of the swag I ought to have, and I am only sorry I can't be present. I bought all the tickets and got the tools, so I ought to stand in to some extent. Garrity don't want to take the pulling jack I bought in New York. He says he can do the work without, and I will see he has everything else. You will find him game, a good workman, and a dead right man. Now, Tom, for God's sake, be careful, work sure. I will be anxious till I hear from you. Ever your friend, Tip. Prior to dispatching this letter, I sent one of my operatives, Mr. Rogers, to Dallas in order to arrange the plans necessary for the proper working of the operation I had perfected. Mr. Rogers arrived in Dallas in due time and was met by Mr. Kerr, the president of the bank originally written to, and was conducted by that gentleman to the hotel where he was to lodge while he remained in the city. Mr. Rogers found the banking men in a feverish state of anxiety, which threatened materially to interfere with the success of our enterprise. They had all been informed of the matters thus far ascertained, and betrayed their interest in such a manner that Rogers was fearful they would betray our movements, and thus frustrate the design we were desirous of accomplishing. It is always a difficult thing to manage an operation where those who are interested are numerous, and where the proposed measures must be submitted to and discussed by many. And realizing this fact, Mr. Rogers endeavored to impress them with the necessity of the utmost caution. Finally, however, it was definitely arranged that the matter should be placed in the hands of 2 of their number, who were to consult with Mr. Rogers from time to time, and to whom all reports were to be made as the operation progressed. These matters having been fully arranged, and everything being in readiness to commence operations, I got my 2 men ready in Chicago, and giving them full instructions, and providing them with a full set of burglar's tools, they started for the city of Dallas to perform their parts as expert cracksmen. One of them had been provided with a letter of introduction from the supposed Tip, which read as follows, and which was to be shown to Mr. Speeder after they met. Chicago, December 4, 1876. Friend Tom, the bearer of this is my friend Arthur Garrity, about who I wrote you. He is a good friend of mine and understands all about our business. Talk to him just the same as you would to me. He is all straight. He will introduce you to his friend and tell you all about me. Please do all you can for him. With kind regards, I am your friend, Tip. The men arrived without accident at Dallas, and going to the hotels designated by Speeder, they registered themselves as directed by him. In the evening, and before they had met Speeder, they arranged an interview with Rogers, and obtained from him all the information that had been learned since his arrival, and also received his instructions as to their mode of proceedings. On the following morning, as Arthur Garrity, or as his name really was Woodford, was sitting in the reading room of the hotel where he had engaged quarters, he was accosted by a tall, stout, rather good-looking man, about 40 years of age, who approached him familiarly, and extending his hand, said, "How do you do, Mr. Garrity? How is business in St. Joe?" Garrity arose, and taking the proffered hand of his questioner, replied with a smile and a wink in the most approved style of the Gopher fraternity. "Well, I guess business is about the same as it is here in Dallas." During the time that he was awaiting the appearance of Speeder, Garrity procured the services of a barber, and his hair was cut in the fashion so much affected by those who pass as sporting men, and as he tipped his hat over his eyes and greeted the newcomer, he fully portrayed the character he was personating. The man who thus accosted him was Tom Speeder, the writer of the letters, the detective watchman, and would-be burglar, and after several inquiries in regard to the health of Tip, and the accident which had suddenly befallen him, the two repaired to the bar of the hotel, where they cemented their acquaintance with a drink. After this, they proceeded to the hotel where Emmett was stopping, and where they found him awaiting their arrival. Garrity introduced his companion to my operative, and the 3 men then strolled toward the outskirts of the city, where they could converse with more freedom and without fear of being overheard. As they walked along, both men endeavored to impress upon Speeder their ability for the work in hand, and so fully did they succeed that before their return the projector of the enterprise was quite enthusiastic in his praises and perfectly sanguine of successful operation. He again wrote to his friend Tip, acquainting him with the fact of the arrival of the 2 men and of their intentions, and this letter was replied to by me, to the entire satisfaction of the concocter of the contemplated burglary. The next day, Speeder took the 2 men to the locality of the bank which it was proposed to enter, in order that they might look over the ground and make their plans accordingly. The institution that was to be made the object of attack was the banking house of Adams and Leonard, which was reported to carry daily balances of from $50,000 to $100,000, and whose building could be more readily entered than any of the others. Speeder had charge of the watching of this bank, and hence the chances of detection would be considerably decreased. The 2 men carefully noted all the surroundings, and freely debated upon their best course of action, and from the manner in which they discussed their plans, Speeder was entirely satisfied that his friend Tip had made an excellent selection of men for the work, and his mind was already filled with visions of suddenly acquired wealth. Meanwhile, Rogers had consulted legal authority, and it was discovered that in order to fully sustain a charge of conspiracy, such as this would naturally be, there must be evidence of the complicity of more than one guilty party, and that in order to convict Speeder of the charge, he must be proven to have been connected with others than the detectives in this attempted robbery of the bank. This information was communicated to Emmett late on the following evening, and they were directed to ascertain if there were not some other persons interested in this burglary than themselves and Speeder. The next morning, therefore, by adroit questioning, they discovered that the policeman who patrolled the beat in which the bank of Adams and Leonard was located was connected with the matter in some way, and that he was to manage matters so that the parties working inside should be duly warned of any approaching danger. After dinner on that day, Garrity and Emmett took Speeder to their respective hotels, where they secured the tools which had been brought for the purpose, and Speeder, after gazing at them admiringly, suggested that they be conveyed to his house, where his wife would take good care of them, and where they would be much safer than if they were left at the hotel, where the prying eyes of chambermaids and porters might discover their nature, and thus spoil the whole operation. At this suggestion, both men appeared to grow suspicious and gave vent to their doubts in such language that convinced Speeder of their sincerity, and which called from him such profuse expressions of fairness and square dealing that the men were reluctantly convinced, and they finally wrapped the tools up carefully, which were carried to Speeder's house and handed over to Mrs. Speeder for safekeeping. Speeder was finally led to speak of the policeman, and upon Garrity suggesting that he could not be trusted, the watchman declared that Duff, the policeman, dared not go back on them, as he had been implicated in several small burglaries prior to this, which would send him to the penitentiary if he dared to do anything that would jeopardize the present undertaking. Garrity declined to be satisfied with this, however, and insisted upon seeing the policeman himself, so as to be thoroughly convinced that he was all right and he would perform his share in the work without fail. Speeder promised that the policeman should meet them that evening, when they could talk the matter over fully with him, and that they would then be convinced that he could be depended upon to do all that was required of him. This being satisfactorily arranged, they agreed to wait until nightfall before taking any further steps in the matter, Garrity declaring that he wanted to be sure that everything was all right before he did anything further. That evening, therefore, the policeman was on hand, and the four men discussed their plans fully. Duff was to get his partner away from the locality at an early hour in the evening, and was himself to patrol the streets in order to apprise those who would be working within of the approach of anyone who might hear the noises inside and give an alarm. It was further arranged that the following Sunday evening should be selected for the work, and that everything should be in readiness for the operation at that time. It was also found necessary to procure a sledgehammer in order to force the doors of the bank vault, and Speeder guaranteed to furnish this, which he did by stealing one from a blacksmith shop on the following evening, and had it covered with sole leather by one of his boys in order to deaden the sound and thus prevent detection. From day to day, Rogers had been advised of all that was transpiring, and his information was duly forwarded to me and also laid before the members of the Bankers' Committee, who had the matter in charge. The men spent their days in the various saloons, and in a manner that avoided all suspicion of their true character, and won for them the unqualified admiration of Speeder. Sunday afternoon arrived, and everything was in readiness for the undertaking. A close examination had been made of the bank premises, and the mode of effecting their entrance fully decided upon. As the time approached, Speeder and Duff began to grow extremely nervous. Already they saw a fortune within their grasp, and had already devised plans of expending a considerable portion of it. The plan as arranged was that Duff should patrol the streets in the vicinity, while Speeder was to remain on guard in front of the building. Garrity and Emmett were to enter the bank and perform the work, and then the proceeds were to be divided in such proportion as had originally been agreed upon. During the forenoon, when it was arranged that Speeder and Duff should be induced by my men to walk to another part of the city, Rogers, accompanied by the sheriff and a deputy U.S. Marshal, entered the bank building in order to anticipate the arrival of the invaders. These men made themselves as comfortable as possible under the circumstances, and were fully prepared for the labor that they expected would fall to their lot. Late in the evening, Garrity, Emmett, and Speeder repaired to the residence of the latter and received from Mrs. Speeder the tools which had been left in her care. The dark lantern had been cleaned and filled and was ready for use, and the sledgehammer had been neatly covered with sole leather. Separating at the residence of Speeder, that gentleman took charge of the implements, which he deposited in a safe place in close proximity to the bank, while the others proceeded by a circuitous route and reached the locality where they found Speeder awaiting their arrival. Garrity, however, refused to proceed further until they were certain of the whereabouts of Duff, the policeman, and Speeder started in search of him. In a few moments he returned with the blue-coated official, who explained that he had just been making arrangements to send his partner, who was weak and sickly, home, under promise of patrolling in his stead. The two men were stationed outside, and then Garrity and Emmett, taking up their tools, made their way to the rear entrance of the bank, the door of which had been conveniently left unlocked by Rogers, who was waiting within. After waiting a few minutes, under pretense of forcing an entrance, the door was swung open, and the two men entered. Here they found the officers of the law and Rogers, engaged in partaking of a midnight lunch, and apparently taking things quite coolly. Seating themselves, the new arrivals proceeded to pass the time away, occasionally striking the hammer against one of the tools, and flashing the rays of the dark lantern across the window, in order to convince the watchers outside that they were busy. Thus they passed nearly 3/4 of an hour, and at the end of that time, thinking that Speeder had become sufficiently impatient and anxious, Garrity went out to see him. It was of the utmost importance that Speeder should be captured inside the bank, and Garrity therefore informed him that they wanted additional help in order to open the door of the safe, and requested his assistance. By this time Speeder was ripe for anything, and without a word of demur he started to follow Garrity into the bank. Garrity, however, cautioned him against this, and told him to give a good look around before coming after him, and then he returned and informed the officers, who stationed themselves in convenient positions for his arrest. In a few moments the door was slowly opened, and the face of Speeder appeared in the opening. Noiselessly he entered, and just as he had removed his shoes and was about to advance towards the safe, Emmett flashed the lantern upon him, and two officers grasped him by the shoulders. 2 pistols were pointed at his head, and he realized at once that resistance was worse than useless. He gazed helplessly around, and at length muttered, "A put-up job, by God, and I am in for it." He was soon secured, and then Garrity and the marshal started out after the policeman. Finding him in close proximity, a similar application of force and the like display of revolvers were sufficient to induce him to surrender. A visit was then paid to the residence of Speeder, and his family were arrested, Mrs. Speeder being fully dressed and anxiously awaiting the return of her husband with the promised fortune, and the 2 boys lying in bed with their clothes on. The entire party were marched to the station, and were duly bound over to await their trial, and the punishment they so richly merited was soon thereafter dealt out to them. A feeling of relief pervaded the entire banking community of Dallas when the success of our operatives became known, and all were united in praises of the efforts which had led to the discovery of the true character of a trusted watchman who was conspiring to defraud them. Thus it was that the accidental receipt of the original letter of business led to the unearthing of a contemplated crime and effectually prevented the commission of a burglary, which under other circumstances would have been successfully consummated. The methods mentioned above are those which have been successfully operated by the burglars, who have infested the country from time to time during the past, and I have endeavored to show the daring and skill displayed by these reckless men, and the proficiency they have attained in their questionable calling. Nerved to his task by his fear of detection and his desire to obtain the vast wealth of others without the labor of earning and the delays of accumulation, the burglar brings to bear upon his undertakings all the resources of his cunning and skill. Numerous expedients are resorted to and experimented with until a plan is matured sufficiently to warrant operation with a sure prospect of success. Then comes the manufacturing of the tools and implements, which is easily accomplished, and the burglar is fully prepared for his work of plunder and destruction. From the above, it will be seen that too great care cannot be exercised by those who occupy responsible positions in the management of large financial institutions. The thief and the burglar are ever on the alert to discover the weak points in the bank buildings that come under their notice, and it behooves everyone to see that no such weakness exists. Watchmen upon the inside and outside of the building, strict discipline among the clerical force, and a careful watchfulness maintained upon all strangers who approach the bank or are seen in the vicinity will tend very much to secure the protection so much needed. Eternal vigilance is the price of safety, and this fact is in no case more true and potent than in guarding banking institutions from the attacks and depredations of the daring and skillful burglars who exist in such large numbers throughout the country. End of Section 17. The Burglar, Part 4. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Section 18 of 30 Years a Detective by Allan Pinkerton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Forgers and Forging, Part 1. Forgery and counterfeiting are very closely allied to each other, the former being, in fact, but another form of counterfeiting than those I have previously described, where the paper and coined monies of nations and banking institutions are successfully imitated and passed for their full value upon the ignorant and the unsuspecting. Forgery, in almost all of its phases, requires more skill and delicate workmanship than ordinary counterfeiting, from the fact that the imitations thus produced must be so close and perfect as frequently to deceive the very men whose signatures and forms are dishonestly copied. Banking house tellers are skilled in detecting the slightest variations from the genuine paper presented to them for payment, and they are quick to discover any defect in the signatures of their depositors with whose handwriting they have become familiar. To perfect, therefore, a forged check of some permanent business house or corporation for a large amount of money, many things are required of the forger, which only those skilled in the art are capable of producing. In the first place, the style of paper on which the check is printed must be similar, then, as most depositors have their own specially printed checks. The imitation in the engraving of the various designs must be simulated perfectly. Then comes the filling up of the body of the check, then the proper number, and last, though very far from least, the forging of the peculiar and the well-known signatures of the drawers of the check. It must be remembered that it is not the casual and careless observer who is to be deceived, as in the passage of counterfeit money, but the skilled and educated officer of the bank who has been trained by years of experience to a quickness of judgment and a sharpness of vision in such matters, which in many cases seem to be phenomenal. Not only must the forger be a finished penman, but he must possess a wide knowledge of the chemical qualities of the various inks which are used in the commercial world, in order to procure perfect imitations of their colors and density. And he must be shrewd enough in a business sense to obtain many trifling items of information regarding the work he designs to perform, without which success would be utterly impossible. It is, of course, necessary for the forger to obtain a genuine check before he can accomplish his work of imitation, and this difficulty is generally overcome in a straightforward, businesslike manner. If the check of a broker or a banker is desired, a small government bond is disposed of, and the forger requests a check for the amount, as he wishes to send it away by mail. No suspicion can possibly attach to a request of this simple character, and the check is given without hesitation. If a merchant has been selected as the victim, the forger has been known to make a small purchase and present a large note in payment, say a $100 or a $500 note, and then to politely request that a check be given him for the balance due him, as he is afraid he may lose the money before reaching his home, which is outside of the city. This explanation is generally received in good faith, and the check is obtained. Various methods are adopted to meet the varying requirements, and in the incidents which I shall hereafter detail, their full working will be illustrated. As may be imagined, only the most skillful men have been able to obtain any success in this particular branch of criminal practice, and hence the number of successful forgers have been comparatively small, although a sufficient number have existed to prove of severe embarrassment and serious loss to many careful and honest businessmen and sound financial corporations. Hundreds of thousands of dollars of worthless bonds of corporations have been forged and counterfeited, and have been accepted as genuine by men who were considered excellent judges of such matters, and when detection occurred, it has frequently been found almost impossible to point out any material differences between the genuine and the imitation. Banks and savings institutions have loaned large sums of money upon these fraudulent imitations, and have carried them in fancied security for a long time before their spurious character was discovered. When such things, therefore, are possible in this day of business intelligence and advanced modes of commercial interchanges, it is evident that the individuals capable of producing such deceptions must be possessed of more than ordinary skill and genius. In attempting to afford the reader a definite and somewhat comprehensive idea of the modes of operation of the forgers, I have selected several instances of successful work in that line, in order to more adequately illustrate this manner in which this work is done, believing this to be a better means of illustration than a mere technical description of their tools and implements and their manner of using them. Draft raising. During the year 1877, considerable consternation was caused among the banks of several of the eastern cities by the discovery of a number of raised drafts, which had passed unsuspected through several banks and had been paid without a doubt or question of their genuineness. The methods adopted by the men who had so successfully carried out this scheme were exceedingly simple, but so complete was their work in its execution that failure was almost an impossibility. Although several men were engaged in this fraudulent work, But 2 men were necessary for success at any given point, and hence they were not so liable to detection as if a number of Confederates were engaged. It was the business of one of these men to enter a bank and purchase a draft on New York City for a certain amount of money, usually about $1,500. And a short time after this, another draft would be procured from the same bank for a small amount, seldom over $10. These drafts procured, they were handed to the raiser, or the man who was to alter the paper for their dishonest purposes. In a short time, the small draft was raised to be a perfect duplicate of the large one, in every sense of the word, both as regards number, amount, place of presentation, etc. I have seen several of these altered drafts, and they were the most skillfully executed of any articles of the kind which I had ever seen, and were, in all respects, well calculated to deceive. This work of alteration being fully completed, one of the men would then remove to another city and forward the raised draft to New York by express for collection, or else would go to that city himself and have it cashed through some respectable person. Immediately on receiving the money, he would telegraph his companion in words previously agreed upon, informing him of the successful result of the first move. The other Confederate, upon the receipt of this information, would then at once repair to the bank where the drafts had been procured, and presenting the genuine draft for the large amount of money, would request that the money be refunded, giving as an excuse for not using it either that he could not be identified in the New York bank, and for that reason could not collect it, or that the business he had procured it for had not been consummated. The bank officials would at once recognize him as the person who had purchased the draft and would unhesitatingly hand him back the money which he had paid. Of course, he would quickly disappear from that locality, never to be seen in it again, and the forgery would not be discovered until, in the due course of ordinary business, the other draft for the same amount would be returned for payment. This mode of swindling had been done so successfully that more than $100,000 were realized in an incredibly short space of time, and before any general, well-grounded suspicion of foul play had been formed. Being retained by several of the parties who had suffered severe losses in the manner above related, I soon succeeded in ferreting out the men who were concerned in these swindles, and they were eventually punished, besides which I recovered nearly $30,000 of the money they had so fraudulently obtained. An amateur forger. The perpetration of successful forgeries have not been confined to those skilled in crime, or whose long experience in acts of dishonesty have enabled them to deceive with impunity. There are instances on record where men whose previous lives have been stainless, whose honor was above reproach, have become by one act the successful forger and the skillful criminal. In the year 1880, my attention was called to a matter which fully illustrates this proposition, and I will relate it here. One afternoon, early in the month of July, and in the year I have just mentioned, a young lad sauntered leisurely through the park which surrounds the municipal buildings in New York City. The lad was a bright, handsome fellow, in whose face were reflected the evidences of intelligence and honesty. But there was also a careworn, anxious look about him, as though he was in trouble. He finally threw himself down upon one of the benches, and drawing from his pocket a daily paper, began eagerly to scan the column of wants. The shadow of disappointment deepened as he finished his perusal, wearily folded the paper, and placed it in his pocket. While he was engaged in reading, however, he had been carefully observed by a well-dressed man who stood at some distance removed from him and regarded him intently. Apparently satisfied with his scrutiny, the man approached the bench where the boy was sitting and took a seat by his side. His appearance attracted the attention of the boy, who noticed that one of the sleeves of his coat hung loosely by his side, the stranger having lost one of his arms. The man addressed a few questions to the youth about various localities in the city, and finally inquired if he was engaged in any employment at present. To this, the youth replied that he was not employed and was very anxious to procure something to do. "Can you write a good hand?" asked the stranger. The boy replied that he could. "Perhaps you are just the boy I am looking for then," said the man. "If you will come over to my hotel and give me a sample of your handwriting, I can decide at once." The lad jumped up with alacrity and followed the man without hesitation. They proceeded directly to French's hotel and ascended to the upper floor, where the stranger unlocked one of the rooms and invited his youthful companion to enter. In the center of the room there was a table on which were scattered writing materials, and directing the young man to take a seat, he requested him to write a sample of what he was able to do. The young man noticed that the paper which was handed to him contained the name of Babcock and Company, Jacksonville, Florida, printed at the top of the sheet, and that it was an ordinary letter sheet used by business houses in conducting their correspondence. The boy wrote for some time at the dictation of the stranger, who, after examining it carefully, expressed himself well pleased with the result. "I think your writing will answer very well," said he after a pause. "I will not have any work for you today, but if you will call upon me tomorrow morning, I will be able to give you something that will keep you busy." The boy thanked the stranger for his kindness, and promising to report promptly on the following day, took his leave, the stranger at the same time placing in his hand a bright silver dollar. Faithful to his promise, the boy called at the hotel on the next morning and was shown into another room to which his prospective employer had removed since his first visit. The stranger, whose name was afterward discovered to be James Babcock, greeted the boy very kindly upon his arrival and placed a chair for him at a table near the window. After the boy had seated himself, Mr. Babcock handed him a piece of writing, to which the name of A.J. Baldwin was signed, and requested him to imitate the signature as nearly as possible. The boy made a number of copies of the name, endeavoring to follow closely the copy set before him, and at length Mr. Babcock expressed himself perfectly satisfied with the result he had achieved. He now placed a number of printed sheets before the boy, which he directed him to sign the name he had been practicing on, in a blank space which he indicated. The boy worked assiduously and successfully, filling in the signatures designated, and when he had completed his labors, the stranger handed him $2 and stated that he had no further work for him just then, but would send for him if he desired his further services. The boy, overjoyed at the large wages which he had received for comparatively such little work, hastened to his home and acquainted his parents with the nature of his occupation, at the same time stating his belief that the papers which he had signed were bonds of some kind. The father of the young man at once became suspicious, and he resolved to communicate the facts to someone who could make the proper inquiries to discover the true nature of a transaction which smacked of apparent dishonesty, and in which his son had been made an innocent participator. He accordingly sought out a gentleman connected with a prominent newspaper published in Brooklyn, New York, and the journalist, after cautioning his informant to keep the matter entirely secret, repaired at once to my agency in New York City and gave the full particulars to my son, Robert A. Pinkerton. After listening attentively to the recital, Robert was convinced that some act of dishonesty was about to be attempted. The strange employment of the boy, and the character of the work he was engaged to do, fully justified this opinion, and he determined to sift the affair thoroughly in order to assure himself of the correctness of his suspicions. Careful and covert inquiries soon developed the fact that James Babcock was a member of the firm of Babcock and Company, who were largely engaged as dealers and packers of oranges and fruits in the city of Jacksonville, Florida. It was also ascertained that he had been in the city for some time, engaged in raising money on advances of sales and other commercial paper for the benefit of the firm he represented. A.J. Baldwin, the gentleman whose name had been imitated and signed to these documents, it was learned, was an ex-mayor of Jacksonville. After considering the matter fully, Robert wrote a communication to the mayor of Jacksonville, Florida, asking for further information in regard to Babcock and Baldwin, and requesting, if the matter was deemed of sufficient importance, that an officer be sent on to investigate further into the affair. The mayor, on receipt of Robert's communication, at once called a meeting of his municipal advisers, and they, believing that some dishonest scheme was being consummated, dispatched the chief of police of that city to New York with full power to take such measures as were deemed necessary under the circumstances. In due course of time, that officer arrived in the city, and a visit was at once made to the residence of the boy who had performed the writing service for Mr. Babcock, and finding the young man at home, he related at length his experience with the one-armed gentleman. Meanwhile, Mr. Babcock had been kept under strict surveillance, and he was still a guest at French's Hotel. On the following evening, therefore, Robert, in company with a Jacksonville officer and the boy, called at the hotel and inquired for Mr. Babcock. That gentleman was discovered standing in the bar room and was at once recognized as the individual they were in search of. As the two approached him, he seemed to recognize the officer from his native city, and evinced the greatest confusion when he found him in the company of the boy who had been used to facilitate his imitations of other men's signatures. Mr. Cooper, the chief of police, advanced directly to Mr. Babcock and addressed him. "Mr. Babcock, I understand that you have some Florida bonds in your possession, which we are very anxious to secure." This was a bold stroke on the part of Mr. Cooper, but it was deemed best to waste no words with a gentleman whatever. It was suspected that the papers which Babcock was manipulating were bonds issued by the city of Jacksonville, because that city had been engaged recently in placing their bonds on the market for the purpose of effecting several improvements in the condition of their waterworks and streets. Hence, it was deemed best to assume that these bonds were what Mr. Cooper designated them, and to accuse Babcock directly with the crime. Mr. Babcock assumed an air of righteous indignation on being thus accused, and replied, "It is a lie, sir. I have nothing of the kind about me, and I do not know what you mean." "Very well, Mr. Babcock," quietly interposed Robert. "There is no use getting angry about it. We are authorized to search your apartments, and then we will discover for ourselves whether you are speaking the truth or not." At this threatened investigation, the bravado of Mr. Babcock suddenly deserted him, and his face paled perceptibly. A public exposure was not to his taste, and he broke down completely. After a momentary struggle, he said, "Come upstairs, gentlemen, and I will make a clean breast of the whole affair." The party then ascended to the room occupied by Babcock, and after they had entered, he openly confessed to having a quantity of forged paper in his possession, but solemnly assured the officers that he had made no attempt to make any use of it. An investigation of his trunks was then begun, which soon resulted in discovering the existence of $46,000 in $500 bonds and $40,000 in $1,000 bonds of the Sanitary Improvement Company of Jacksonville, Florida, all purporting to be duly executed and properly signed by the several officers of the company and the city authorities, and to which was attached a well-counterfeited seal of the corporation. The proofs of his dishonest intentions were too manifest to be denied, and Babcock, realizing that a full exposé would inevitably follow this first discovery, at last concluded to make a free confession of his nefarious practices while in the city of New York. It was developed that Babcock was fully conversant with the fact of the issuing of these bonds by the Sanitary Improvement Company of Jacksonville, his native city, and was acquainted with all the gentlemen connected with that corporation. He was also fully informed as to where and by whom the bonds were printed, and had laid his plans for forgery with a perfect knowledge of all the circumstances attending their issue. The bonds, which were found in his possession, instead of being the work of clever counterfeiters, were found to have been actually printed from the original lithographic stones from which the genuine bonds had been printed, and by the same firm which had been engaged to do the work for the Jacksonville Corporation. How this was accomplished can readily be explained. Babcock knew that these bonds were printed in New York City, and on his arrival in that city, he had visited the printing establishment, armed with a forged order from J. Ramsey Day, the mayor of Jacksonville, ordering the firm to print an additional number of the bonds to the extent of $150,000 in denominations of $500 and $1,000. Of course, no suspicions were entertained by the printers, and having but recently printed the bonds for the company, they were able to fill this second order at once, and Babcock received the bonds in a few days. The engraver who had made the seal was also imposed upon with the same plausible story, and he furnished to Babcock a perfect facsimile of the seal he had originally furnished to the Jacksonville authorities. Having been thus successful in obtaining the genuinely printed bonds and a perfect imitation of the seal, the only thing remaining to be done was to secure the signatures of the men who were connected with the issuing of these securities. For this purpose, Babcock had from time to time secured the services of a number of boys, in the same manner as that related by the boy through whom this exposure had been made. Each name had been signed and imitated by a different person, and by this means no similarity was manifested in the forgeries. With this valise filled with these fraudulent securities, Babcock was about to set forth upon a journey to several western cities in order to raise money by negotiating them. He had made all his arrangements to leave upon the following day, and the officers had arrived just in time to frustrate his well-conceived plans. $25,000 of these bonds had already been disposed of to reputable merchants in the city of New York, who had received them unsuspectingly as collateral security for goods and money which Babcock had obtained. To one firm he had given $2,500, to another $9,500, and to the third the amount of $13,000. These parties had no idea of the worthless character of the securities they had taken, and when informed of the fact, were, as may be imagined, considerably surprised. Babcock, however, was compelled to make full restitution, which he did, not having, as yet, disposed of the money thus fraudulently obtained. The counterfeiter and forger was duly arraigned for trial, and being eventually convicted, was sentenced to an imprisonment which will no doubt have a salutary effect in preventing him from engaging in any further attempts to enrich himself at the expense of others. This is a strange case, in which a successful forgery and a perfect counterfeit was accomplished by a man of good business reputation, with every prospect of winning a fortune by legitimate means, and with no knowledge of the forger's arts or intimacy with criminal men. And yet, so successfully had he managed his fraudulent transactions that, but for the revelations of the unsuspicious boy who had innocently served him, he would have been enabled to place upon the market $150,000 of spurious securities. As it was, however, his scheme was detected, and instead of a successful issue of his fraudulent efforts, he found himself disgraced and humiliated and branded as a felon. End of Section 18, Forgers and Forging, Part 1. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Section 19 of 30 Years a Detective by Allan Pinkerton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Forgers and Forging, Part 2. A clever forgery, reminiscences of expert forgers. Another case that came under my experience demonstrates fully the risks which large corporations are being continually exposed to by the intelligent criminal and the expert forger. During the month of January 1877, the commercial circles of Wall Street, New York City, were startled by the announcement of a heavy forgery, one of several that had been successfully operated within a very short time. The victims of this transaction were two prominent stockbrokers and the Union Trust Company of New York, with whom the New York Life Insurance Company had a large account. The forgery was most ingeniously contrived, and the perpetrators, whoever they were, displayed an almost incredible knowledge of the inner workings of the two institutions which they so successfully preyed upon. The facts of the case, as far as could be learned, when the crime was first discovered, appeared to be as follows. The check, which was drawn for $64,000, was dated on the second day of the month, although the discovery of its spurious character was not made until the 18th, a fact which operated to a serious extent against the speedy detection of the forgers. On the day of its date, the check, which purported to be drawn by the New York Life Insurance Company for $64,000 upon the Union Trust Company, was presented at the counter of the latter institution for a certified endorsement of its worth and genuineness. It was printed upon one, or what appeared to be one, of the regular checks used by the insurance company, and bore the signature of the president and other officers of that institution. In all respects, the dangerous little piece of paper appeared to be genuine, and the cashier of the bank to whom it was presented certified it without a moment's hesitation. On the same day, a Mr. Horace Brown, a petty broker of Wall Street, accompanied by a gentlemanly-appearing stranger who gave his name as Joseph Elliot, called upon Mr. George L. Maxwell, whose office was in close proximity to the Stock Exchange of New York. Mr. Elliot presented a letter, which purported to be signed by Mr. Morris Franklin, the president of the New York Life Insurance Company, and which requested Mr. Maxwell to state upon what terms he would act as the broker in Wall Street for the company of which he was the president. Mr. Elliot's address and bearing were those of a gentleman, and in the extended conversation which took place displayed the knowledge of an experienced man of business. The matter was fully discussed, and Mr. Maxwell requested time in which to consider the question of commission, when Mr. Elliot took his leave. On the following day, the 3rd of January, Mr. Elliot again appeared in the office of Maxwell, and displaying the certified check for $64,000, requested him to purchase $50,000 in gold on account of the New York Life Insurance Company. Mr. Maxwell undertook the commission, and introducing Mr. Elliot to another gentleman in the office, it was finally arranged that the gold should be purchased at once, and the certified check was left with them for that purpose. On the 5th of January, the entire transaction was consummated. The gold was purchased and delivered to Mr. Elliot. The check was duly deposited in the Mechanics' Bank, was honored, and, the business appearing to be fully and pleasantly settled, Mr. Elliot disappeared from the view of his brokers. Nothing more was heard of the transaction until the 16th day of January, when the account of the New York Life Insurance Company with the Union Trust Company was audited, and the cashier was considerably surprised to find returned in his handbook 2 checks of the same date and number, although for different amounts, one of them being for $150,000 and the other being the $64,000 check already alluded to. The cashier had no recollection whatever of having drawn such a check, and his investigations revealed the fact that it was not entered upon the stub of the checkbook. It looked wonderfully real, and the signatures of the officers seemed to be undoubtedly genuine, and he inquired of the president for information concerning its existence. That officer was astounded at the remarkable imitation of his signature and the wonderful similarity which the check bore to the regular checks issued by the company, but he immediately pronounced it a forgery. An exposure at once followed, and measures were immediately adopted to discover the parties who had so successfully defrauded the bank. The loss was, however, reduced somewhat by a subsequent discovery that a gold check for $9,500, given by one of the brokers from whom Maxwell and his partner had made their purchases in filling their order for Mr. Elliot, had not yet been presented for payment, and certainly would not be, now that the original forgery had been discovered. A general feeling of distrust was engendered in consequence of this discovery, and the brokers were placed under arrest. For a time, knowing and doubtful people shrugged their shoulders at various little matters which came to the surface at the commencement of this inquiry, and during this period of skepticism, the officers of the bank and other prominent individuals found themselves the object of censure and suspicion. It has often seemed strange to me to notice the large number of wiseacres that are born of a sudden exposure of a great crime, or the commission of some action out of the ordinary routine, whether criminal or honorable. No sooner is the revelation made than suggestions the most ridiculous and farcical are made with solemn visage by self-conscious philosophers who, until that time, had remained undiscovered, or at least unnoticed. I do not think I am making a rash assertion when I say that popular clamor, born of this attempt to appear wise, has scarcely ever been supported by subsequent events. In my experience, but a very small percentage of cases have been determined according to the prophecies of those who were most eager to give advice or to proffer their opinions. Be this as it may, however, the number of these knowing ones has not decreased, nor has their stock of knowledge been apparently augmented. This case was no exception to the rule, and had these governors of public opinion been consulted and obeyed, every businessman upon the street who had been innocently connected with this transaction would have been condemned and excoriated. Fortunately for the good of society, however, there is a strong undercurrent of common sense which refuses to be guided by irresponsible clamor, and which awaits the determination of an issue before expressing an opinion upon its merits. Mr. Brown stoutly attested his innocence of any knowledge of the forgery, or of any irregularity in the transaction so far as he was concerned. His statement was that a Mr. George W. Chadwick, whom he had known previously in a business way, called upon him one day for the purpose of having him dispose of some horse railroad bonds, which business he conducted to the satisfaction of Mr. Chadwick. A short time after this, he was again visited by that gentleman, who informed him that a large corporation, which he did not name, was contemplating a change in some of their securities, and that he would introduce to him the agent of the corporation through whom the business was to be transacted. In a few days after this interview, Mr. Chadwick introduced Mr. Elliot to him, at which time also the introduction to Mr. Maxwell, before related, took place. Notwithstanding these statements, Mr. Brown and Mr. Maxwell were both held in bonds to answer any charge that might hereafter be made against them. These arrests had been made by the detectives connected with the police department of New York City, and it was not until after they had taken place that I was engaged in the matter at all. When the investigation had reached this stage, however, my agency was employed, and I set about making such inquiries as in my mind would lead to satisfactory and convincing results. Upon undertaking any investigation, no matter how trifling, my first effort is to get down to the foundation of the crime and to ascertain, if possible, a motive for its commission. In this case, therefore, there must be a foundation. Somebody must have forged this check before it was presented. Somebody also must have been in a position to obtain one of the checks which were designed to be forged, and that somebody I determined it should be my first duty to discover. Mr. George H. Bangs, my late general superintendent, therefore paid a visit to the office of the New York Life Insurance Company and requested an interview with Mr. Franklin, the president of that institution. After the case had been fully stated and all the facts thus far obtained had been given, Mr. Bangs inquired of the president if the company were in the habit of retaining in their possession their canceled checks after their return from the bank. On being answered in the affirmative, Mr. Bangs requested permission to examine these canceled checks, promising to explain his purposes afterwards. The request was complied with, and the numerous bundles of canceled checks were produced. It may be imagined that an institution of the magnitude of the New York Life Insurance Company necessarily draw a great many checks in the ordinary course of their business, and Mr. Bangs contemplated the portentous piles of narrow pieces of paper that were presented for his inspection with serious misgivings. Undismayed, however, by the magnitude of the labor before him, and having learned from previous experience how important is thoroughness in minute details to eventual success, he began the laborious task of examination. One by one, the little pieces of paper, which were the tattered representatives of such vast wealth, were taken up and critically examined. The officers of the company looked on, with faces in which speculation and wonderment were mingled, but finally, as the labor extended into hours, they left him alone to his task. At last, after hundreds of these checks had passed through his hands, and under his close inspection, each one in turn being critically compared with the forged check, he gave a start of exultation and exclaimed joyously, "I have it beyond a doubt!" So engrossed was he by his occupation that he was unaware of the fact of his being alone, and that those whom he addressed had disappeared. Ringing a bell which lay near at hand, he requested the appearance of the officers of the company, and upon their arrival he placed the check he had found in the hands of Mr. Franklin, saying, "This, sir, without a doubt, is the check from which the forgery was made." Mr. Franklin gazed at the paper in surprise. It was a check for $150,000 and had been issued some weeks before the forgery. "How can it be that this check could have been used by the forgers and again find its way into the possession of the company?" asked Mr. Franklin incredulously. "It certainly has done so," answered Mr. Bangs, "and how I will explain hereafter. But now let me show you how I am convinced of the fact which I assert." In the first place, he continued, I take it for granted that checks for large amounts are rarely, if ever, folded by anyone who does your banking business, but are carried in a flat book or wallet for certification or payment. That is quite true, said Mr. Franklin. Very well. Now, if you will observe this check, you will notice that it has not only been folded, but it has been soiled very much, as though it had been carried in the pocket. You will also observe that the cancellation stamp or knife has penetrated through this check, leaving several sharp, angular corners. Now, if you will observe, one of these corners extends over one of the folds and is perfectly flat. And he folded the check to demonstrate the fact. What does this prove? He asked. Simply that the check was folded after it had been canceled by the bank and after it had been returned to you. The further fact is that this check was abstracted by someone connected with your company and has been carefully replaced in its proper place in the package after it had served the purpose of the forgers. Permit me to ask you one question, said the cashier of the company, now speaking for the first time. Admitting all that you have previously stated to be correct, what proof exists that the forged check was really made from this identical one? I am prepared to explain that point, and a most important one it is too, said Mr. Bangs, and will do so fully. Walking to the window of the room and taking the genuine and the forged check with him, he placed them both together, one upon the top of the other, against the glass, and requested the two gentlemen to come forward and examine them. As they did so, an exclamation of surprise broke from them both. The two signatures of the officers were not only exactly alike, but they were in precisely similar positions on the paper in both instances. Nor was this the only strange coincidence, but it was also apparent that in the genuine check, a roughness or imperfection in the paper had caused the signature of the president to deviate from its proper line and to show a slight irregularity in the formation of some of the letters. This irregularity had been faithfully followed in the forged check, although the paper in that document was perfectly smooth and free from blemish. You will see, said Mr. Bangs, still holding the two checks against the glass, that there is undoubted evidence that one check has been traced from the other, and is not what is called a freehand forgery. Both of the officers were convinced at once of the correctness of this assertion, and expressed themselves fully satisfied of the facts thus far adduced. Now, said Mr. Bangs, our first duty is to find the clerk who abstracted this check. To this task, Mr. Bangs applied himself in a quiet and unsuspicious manner, and before the day had closed, he was positive that he had selected the clerk upon whom to fasten suspicion. His first question was, who draws your checks as a general rule? They are invariably drawn by my special clerk, replied the cashier. Does he leave his checkbook open upon his desk at any time? Yes, sir, frequently. Who, then, has occasion to transact business with him, who might thus be able to see the book? Well, there are 3 clerks who frequently have business with this man, and who would thus have ample opportunity to inspect the books. And by that means, said Mr. Bangs, they would, of course, be able to know what numbers would be upon the checks at any particular time? Yes, sir, undoubtedly, replied the cashier with a start, as a new revelation was opened to him. These 3 clerks were therefore made the subject of a quiet scrutiny by Mr. Bangs, and after he had finished his examination, he pointed out one of them as the man who had abstracted the check, and before he left the office, he stated to Mr. Franklin in an emphatic manner, that young clerk, Charles W. Pontes, is the man who stole the check, and I will prove it so in time. The astonishment of the two gentlemen at this statement was unbounded, but as they had placed the case in our hands, and had already received indubitable evidence that the forgers, whoever they were, had received assistance from someone in their employ, they signified their willingness to allow us to proceed in our own way. The name of Charles W. Pontes was a familiar one to me, and his antecedents were readily recalled. 10 years before this time, he was a junior clerk in the office of the Union Transportation Company, and, though a very young man, gave promise of becoming an active and trustworthy accountant. The secretary of the company was Joseph W. Chapman, who has since figured in many daring schemes of robbery and forgery. At that time, however, he was a highly respectable man, moved in the best circles of the city, and was married to a very handsome and accomplished lady, the daughter of a prominent merchant. By a life of extravagance, he soon became involved in debt, and yielding at last to the influence of evil associates, he became connected with a gang of burglars and forgers of the genteel order. These men had their headquarters in a billiard saloon located under Brooks Theater, and kept by a man who was known as Howard Adams, but whose real name was afterwards ascertained to be Carlo Justin Suskovich, a Russian, and one who at various times had assumed other aliases to conceal his identity. Even at that time, Adams, or Suskovich, was one of the sharpest and most accomplished forgers in the country, and it was through his influence that Chapman, who frequented his saloon, was made acquainted with the members of the fraternity, with whom he afterwards became associated. Among the number was Mark Shinburn, a noted burglar, who is now living in the luxurious enjoyment of his ill-gotten gains, and having purchased a German title of nobility, is now known as Baron Schindel. Shinburn, at that time, had succeeded in robbing the Lehigh Coal and Navigation Company at Whitehaven in Pennsylvania of a large amount of money and valuables, among which were certain negotiable securities. As Chapman was perfectly conversant with the banking and broking business and possessed a reputable character, he was deemed an available party to dispose of these securities, and after a slight demur, he agreed to do so. Without the slightest difficulty, owing to his high standing in the community, he succeeded in disposing of several $1,000s worth of these securities by depositing them as collateral for loans which he effected. It unfortunately happened that some of these Whitehaven bonds were widely advertised as stolen, and, much to the surprise and humiliation of Chapman, he was arrested as being concerned in that robbery. Of course, with his arrest, Chapman's position of trust was vacated, and his character for honesty forever shaken. At his trial, however, his previous good name and business reputation were duly considered by the court, and upon his giving a plausible account of the manner in which the securities came into his possession, and surrendering all that he still held, he escaped the clutches of the law. His social downfall was complete, however, and yielding to the temptations of the men who surrounded him, and being thrown upon his own resources, he entered with a number of others into a systematic scheme of forgery. Chapman, shortly after this, induced a poor young man named Joseph Randall, who was then under 20 years of age and of unblemished reputation, to join with them. Randall was a valuable acquisition to this gang, having been engaged as a clerk in a prominent banking house, and was considered by his employers to be extraordinarily sharp and shrewd. To these parties, Chapman also introduced his junior clerk, Charles W. Pontes, but although this young man was frequently seen in their company afterward, it was not known that he had ever engaged with them in any of their dishonest operations. The first attempt which these men, Chapman, Randall, Adams, Charles Becker, and Old Man Hearing, as he was familiarly called, made was in forging a check for a large amount upon one of the principal banks of the city of New York, and so skillfully was their work executed that they escaped detection and, in fact, suspicion. After this, emboldened by their primary success, they pursued their vocation in Baltimore, Richmond, Memphis, Vicksburg, New Orleans, and several other cities in the South. Not with the same success, however, for at New Orleans they were discovered and pursued so closely that they were obliged to flee the country, taking with them a large sum of money. They went to Central America, where they speedily dissipated their funds, and then they resorted to other forgeries there. They were not successful and were arrested, but they all managed to escape from the insecure jail in which they were confined. They then returned to the United States, but so changed in appearance that they were not recognized. Chapman and Randall were suspected of robbing the Third National Bank of Baltimore, which occurred soon after this, and they fled to Europe, where they met Charles Becker and Howard Adams, who had been obliged to leave America to escape punishment. In London, Chapman and his wife rented a handsome house on the Neville Road, which they furnished in a luxurious manner and entertained their friends sumptuously. The four men then started on a grand tour of forgery through the continent. In Turkey, they attempted to forge the bonds issued by that government, but so hastily and clumsily that they were detected, and after a trial were sentenced to several years' imprisonment. They were confined in the consular prison at Smyrna, and after a short imprisonment, Randall and Becker managed to escape, and by slow stages worked their way back again to London with a considerable sum of money. Mrs. Chapman, hearing of the ingratitude of Randall and Becker in leaving her husband in jail, wrote a letter to Charles W. Pontes, whom she had known for many years, and who still resided in New York. In this letter, she requested Pontes to visit several friends of her husband among the crooked fraternity and solicit their aid in behalf of both herself and her husband. Pontes performed the duty requested of him, but found that none of them were in a condition to render any assistance in effecting the liberation of her husband. Meanwhile, Adams, or Suskovich, had made his way to London and was a frequent visitor at the house of Mrs. Chapman. When he learned that no money was to be received from America, and knowing that Mrs. Chapman had some in her possession, he deliberately murdered the lady, and seizing her money and jewelry, disappeared. This brutal and cowardly deed created great excitement in England at the time, and among the effects of the unfortunate woman was found and published this letter from Charles W. Pontes. Suskovich is now in jail in Ohio for forgery, and when his term expires, he will be sent back to England to answer for the murder of Mrs. Chapman, the discovery of his commission of that deed not having been made until he had been tried for the forgery in this country. From these facts, it will be seen that Charles W. Pontes, the correspondent of Mrs. Chapman and the associate of the gang of forgers, and Charles W. Pontes, the clerk of the New York Life Insurance Company, were one and the same person. I was therefore inclined to believe that we were upon the track of the right parties. From the clerk of the cashier of the insurance company, whose duty it was to draw the checks for the institution, it was learned recently Pontes had managed to have some business with him at the particular times when he would be engaged in filling up checks, that this had occurred frequently, and that he had conversed at these times longer than there was any business necessity for doing. No importance had been attached to this action at the time, but in the light of subsequent events they were considered suggestive, and having learned thus much of the actions and previous associations of Charles W. Pontes, we were enabled to proceed with our investigation intelligently and with strong hopes of success. The preliminary investigations of Horace Brown and George L. Maxwell were now concluded, and without reflecting upon their business honor, they were placed under bonds to appear whenever required. This action quieted the public mind somewhat, and we were enabled to devote our attention to Mr. Charles W. Pontes. Every movement he made, when at all observable, was closely watched by trusty men who followed him by day and by night without his knowledge. He was found to frequent drinking saloons, visit the theaters, to live in good style, but none of his associates seemed to be of a character to excite suspicion. At length, one evening, an operative reported to my son, Robert Pinkerton, that Pontes had gone to the theater with a gentleman and lady, and that the face of the man appeared to be familiar to him, but he could not identify him with any degree of certainty. Eager to follow any clue that would lead to success, Robert at once repaired to the place of amusement designated, and closely scanned the entire audience to discover the parties he was in search of. He soon singled out Pontes and his companions, and despite their changed appearances, he recognized them as Joseph Randall, the accomplice of Chapman, and his wife, a variety actress of great beauty and accomplishments, whom he had brought from Europe some time ago. This pointed strongly to the conclusion that the same gang who had so successfully defrauded the capitalists of almost every country in Europe and section of the United States were now at work. Operatives were at once placed upon the track of Randall when he left the theater, and when the play was over, the shadows followed silently after the trio. Charles W. Pontes had now been connected with a noted forger, many of whose deeds were known, and this forger, the companion of the man whose wife had written to him asking his services in her behalf. By a process slow and untiring, starting from this point, the coils were slowly wound around these men. Night and day their steps were followed by silent, haunting figures. And yet, strange to say, from that night at the theater, Charles W. Pontes and Joseph Randall did not meet again. Knowing fully, however, the antecedents of Randall, and believing that in this forgery we had discovered unmistakable evidences of his handiwork, my vigilance never relaxed for a moment, and every movement he made was known as fully by me as by himself. This espionage was continued for 2 weeks unremittingly, and was at length rewarded. One night, during the latter part of the month of February, a cold, stormy night, when the sky was dull and heavy, and the white, feathery flakes of snow fell noiselessly to the earth, when the wind howled through the princely avenues of the great city, and the gaslights glimmered through the mists like rows of stars, the detective stood under the shelter of a doorway and shiveringly watched the residence of Joseph Randall. Soon that individual made his appearance, fully muffled up and protected from the storm, and making his way hastily to Broadway, he hailed a passing omnibus and entered, followed at the next corner by the detective who had ran on in advance of the vehicle, in order not to excite suspicion. Reaching one of the streets in the lower part of the city that led to the ferries, Randall left the coach, and the detective followed suit. When they arrived at the Cortlandt Street ferry, the passengers were just emerging from the ferry house, having crossed from Jersey City, where the railroads deliver their passengers. Presently, Randall darted forward and grasped by the hand one of the arriving passengers. And as the stranger raised his face toward the light, the detective saw revealed to him the features of Charles Becker, another one of the noted quartet of forgers whose history I have already given. The two men returned to the home of Randall, and after assuring himself that they were domiciled for the night, the detective took his departure and reported at the agency. Additional operatives were now detailed to watch the various parties, now under surveillance, and to note every movement they made. It soon became evident that some new movement was afloat. All of the parties made frequent visits to a house in Allen Street in New York City, the names of the inmates of which could not be ascertained by the most diligent inquiries in the neighborhood. They were strangers and unknown. There could be no doubt, however, that this house was the general rendezvous of the forgers, and that it was at this place that their work was being done. Events fully proved this, and one dark cloudy night, about 10 days after the arrival of Charles Becker, and after all of the parties had arrived at the house, an expressman drove up to the door with his wagon. Quickly afterwards, 3 men appeared, carrying a large bundle, which resembled bedding, and placed it carefully in the wagon. Just as they had accomplished this feat, 3 detectives advanced through the darkness, and laying their hands upon the men, demanded their surrender, at the same time directing the driver of the wagon to remain where he was. This action had been so sudden and evidently so unexpected that for a moment the 3 stood as if rooted to the spot and unable to stir or to speak, and they were finally conducted away without opposition or resistance, the expressman following with his wagon. A search of the house was made, and here they discovered undoubted evidence that the place had been occupied for the purposes of counterfeiting and forging. Lithographic stones, metallic dies, prints of banknotes, checks, and skeleton bonds of various corporations were found in profusion, including several spoiled proof sheets of the forged check of the New York Life Insurance Company. Becker and Randall were fully known to us, but the third man had not been recognized by the operatives who made the arrest. All doubts, however, were set at rest when, on being conveyed to the central station, the light revealed the ancient features of Old Man Hearing, the printer of the old gang, in which Chapman and Adams figured so prominently. The contents of the wagon were next examined, and tightly packed between the bedding were found all the parts of a lithographic press, which no doubt were about to be removed to a more secure locality. This furnished full proof of the guilt of these parties, and Charles W. Pontes was arrested on the following morning, very much to his surprise, and the quartet were duly held for an examination. The trial of these men took place in due time, and from the testimony adduced thereat, the whole plan of the forgery was detailed. Charles W. Pontes, who, it was ascertained, had acted as groomsman for Joseph Randall upon the occasion of his marriage, had stolen, as we suspected, the check from the vaults of the insurance company, where he was employed as a clerk, and had given the same to Randall. Randall then went to Becker, who was a son-in-law of Old Man Hearing, who engraved the imitations of the check, and Hearing did the printing. After this had been done, the tracing of the signatures and the filling up of the check was done by Randall, who also personated the Mr. Elliot, who managed the business of imposing upon the brokers and obtained the money. During the progress of the trial, which was continued for several days, the prisoners were brought back and forth from the jail to the courtroom by the officers of the court, and Randall, who was of a genial and jovial disposition, soon became quite intimate with the officer in whose charge he was placed, and as a consequence, the vigilance of his custodian was considerably relaxed. One day, just as the court had adjourned for recess, This officer turned around to take care of his prisoner when, to his profound dismay, he discovered that he had disappeared. The alarm was given, but the most energetic efforts failed to discover his whereabouts, and he had successfully made his escape, literally walking out of court under the very eyes of the officer whose duty it was to keep watch over him. Fortunately, for the cause of justice, he was recaptured by me, but had the previous espionage of Joseph Randall been less thorough, and had not everyone with whom he had associated been fully known, he might have obtained his liberty. As it was, so thoroughly had our work of shadowing been conducted in advance of the arrest of these parties, that by continuing that system of watching upon all of his associates, we were soon upon his track, and he was again brought to bay. The next time he appeared for trial, he did not escape, and the three principal forgers, Joseph Randall, Charles Becker, and Old Man Hearing, were duly convicted of their crime and condemned to long years of imprisonment. Charles W. Pontes was suffering with a severe illness when the trial of his companions took place, and the investigation in his case was postponed. He was never brought to trial, as his malady soon developed serious symptoms, and he finally died in his prison cell before the judgment of the court could be pronounced upon him. End of Section 19. Forgers and Forging, Part 2. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Section 20 of 30 Years a Detective by Allan Pinkerton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Forgers and Forging, Part 3. The King of Forgers. Charles I. Brockway is another of the famous names in the calendar of criminal practices, and with whom I have had dealings on more than one occasion. This forger and counterfeiter is now about 40 years of age and exceedingly handsome in appearance. He was born and reared in the city of New York, and except when undergoing imprisonment, has made his home in that city. Soon after the war had closed, Brockway opened a faro bank in New York City and was an extensive dealer in counterfeit money. From this, he gradually became an adept in the forging and counterfeiting line, and for nearly 20 years led the vicarious life of one who outrages the laws and suffers its penalties. On the occasion of his last arrest, I played a somewhat prominent part and will relate that portion of his experience in this connection. It will be remembered that in my sketch of Charles F. Ulrich, I stated that he was regarded as one of the best engravers who had been found willing to prostitute his talents to counterfeiting, which this country had produced. He was a man capable of imitating a complete treasury note without any outside aid whatever, and this is something few mechanical engravers are able to effectually accomplish. The details of his career, his later arrest, and his release during good behavior have already been related. Since that time, Ulrich has resided at Trenton, New Jersey, and so far as known, has confined himself to honest employment. In July 1880, I received a communication from a member of a prominent law firm in Trenton, stating that Charles F. Ulrich was endeavoring to lead an honest life, but that he was being continually annoyed by numerous crooked people who, from time to time, sought his services. Among the most persistent of these was Charles I. Brockway. According to the letter I received, Brockway was hounding the reformed man to perform some counterfeiting work for him and offering to pay him 10% of all monies obtained, in addition to a large remuneration for his labor in cash. The letter further stated that Ulrich was extremely desirous of ridding himself forever of these rascals, and the suggestion was made that some plan be devised by which Brockway, at least, might be captured and punished. A short time previous to the receipt of this letter, I had heard that Ulrich and Brockway were again working together, but when this later information was received, I at once became doubtful of the correctness of my previous impressions. With a view of ascertaining the truth in this matter, and in order to serve the community, which has always been my aim, I wrote a reply expressing my willingness to take the case in hand, provided Ulrich was really in earnest. I demanded, however, Ulrich that should place himself entirely in my hands, in order that I might fully satisfy myself as to the genuineness of his desire to serve the interests of justice. Mr. Linden, the able superintendent of my Philadelphia office, was delegated by me to conduct this case, and the arrangements were left entirely to his own discretion and intelligence. In compliance with the request made by Mr. Linden, Ulrich came to Philadelphia and exhibited 2 checks which he stated that Brockway had given him to counterfeit. One of these was on the Old National Bank of Providence and was regularly drawn by Henry E. Cranston to the order of C.L. Parker for $109. The other was on the Fourth National Bank of the same city and was for an exactly similar amount. This check was payable to E.L. Parker and was signed by Chase, Watson, and Butts. The drawers of these checks were prominent business firms in Providence and were known to be large depositors in the banks on which the checks were drawn. Charles Ulrich stated that Brockway was exceedingly anxious to have the counterfeits finished in 3 days. As this allowed but little time in which to perfect arrangements for a complete surprise and capture of the forger, Ulrich was directed to obtain a delay from Brockway on the plea of his inability to finish them properly in the prescribed time. To this, Ulrich yielded a ready assent, and also promised to notify Mr. Linden whenever Brockway should call upon him. This delay afforded us full opportunity of communicating with the threatened Providence banks, and also of obtaining the full particulars with regard to the obtaining of the 2 genuine checks which had been given Ulrich to imitate. It was soon learned that these 2 checks had been procured from prominent stock brokerage firms in Providence as the proceeds of the sale to each of them of a $100 government 4% bond. The sellers in each case had asked for checks to be given them on the plea that they desired to send them into the country. The banks were communicated with, and a reply was quickly received, stating their desire and determination to prosecute the intending forgers, and requesting Mr. Linden to send an operative to Providence, who knew and could identify the rascals. The Trenton attorneys were also informed of what had taken place, and taken fully into our confidence in the matter. It was suggested by these gentlemen that the best plan would be to arrest Brockway when he called at Ulrich's residence and receive the counterfeit checks. But as I knew that the mere engraving and printing of a check blank which was not filled in or signed was not an offense under the law, I resolved to give Brockway all the rope he desired, particularly as the trap into which he was about to fall was entirely of his own designing. Ulrich was therefore instructed to so mark the counterfeit blanks that, while Brockway would not recognize any difference in them, the bank tellers, after being fully instructed, would be able to detect at a glance any of them that might be presented for payment. This was accomplished by lengthening the lines in the border, where they met at the upper right-hand corner, so that instead of joining exactly, as in the originals, they projected to the slightest degree, and by altering the names of the original engravers at the bottom from Bugby and Kelly to Rugby and Cally. This change could only be detected upon a very close examination. Brockway, all unsuspicious of the danger that was threatening him, called upon Ulrich at the time prescribed and received a number of the printed blanks. The next day he called again and desired more, stating that he had spoiled all the others. These also were given to him. It was naturally supposed, therefore, that the following day, being Friday, was the day selected for the commission of the crime, and a trusty operative was therefore sent to Providence to look out for Brockway. The assistance of the chief of police of that city was invoked, and an intelligent detective was detailed to assist us in the enterprise. 2 other local detectives were stationed, one in each bank, with instructions to arrest the layer down, as the presenter of a forged check is called, as soon as he should appear, and to take him at once into a back room, in order not to give the alarm to any confederate who might be outside on the watch. My operative was then to be communicated with immediately, and he was to proceed at once to the bank and point out any of the Brockway gang whom he would be able to recognize in the vicinity. My operative, therefore, with his delegated assistant, took up their positions in the post office, which was directly opposite the old National Bank building, which it was supposed would be the first tried. Since the commencement of his operations, Brockway has always worked upon a system which, though perfectly familiar to the detectives, is one which is ingeniously calculated to baffle them in their attempts to fasten a crime upon him so directly as to ensure a conviction. It has been his custom to employ as an agent a man whom he could trust, but one of such bad character and reputation that no jury would accept his uncorroborated testimony should he prove unfaithful. This man's duty was to impart his instructions to the rest of the gang, with whom Brockway himself never held any business communications whatever, and to see them carried out. One Charles Farrah, otherwise known as the Big Duke, has generally acted in this capacity for Brockway. I scarcely expected that Brockway would himself go to Providence, and my plans were duly laid to have him indicted there after the arrest of his confederates for sending forged papers into the state, secure a requisition for him, and then take him on for prosecution. Another of Brockway's rules was to have duplicate forged checks prepared. The layer down was given one of them, which was simply endorsed on the back to take in. The teller would naturally require identification. The layer down would then take the check and retire from the bank, destroying the document as he went. On the street, he would be met by Brockway, who would hand him another check, similar in all respects to the one that had been presented, except that in addition to the endorsement of the drawer, it also had the words "all right" or "okay" and the signature of the firm whose genuine check had been imitated. The layer down would then return to the bank and get the money without difficulty, the teller supposing the identification to have been freshly written. It would not have been at all regular to present the identified check first, and Brockway was always too shrewd to take any such chances. Another rule of his was to have several layers down. If one came out all right, another was sent in with a check, and if this succeeded, a third attempt was made. After this third attempt, however, he always stopped for the day. His watchers kept a lookout on the bank and the broker's office until the next morning, and if no unusual commotion was observed, it was taken for granted that the victim's account was large enough to stand further depletion, and other checks previously prepared would be presented next day, and even the third day thereafter, if circumstances seemed to warrant the venture. The moment any sign of discovery was observed, however, the entire gang would incontinently flee the city. In the selection of layers down, favorites were always sent in first, as the chances of detection were then the slightest. The last men were required to possess a large amount of nerve, as the amount drawn might overdraw the account of the party against whom the checks were drawn, and there would naturally be some searching questions to answer. Of course, the amount of a firm's account in bank was always a matter of guesswork, and therefore involved great risk, although Brockway's rule was to select heavy concerns, leave a wide margin, and work up gradually. But to return to our particular operation, Friday passed without sign. On Saturday, however, my operative, while at his post in the post office, saw Brockway pass the Old National Bank. As he reached a position in front of that building, he seemed to give a signal with his head to somebody who stood on the opposite side of the street. Soon afterward, he was joined by a young man who held some conversation with him, and after a short delay went into the bank. When they had disappeared, it was ascertained that the young man desired to get a check certified, similar in all respects to one of the checks prepared by Charles Ulrich. Another young man had another check similar to the other one certified in the Fourth National Bank on the same afternoon. They then called upon Chase, Watson, and Butts and Henry E. Cranston just before the close of business and sold 2 more $100 4% bonds, asking, as in the first instance, for checks to send into the country. The object of this move, it will readily be perceived, was to get the last numbers of the checks issued by both the firms, upon which they intended to operate. This would give them all day Sunday to affix the numbers to the forged checks, and they would be ready to work without fear of detection from that source as soon as the banks were opened on Monday morning. The object of having the checks certified, as above related, was to make them available for their face value anywhere in case anything disastrous occurred. The 2 original and genuine checks, from which the counterfeits had been imitated, reached the Providence banks on Saturday in regular order from the Ninth National Bank of New York, having been deposited there by T. Winterbottom, a Spring Street undertaker. All being in readiness, the officers awaited the assault they had every reason to expect would be made on Monday morning. Their anticipations were fully realized, for at 10 o'clock on that morning, a man entered the Fourth National Bank of Providence and presented one of the forged checks. It was filled out for $1,327. The detective who was on duty in the bank stepped up at the same moment and presented another check. The money was paid to the forger without hesitation, and he placed it in his pocket. The teller then gave the sign agreed upon, and the man was at once arrested. Word was quietly but quickly sent to my operative, who was watching Brockway, waiting upon the outside of the bank, and almost before he was aware of the fact, that worthy found himself a prisoner. The first man arrested gave his name as Joseph Cook, but upon being confronted with my operative, he was at once recognized as Billy Ogle, a well-known Confederate of Brockway's. 3 hours passed by, and the patience of the detectives at the other bank was still unrewarded. At 1 o'clock, however, a suspicious-looking fellow sauntered in and presented the expected forged check. An attempt was made to arrest him, but he took to his heels and was captured only after a long chase, in which the officers were obliged to use their revolvers upon the fleeing fugitive. This man was ultimately identified as George Howell, who was known to be in communication with Brockway, and who had left Chicago but a short time before. It may be truthfully said that Brockway had been responsible for every forgery of consequence within the 2 years that preceded his arrest, and I have no hesitation in saying that his equal in that particular line of crime does not exist in the world. There never was but one check put forth by him that was stopped without previous warning. That was a forgery on the Fourth National Bank of New York, in which the signature and blank of Messrs. Fisk and Hatch, the famous New York bankers, were imitated to a remarkable degree of correctness. This firm, however, had a private mark upon their blanks, which the counterfeiters had overlooked, and the absence of this mark caused the cashier of the bank to hesitate a moment. The layer down at once took alarm at this and fled, but had he stood firm, he would undoubtedly have received the money. Brockway is one of the most handsome men of the day. He is tall, well-built, with a wealth of curling black hair, a full beard of raven blackness, and a pair of piercing black eyes. Though an extravagant man in every respect, he is charged with no small vices and was never intoxicated. At one time, he kept a faro bank in partnership with the notorious Dan Noble, who was recently sentenced to 20 years imprisonment in England for the crime of forgery. Brockway subsequently branched out as a counterfeiter and, being detected, served 2 terms in the New York State Prison for that offense. His last incarceration was in Auburn, where he remained 5 years. During this term of his imprisonment, it was noticed that he seized every opportunity that was offered to him to practice with pen, ink, and paper. He was released in 1878 and immediately set out on a career of wholesale forgery through the West and South. In June 1879, he and Bill Ogle, one of his pals, arrested at Providence, were held on a charge of forgery on the First National Bank of Chicago, and a complete set of implements was found in his rooms. In this case, he made a confession in which he charged Samuel Felker, an ex-government detective, with having induced him to come to Chicago, promising him the full protection of the police, and even selecting the banks for him to work upon. This statement was corroborated by a subsequent confession made by Ogle, and so convinced were the authorities that Felker was indicted, and Brockway was held in $10,000 bail as a witness against him. The case, however, has never been called to trial on account of the lack of sufficient corroborative evidence, the main witnesses being both men of acknowledged bad character. After his release, Brockway went to New York and succeeded in perpetrating the following forgeries: Chemical National Bank, $13,000. Second National Bank, $1,700. Bank of the Republic, $14,000. Chatham National Bank, $1,700. Corn Exchange Bank, $700. Phoenix National Bank, $7,500. There were undoubtedly other cases in which the banks sustained the loss and made no public announcement of it. The Chemical National Bank also did this, and I only learned of this forgery by accident. For the Phoenix Bank forgery, Brockway, James Williams, William Ogle, and Charles Farah were all arrested by me and held to trial in the city of New York. Williams turned state's evidence, and Ogle, who was the first to be tried, was convicted and sentenced to 5 years imprisonment, but his case was afterward appealed. Farah and Brockway, however, managed to escape punishment on the old ground, the bad character of the witnesses against them, and the lack of corroborative evidence. Brockway was, however, rearrested by my son, Robert Pinkerton, on a requisition from the governor of Illinois at the insistence of his bondsman in the Felker case, and was sent to Chicago. But he soon succeeded in restoring their confidence in him, and, they again renewing his bail, he was released. He returned at once to New York and proceeded from thence to Baltimore, where he perpetrated successful forgeries on the merchants and Third National Bank of that city to the extent of $10,146. When the information of these forgeries was published, I felt confident from the manner in which the work was done that Brockway was at the bottom of them, and my son Robert, meeting him a few days afterwards at Coney Island, openly taxed him with the crime. Owing to some ill feeling which grew out of the distribution of the Bank of the Republic job, a noted crook, Tommy Moore, shot Brockway in the back, and Moore was instantly shot and dangerously wounded by Billy Ogle. A dozen shots were fired, and several were severely wounded, but the police made no arrests, and consequently no one was punished. Brockway was brought to trial for this last attempt at Providence, and Charles Ulrich appeared as a witness against him. He also testified that Brockway had brought 2 other checks to him for counterfeiting, in which 2 prominent Philadelphia bankers were to be made the victims. His career was thus brought to a summary end, and it is to be hoped that equal promptness and courage in detection and punishment will follow any further attempts of this audacious thief to plunder the unsuspecting public. Corporations floated by forged securities. Wildcat insurance companies. One of the boldest, and for a time the most successful course of swindling by means of forged securities was perpetrated in the city of Philadelphia a few years ago, and a record of that operation deserves a place in this connection. It is a story of swindling which was skillfully and successfully effected, was only discovered by accident, and even then the leader in the movement was able to adroitly explain away all seeming criminalities, and thus, for the time, escape punishment. Finally, however, a second exposé occurred, and further concealment was impossible. The principal actor in this scheme was a young man by the name of George F. Holton, whose parents were wealthy and whose position in society was of unquestioned respectability. He was a man of great natural abilities, and with a business capacity far above the average. In his youth, he devoted himself to the study of medicine, during which time he gave great attention to the subject of toxicology and acquired a wonderful knowledge of the effects of all poisonous materials upon the human system. His talents as a physician were never fully developed, however, and before taking his degree, he relinquished his medical studies and entered into mercantile business. He first became engaged in the business of insurance in the city of Philadelphia, from which place he soon afterward removed to Chicago, where he established himself as an agent for several of the leading insurance companies of the East. Tiring of this vocation, he became a dealer in grain, but being unfortunate in this venture, he returned to Philadelphia, where he again entered the insurance business. According to police authorities, the city of brotherly love was at that time the home of a number of wildcat companies, which, in the absence of a state insurance examiner, were enabled to successfully impose upon the community. George F. Holton was fully aware of the existence of these fraudulent institutions, and he had not been long in Philadelphia when he became identified with a corporation devoted to underwriting, whose anomalous title was that of the Security. This corporation was organized by Holton, who also became its secretary and treasurer. This company, it is alleged, had no proper or solid monetary foundation. Yet, so plausible, so smooth of speech, and so insinuating in manner was Holton that he succeeded in inducing a number of respectable and reputable gentlemen in Philadelphia to accept positions in the company and to allow their names to appear as directors. By means of his extensive and thorough knowledge of the business, Holton soon placed the company in a good working condition and organized agencies in all of the principal cities of the country. It appeared that there was another insurance company in existence of the same name as that adopted by Holton, which was a good, sound, and responsible institution, and the confidence which this latter company enjoyed induced many people to confide their business to the swindling concern, under the impression that the two companies were identical. The business of this new corporation prospered amazingly. The secretary was a thorough businessman, well posted in insurance matters, and in a few months Holton had received about $40,000 in premiums for risks which he had taken, and for the payment of which, in case of loss, the company owned no available assets. The offices of the company were located on one of the principal business thoroughfares of the city and were most tastefully and luxuriously furnished. Dapper clerks were at the desks, and Holton, when he was seen, bore the absorbed manners of an anxious, hard-working, and duty-loving man of business. More frequently, however, when not seen in the outer office, he was found in his private apartment in the rear, his feet perched easily on his desk, and a box of fragrant Havanas within his reach. Notwithstanding the weakness of its foundation, the insurance company prospered. The premiums were duly received, and when losses occurred to their patrons, they would sometimes be paid, provided some good purpose was to be served. But in many cases, the losses were contested upon some specious plea, and the payment delayed. A difficulty soon arose, to meet which some new and untried means had to be devised. The state had established an insurance department and had appointed a gentleman whose duty it was to examine into the condition and standing of the various insurance companies doing business in Pennsylvania, and also to require an exhibition of all the available assets of these corporations. This commissioner was an avowed enemy of the so-called wildcat insurance companies, of which he had heard and seen so much, and he suspected that the security was one of this delectable number. He accordingly notified Holton that he would speedily examine the affairs of his company in order to discover its true financial condition. Instead of being overcome by this information, the inventive faculties of Holton were spurred on to heroic efforts, and he very soon devised a scheme by which he could successfully deceive the watchful and suspecting commissioner. Aided by his thorough business knowledge, he caused a number of false and forged mortgages to be executed upon valuable real estate in Philadelphia, and these papers were executed with a nicety well calculated to impose upon anyone not having direct evidence of their spurious character. Then, knowing full well that all reputable corporations have large investments in bonds, stocks, and other valuable securities, he resolved to present to the examining commissioner further evidence of the securities' solvency by showing them to be largely interested in United States and railroad bonds. For this purpose, he managed to purchase for a small sum 100 bonds of $1,000 each, which had been issued by one of the southern states during the war. Although these bonds had no real market value, he depended on the fact that the bonds which had been issued by the same state since its reconstruction had considerable value, to thus deceive the commissioner, and to make this dependence the more certain, the dates of the old bonds were changed so as to pass for the more recent and valuable ones. Besides these, he managed to secure from other bogus insurance men and from dealers in stolen securities, some of whom are now in prison, a large number of stolen and forged United States bonds of the registered series, the names on which had been duly altered to meet the emergency, and also some forged certificates of railroad stock. Thus, fully armed for the examiner, Holton complacently awaited the appearance of that official. So reckless had Holton been in manufacturing his spurious mortgages that he had actually executed one for a large amount on property owned by one of his own responsible and deceived directors. And if at that time that honest individual had looked over the books of the company, he would have unearthed an immense swindle and have learned some of the secrets of wildcat insurance companies and their methods, which would have been a profitable revelation to him. The examination, however, was successfully passed. The commissioner was fully satisfied as to the assets of the security, and Holton was given a certificate accordingly. Thus far, everything had prospered with Holton and his schemes, but, not satisfied with his present success, he became ambitious for further efforts and more daring exploits. He conceived a gigantic plan to flood the Philadelphia money market with forged stocks and bonds, and he carefully made his preparations for that event. He extended his acquaintance among professional forgers and middlemen, and he soon was hand and glove with a coterie of professional criminals who, under the guise of assisting him in his unlawful ventures, were simply making him the tool of their work and profit. He engaged the services of several experts in this particular line, among whom was the notorious Jacob Cantor, who was the most skillful penman in the United States, and whose forgeries were almost miraculous for their close and uniform imitations. About this time, another insurance company in the same city and in a similar condition was ordered by the insurance commissioner to make an exhibition of their assets. The officers of this company were not so ingenious as Mr. Holton and were in a great dilemma. Being on friendly terms with the officers of this company, however, Mr. Holton was appealed to for help in this dire difficulty. Holton readily agreed to help this sister bogus company, provided he were well paid for his trouble. His proposition was readily accepted, and he received some $7,500 in advance for his services. In return for this, he furnished the other company with the altered Southern bonds and some of the forged railroad stock, which had served him so well. This time, however, the commissioner was more particular, and the securities offered were at once rejected as insufficient and valueless, and as a consequence, the Community Fire Insurance Company incontinently collapsed. As soon as this company had dissolved, Holton, knowing full well that the secretary of the defunct institution was fully aware of his tricky methods and might prove dangerous to him, began to circulate damaging reports about him, which compelled him to leave the country, much to the relief of the ingenious and unscrupulous Holton. Holton, at this time, was living in a most luxurious manner with a lady, presumably his wife, in one of the first hotels of the city. He had plenty of money at his command, drove a span of spirited horses, and his diamonds were the envy of all beholders. Meanwhile, he was preparing the way for his grand issue of forged securities. He had opened accounts with several banks, both in New York and Philadelphia, in order to facilitate his operations when he was ready to make his grand movement. His plan was to deposit these worthless securities with the several banks where he was acquainted as collateral for loans, which he could readily effect, and the fraudulent nature of the security would not be discovered until either the principal or interest should become due, and he should fail to make proper and prompt payments. From an unsuspecting banking house in Philadelphia, he obtained a loan of $45,000 and deposited as security forged and stolen U.S. registered bonds. And from a prominent merchant of his acquaintance, he obtained $5,000 upon another spurious U.S. bond for the same amount. Upon this latter debt becoming due, Holton failed to pay it, and the bond he had given was sold. It passed through several hands without suspicion, and finally reached the U.S. Treasury Department, where it was at once discovered to have been originally stolen and altered. It was therefore returned through its various channels to the gentleman who had made the loan to Holton, and Holton immediately redeemed it and thus escaped, for the time being, exposure and arrest. As soon as this accident to his plan occurred, Holton, fearing that the banking institution from which he had obtained the $45,000 would learn of it, and would discover that the securities they held were also valueless, determined upon a bold stroke in order to save himself. He therefore went boldly into the bank and announced that he had serious doubts as to the validity of the bonds he had deposited with them, and requested the privilege of replacing them with others. He was just in time, for that very day a messenger from the gentleman from whom Holton had borrowed the $5,000 arrived at the bank with the story of that gentleman's experience. The bank, however, permitted Holton to replace the U.S. bonds with forged railroad bonds, some bank stock, which he persuaded a friend to hypothecate, and a judgment note, which he also procured from the same obliging and deceived friend. By these means he was enabled to escape detection for a time, but failing to pay his interest promptly, the bank threatened to offer the railroad bonds for sale in order to recover their money. This must be avoided at all hazards, as a sale would have revealed their fraudulent character at once. Thus pressed, the young man took the desperate chance of openly disposing of some other stolen and forged securities which he held, and being successful in this, he redeemed his note with the bank and recovered possession of the questionable bonds which he had deposited with them. While all this was going on, and while these desperate makeshifts were destroying his reputation as a respectable businessman and effectually preventing the operation of his great scheme, Holton was diligently employed in another direction with his professional forger friends. He had opened an office in New York City, in close proximity to the exchange, where he was transacting business under the firm of Benedict and Company. Mr. Holton passing under the name of Benedict. Here he disposed of bonds to a large amount and delivered 4 of them of the value of $1,000 each. These bonds were immediately discovered to be forgeries, and the next day Holton was peremptorily requested to return the money he had received for them. This he did, and shortly afterward, $15,000 worth of Chicago and Northwestern Railroad bonds, which Holton had sold in Philadelphia, were discovered to be forgeries, and decisive measures were taken to apprehend him. After many fruitless efforts to escape, he was finally captured, and an examination was made of the premises he had occupied in New York. Desks were broken open and carpets torn up, resulting in the discovery of a number of forged United States bonds and other securities, and also a counterfeit plate for printing United States currency. It was evident that Holton or Benedict had been preparing himself for operations on a large scale, and that he was exposed in the nick of time. These fraudulent documents were eventually destroyed, and Holton, in order to save himself, turned state's evidence and revealed the whole transaction, thus leading to the arrest of the principals and the breaking up of the entire organization. End of Section 20, Forgers and Forging, Part 3. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Section 21 of 30 Years a Detective by Allan Pinkerton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 21, Forgers and Forging, Part 4. A forger of many experiences. Among the notable characters who have prominently figured in criminal circles is a man whose name is well known in banking circles throughout the land. He is probably the greatest and most successful thief and forger of modern times, and his final arrest and imprisonment was a relief to the entire community. His name is Walter Sheridan, but during his career he has adopted a number of aliases, and among the number were those of Walter Stewart and Charles Ralston. It will be remembered that in 1873, a famous gang of forgers, among whom were Walter Sheridan, George Wilkes, Andrew J. Roberts, and Frank Gleason, nearly disrupted the Wall Street markets by their gigantic issue of fraudulent stocks, and these men were also connected with that wonderful attempt at forgery on the Bank of England, in which several millions of dollars were attempted to be obtained from the old lady of Threadneedle Street. As to the conception of this scheme, the plans were all laid in New York City, and the capital necessary to carry on the operation was subscribed by the men I have named, and by George MacDonald, Austin and Byron Bidwell, and Samuel Perry. The former of these, finding that MacDonald and the Bidwells were leading a fast life in England and were associating with notorious and disreputable women in London in such a manner as to seriously affect the success of their scheme, they at once withdrew from the operation and allowed these latter gentlemen to pursue their way alone. When Sheridan deserted this party, his place was supplied by one George or Gottlieb Engels, another famous forger, and he in turn withdrew from them, and they were thus left to accomplish the forgeries alone. It is unnecessary to say that they failed, and fleeing to America, they were arrested by me and are now serving out life sentences in Great Britain. To retrieve the losses occasioned by the failure of these Bank of England forgeries, a gigantic combination was formed among the remaining members of the party in this country. Plates were prepared and false bonds printed and openly sold on the market of the New York Central Railroad, the Buffalo and Erie Railroad, the Chicago and Northwestern Railroad, the New Jersey Central Railroad, the California and Oregon Railroad, the Union Pacific Railroad, the Tebow and Neosho Railroad, Allentown School Fund bonds, and Erie Water bonds. As nearly as can be estimated, the total amount of the bonds thus forged reached the amount of $2,500,000. The forged writing on them is claimed to have been done by George Engels, who was undoubtedly the most accomplished forger in the country in his particular line. All of the parties were eventually arrested and brought to justice, but not until many hundreds of thousands of these worthless securities had been floated upon the market. The career of Walter Sheridan is a most wonderful one, considering the life of an ordinary criminal as a comparison. He is now about 45 years old. He was born in New Orleans, of respectable parents, and received a fine education. He is about 5 feet 7 inches in height, a decided blonde, and a very handsome person and gentlemanly address. When a mere boy, he drifted into crime and made his first appearance in the character of a criminal in western Missouri as a horse thief. Then he became an accomplished general thief and confidence man, but was especially distinguished as a bank sneak. In 1858, he was arrested in company with Joseph Moran, a noted Western robber, for a bank robbery in Chicago, and was sentenced to 5 years' imprisonment in the Alton Penitentiary, which term he faithfully served. The next operation of any magnitude in which he was concerned was the robbery of the First National Bank of Springfield, Illinois, in company with Charles Hicks and Philip Pearson. Sheridan engaged the teller of the bank in conversation, while Hicks and Pearson crawled through a window and stole $35,000 from the vaults. Pearson escaped to Europe. Hicks was arrested and sentenced to 8 years' imprisonment in Joliet Prison, and Sheridan was subsequently arrested in Toledo, Ohio, by my son, William A. Pinkerton, with $22,000 in his possession. He was placed on trial, but strange to say, the jury acquitted him. He was next concerned in the sneak robbery of the Maryland Fire Insurance Company of Baltimore, by which the thieves secured $120,000 in bonds, and after this came the successful robbery of the Merchants and Mechanics Bank of Scranton, Pennsylvania, by which $37,000 in bonds were secured by Sheridan. Then came the robbery of a bank in Cleveland, Ohio, by which $40,000 was carried off by Jesse Allen, James Griffin, Joseph Butts, and Sheridan. Allen and Griffin were convicted and sentenced to prison. Butts was discharged, and Sheridan managed to escape capture. Possibly the neatest robbery in which Sheridan was ever engaged was that of Mr. Blatchford, the father of United States Judge Blatchford, who was plundered of $75,000 in bonds while buying an apple at Nassau and Liberty Streets in New York City some few years ago. Mr. Blatchford was pleasantly accosted by Sheridan, who engaged him in conversation, and so interested him that he unthinkingly laid down his wallet containing the bonds upon the apple stand, from which it was removed at once by a Confederate. A portion of these bonds were subsequently found in the possession of Horace C. Corp, a brother-in-law of Gleason, who was arrested at the time but discharged for want of evidence. When the forgery scheme was laid, after the failure of the Bank of England forgeries, Sheridan became a member of the New York Produce Exchange under the name of Charles Ralston, and under this same name he carried on business as a dealer in fancy marbles under the title of the Belgian Stone Company. The forged bonds being placed on the market, he obtained a loan of $70,000 from the New York Guarantee and Indemnity Company, giving as collateral security $102,000 in forged bonds of the Buffalo and Erie Railroad, and on the following day obtained a loan of $30,000 on $40,000 of the same forged securities. When later the forgeries became known, Sheridan escaped to Europe and remained in Belgium for a long time, after which he returned again to America. He was finally arrested by my son Robert, who had been on his trail for a long time, and was arraigned in New York City in the Court of General Sessions on 84 indictments for forgery. While in the prisoner's box, he ascertained that he would be confronted by a number of his victims for identification, and fearing this trying ordeal, he exchanged clothes with one of the meanest-looking criminals, by whom he was surrounded, giving his fashionable clothes and hat for the worst garments he could find. As may be imagined, his appearance underwent a thorough change, and those who had seen him an hour before in his usual costume found it extremely difficult, if not impossible, to recognize him. He was finally pursued to conviction, and now, after long years of crime, he is a prisoner in an Eastern penitentiary. The Bank of England Forgers. On the 26th day of August, 1873, in the Old Bailey Court in London, the most remarkable story of daring forgery and fraud that the world has known was brought to a conclusion by the sentence of George MacDonald, two brothers whose names were Austin and Byron Bidwell, and an individual calling himself Edwin Noyes, to penal servitude for life for forgery on the Bank of England. The amount of these forgeries aggregated nearly to the sum of $1 million. But even this gigantic amount was not the only feature which gave particular importance to the case. The history of this crime shows that four men of very marked intelligence and of considerable education had been working for years in concert with the deliberate intention of defrauding the world and with a certain degree of pride in their dishonest undertakings. For nearly 10 years they had defied the efforts of the authorities to detect them, and emboldened by their success, they determined to attack the institution in England which more than any other represents caution, security, and unlimited capital, fully believing that by careful combination they could swindle to an enormous amount the shrewd and experienced men who controlled it. They laid their plans carefully and performed their work coolly and deliberately. They established an office in the business portion of the city and invested a large amount of capital in the enterprise, just as men of honesty would put out their money in a legitimate undertaking, entertaining no doubt that in due time they would amply reap the reward of their labor and foresight. The capital that Messrs. MacDonald and Company depended upon to give them access to the vaults of the Bank of England was English gold deposited in strict accordance with commercial usage in the vaults of the bank itself. Nor were they hasty or imprudent in carrying out their designs. For months they conducted their operations with a most businesslike caution, and they might have eventually succeeded in gaining the coveted millions, had not the first flush of success so unnerved them that they grew careless and made a most foolish and unnecessary error. This at once exposed them, and resulted in bringing their finely arranged plots to naught, and themselves to a life of servitude among felons less intelligent and refined, and, it may be said, less crafty and hardened than themselves. The manner in which these men worked was as simple as it was ingenious. George MacDonald began by opening a deposit account of an ordinary character with the western branch of the bank. For this purpose he needed only an introduction by some regular and known customer of the bank, and the sole evidence of solvency which the institution required of him was the deposit of a sufficient cash balance to warrant their carrying the account. This amount was forthcoming from the results of previous depredations, and constituted part of the capital with which the fraud was carried on. The manager of the scheme was patient, and conducted himself for a time as an ordinary customer of good resources. He was apparently cautious in all his operations, and aimed at acquiring the reputation of a person engaged in legitimate and profitable business affairs. At length the time came for which they had been long waiting. Their name was established, the credit was good, and then came the presentation of the forged bills. So excellently were they executed that they were discounted without hesitation, and the authors of the fraud had, to all appearances, succeeded in pocketing about $500,000. In order to avoid arousing the suspicions of the bank authorities, a part of this money was invested in United States bonds. The manufacture of these forged bills required the greatest amount of ingenuity and labor. Many of the large firms, upon whom the bills purported to be drawn, use a particular kind of paper, with certain watermarks and printed symbols. As the bills were drawn on more than one firm, there were several of such imitations required, and yet, in all cases, these forgeries were so nearly perfect that not one of them was questioned on the ground of a doubt of the acceptors' signatures or of their genuine appearance. The bills were all drawn at 3 months' date, and the money was regularly obtained. No further inquiry was likely to be made about them until they fell due, and the forgers would have ample time to place themselves beyond all risk of capture. Yet, notwithstanding all this, and strange as it may seem, these men, who had exerted a skill, foresight, and perseverance sufficient to ensure the unhesitating acceptance of these numerous forged bills, did not escape the commission of one trivial blunder which led to the immediate discovery of the whole dishonest transaction. They omitted to put the date of acceptance upon 2 of the bills which they had presented, and in order to rectify this, the bills were taken to the firms, who were alleged to have signed them, for the purpose of having the dates filled up by the proper parties. Upon their being presented to these firms, they were at once pronounced to be forgeries. The forgers were well known, and an attempt was immediately made to arrest them before they had an opportunity to make their escape, but their movements were too late. The criminals had taken the alarm and fled, and after dividing their money, had separated. It was soon discovered that George MacDonald had started for New York, but by what vessel could not then be learned. The news was telegraphed to America, and a full description of the man was given. The police authorities of this country were aroused, and they resolved that if the forger attempted to land, he would be arrested at once. Accordingly, the police boat was ordered out and cruised about the harbor of New York for several days without success. Several vessels were boarded, but no trace of the absconding MacDonald could be found. Late on the following day, the Thuringia arrived at Quarantine, and a detective went on board. The passengers were called up for examination by the health officer, and the detective accompanied him. Their search was crowned with gratifying success, and a passenger who answered the description of George MacDonald was found among the number. He was immediately placed under arrest, and his trunks were taken in charge by the officers. A careful examination of his effects disclosed about $40,000 in gold coin, valuable diamonds, and a variety of watches, jewelry, and fancy goods that was quite astonishing. The prisoner affected to be highly indignant at the outrage which he claimed had been committed upon his person and his liberty, and threatened loudly that the officers should be made to pay dearly for what they were now doing. His angry demonstrations, however, had no effect upon the officers, and as quickly as possible, Mr. MacDonald was conveyed to the jail in New York City and locked in a cell to await an examination. After a diligent search, in which nearly all of the prominent detectives of the country were engaged, the entire number of the suspected criminals were captured and conveyed to London, where, after a protracted trial, George MacDonald, the two Bidwells, and Edward Noyes were convicted and sentenced to hard labor for life. Nearly all of the stolen property was recovered, and the discomfited prisoners may now reflect in bitterness of spirit upon the fearful punishment which their crimes have brought upon them. This was by no means the first crime with which George MacDonald had been connected. For years prior to this time, he had been associated with criminals of the lighter order, and by his rascality had amassed a considerable sum of money. The first knowledge which I gained of him was in connection with a gang of adroit swindlers who operated around Wall Street in New York City in 1867, and among the number were the two Bidwells, who shared his fate in this Bank of England forgery. The headquarters of this gang were on Broad Street, in the very center of the financial circles of the great metropolis, and where they were within easy reach of all the large banking institutions of the city. Their mode of operation was to procure checks of some well-known firms for small amounts, and then to forge the signatures of those who gave them for large sums, which they succeeded without difficulty in passing upon the large banking houses and business firms. So ingeniously were their schemes planned, and so cleverly was their work executed, that for a long time they escaped detection. At length, so closely were they watched, that they were compelled to change the scene of their operations, and MacDonald and his two friends separated from the others and went into partnership upon their own account. Shortly after this, James W. Barnard, a well-known physician on Fifth Avenue, advertised the front parlor of his house to let. MacDonald went there on the morning of October 30, 1867, and finding the wife of the physician at home, he pretended that he was a rich Englishman traveling for pleasure, and that being disgusted with American hotel life, he had resolved to locate himself in comfortable private apartments. He presented his card, on which appeared the name of Henry B. Livingston, which he stated was his name. He was accompanied by one of the Bidwells, who took the part of his valet, and whom he frequently addressed as Clarence. After some conversation, MacDonald engaged the parlor and two rooms adjoining for a large sum, and at once paid an installment in advance. 2 hours afterwards, he, in company with his servant, went to a prominent jewelry establishment on Broadway and requested to be shown some expensive diamonds. A tray was placed before him, and after a careful and critical inspection of the gems, he selected a solitaire ring, a brooch with 7 stones, 2 diamond eardrops, and 2 large unset diamonds. The total value of the precious stones amounting to nearly $2,500. He informed the salesman that his name was W.H. Barnard, that his residence was on Fifth Avenue, and that he would go downtown to see his father and would return in 2 hours with the money for the jewels. He afterwards returned to the jeweler's and stated that he had missed seeing his father, but had left word at his place of business for the money to be left at the house. He requested to have the diamonds sent there and invited the salesman to accompany him in a carriage which was waiting for him at the door. A coachman in all the glory of new livery sat upon the box, and MacDonald addressed him as Charles. The salesman accepted the invitation, entered the carriage, and was driven to the reputed residence on Fifth Avenue. The name of Barnard was upon the door, and as the carriage drew up, MacDonald alighted, and with the salesman entered the front parlor, where they found Bidwell busily engaged in reading at one of the windows. As they entered the room, MacDonald addressed him. "Clarence, where is father?" "He has just stepped out," answered Clarence. "Do you know where he has gone?" "Yes, I think he has gone around to the building." "Clarence," then said MacDonald, "the carriage is at the door, and I wish you would go around and see father. This gentleman is from Tiffany's, and he desires the money for the goods I have purchased of them." Without demurring in the least, Clarence entered the carriage and was driven away, and MacDonald entertained his guest while waiting. In a short time, Clarence returned with a check, which he handed to MacDonald, who in turn handed it to the salesman. It was drawn upon a prominent city bank, and for the exact amount of the purchases that had been made. The check was also signed by James W. Barnard, and purported to be duly certified by the bank on which it was drawn. Everything appearing to be satisfactory, the salesman left the jewelry and departed from the house with the worthless check in his possession. 10 minutes afterwards, MacDonald and Bidwell were on their way to the eastern states. In their hurry to get away, or controlled by a desire to avoid dividing with their other accomplice, Charles the coachman, they left that individual in the lurch. This omission was fatal to them, for the indignant dupe at once repaired to police headquarters and related the whole story to the detectives. Steps were immediately taken to effect their arrest, and MacDonald was tracked to Portland, Maine, where he was found in jail in the month of December, he having been committed for some trifling offense. He was brought to New York, where he was tried for the forgery and robbery, and being fully identified by the victimized salesman, was convicted and sentenced to 3 years' imprisonment. Bidwell was not found. While serving out his imprisonment, McDowell was employed as a waiter in the shoe manufacturing department, but he only served 2 years and 2 months when his fine was remitted, and he was released. After leaving the prison, he started for the West, and a few months afterward he entered the cars at Louisville, Kentucky, with a ticket for Liverpool. He sat in the seat with a jolly-looking, good-natured drover, whom he soon fascinated with his entertaining conversation. MacDonald carried with him a flask of very excellent brandy, and in the course of their journey the 2 men drank quite frequently. The cattle dealer soon succumbed to the effects of the liquor, and, while he was asleep, MacDonald abstracted $2,600 from his pocketbook. He had with him several newspapers and wrappers, and folding the stolen bills in with these publications, he enclosed them in the wrappers and addressed them to a fictitious name in New York City. He posted them at the next station, and then quietly resumed his seat beside the sleeping drover. When the latter recovered from his stupor, the train reached a junction where a change of cars was necessary, and he proposed that they should take lunch together. MacDonald consenting, they entered the dining room and ordered their repast. After finishing their meal, the drover opened his pocketbook to pay for the meal, when he discovered, to his dismay, that his money had disappeared. He turned to MacDonald, and presenting the empty wallet, exclaimed, "I had $2,600 when you took a seat beside me, and now I haven't a cent." MacDonald drew back in well-affected amazement. "Do you think I would take your money? If you do, I insist upon being arrested and searched at once. Here are my checks. Get my baggage, and let the officers make such an examination as will satisfy them and you." He was accordingly searched, but nothing being found upon him, he was fully exonerated, and the drover humbly apologized for his suspicions. MacDonald paid the fare of the drover to Buffalo, and upon arriving there, the two men parted with mutual expressions of esteem. MacDonald then came on to New York, where he obtained the newspapers with their valuable enclosures from the post office, which he quickly dissipated in extravagant and riotous living. Some time after this, MacDonald was suspected of a large diamond robbery that had been effected in a very scientific manner, and I was engaged to ascertain if the suspicions were correctly founded. MacDonald was then living with a beautiful young lady whom he represented as his wife in a commodious residence in Brooklyn. I immediately arranged that one of my female operatives should make the acquaintance of the reputed Mrs. MacDonald, which she did so successfully that before many days my operative and her husband, who was also engaged on my force, were domiciled beneath the roof of the suspected man. MacDonald, it was soon learned, was in arrears for 2 months' rent, and just before the day for payment arrived, he suggested a trip to Boston with my operative, and accompanied by their respective wives, they departed. When the owner went to the house to demand his rent, he found no one there but the servant, who informed him of the departure of his tenant. An examination of the house was made, which revealed the fact that nearly all of the rooms were unfurnished. Upon the return of MacDonald and his friend from Boston, they engaged rooms at one of the hotels in the city, and here they were found by the owner of the house, who had procured an order for his arrest as an absconding debtor. As the officer entered his room and informed him that he was a prisoner, MacDonald turned deathly pale and inquired nervously the charge for which he was to answer. On being informed that it was to answer the suit of his landlord, he instantly recovered himself and requested the officer to accompany him to the room of my operative, who guaranteed the payment, which was subsequently made, and the man was released. This act of kindness led to a close confidence between MacDonald and the detective, and the result was the disclosure that he had stolen the diamonds and still had them in his possession. He was accused of the crime and made a full confession, and upon returning the diamonds, the parties who were robbed refused to prosecute him, and he was released. From that time, while in America, he was constantly under the surveillance of the detectives and police authorities. His handiwork could be traced in numerous swindles, which were perpetrated upon dry goods houses and banking firms, but the officers were always baffled in their attempts to catch him in the actual commission of any offense. He seemed to be perfectly informed of all the technicalities of criminal law, and so adroitly did he manage his affairs that it was impossible to legally convict him. At one time, he was arrested for passing a spurious $50 check for payment of a hotel bill, but the proprietors refused to prosecute, and he escaped. On another occasion, he went to a wholesale liquor store and purchased $63 worth of brandy, representing that it was for Congressman S.S. Cox. He presented in payment a $100 note and requested a check for $37 in change. He received the check and made an exact imitation of it, except that the new production called for $2,500. By some means, the bank officials were apprised of the fraud, and when the check was presented, MacDonald's messenger was arrested. MacDonald himself was subsequently arrested, but his tracks were too well covered to prove him to be the forger, and he again escaped the penalties of the law. At one time, he attempted to swindle the banking firm of J. Cook and Company out of $130,000 in United States bonds. The banking house was visited by an elegantly dressed gentleman who gave the name as J.W. Kenny, who stated that he was a lawyer whose office was in close proximity to the bankers, and that he was the executor of a large estate in New Jersey. He expressed his desire to invest $130,000 in government bonds for the benefit of the minor heirs of the estate. He ordered the bonds sent to his office, saying that they would be paid for there with a certified check on the National Park Bank. He was in negotiation with the banking house for several days, but the detectives had received intelligence that the intended purchase was a swindle and made arrangements to secure Kenny's capture. Kenny, however, took alarm from some cause and did not wait for the bonds to be delivered to him, but suddenly disappeared. His plan, as afterwards discovered, was to have 2 checks, one of them a forgery for the full amount of the purchase money, and the other a genuine one for a small amount. When the messenger from J. Cook and Company arrived at his office with the bonds, he had intended to get him to accompany him to the bank to have the check certified. At the bank, he would have the good check certified before the messenger, and then get the latter to return with him to his office, under the pretense that he was afraid to carry the bonds himself. On the way, he was to substitute the forged check for the one that had been certified, and so pass it off in payment for the bonds. This was discovered after MacDonald had been arrested for the Bank of England forgery, when he was identified as the man who had attempted to personate the J.W. Kenny in the above case. As he had not committed any overt act, J. Cook and Company were unable to prosecute him. In the fall of 1871, MacDonald purchased $2,300 worth of goods from Arnold, Constable and Company under the name of Edward Johnson. He represented to them that he owned a large store in the West, and that he would send a check for the goods if he was not able to call himself. On the day following, a carman called at the store of Arnold, Constable and Company and presented a letter which was written on the billhead letter of a respectable firm, and which purported to be signed by them, stating that Mr. Johnson had left the city and that they had been requested to forward the goods to him, together with some others which they had sold. Enclosed in the letter was a check for the amount of the bill. The goods were then delivered, and the swindled firm learned, when too late, that the check was utterly worthless and a forgery. MacDonald was arrested for this attempt at swindling, but as there was no one to swear that he was the forger, he was released. A large lace importing firm were the last victims of MacDonald prior to his departure for Europe. He succeeded in this case in obtaining laces to the amount of $2,000 by the same tactics which he pursued in the case of Arnold, Constable and Company. He was arrested, however, for this offense, with the laces still in his possession, but again evaded punishment by some ingenious legal technicality. Soon after this, he went to Europe and remained for a time in Germany, where he managed to successfully swindle a number of merchants, and by that means obtained the large sum of money which enabled him to so completely win the confidence of the exceedingly cautious officers of the Bank of England, and eventually to carry out the gigantic forgeries upon that institution. After his arrest for this forgery, which took place in New York, he was placed in the custody of the United States authorities, and he was taken to Fort Columbus in the harbor of New York for safekeeping until the following day. That night was one of the most beautiful of the season. The moon shone brilliantly, lighting up the harbor for miles and enabling one to view the broad expanse of glistening water that surrounded them. About 9 o'clock, a small boat containing 2 men was observed by the sentry, seemingly drifting toward Governor's Island. It stopped just under the walls of the fort, and the occupants waited there for an hour, conversing in low tones with the soldiers on guard. MacDonald stepped outside to the closet several times, in company with the officers, and each time he gazed anxiously in the direction of the boat. Whatever may have been his intentions that night, they were not carried out, for the vigilance of his guard was never relaxed for a moment, and at a late hour the boat was rowed away, and MacDonald was compelled to retire within the fort. A few days afterward, however, a person who had been very solicitous about MacDonald while he was in confinement inquired of the officer if he had noticed anything strange about the fort on the night that MacDonald was there. The marshal mentioned the circumstance of the boat, and he was then informed that the vessel had been sent there for the purpose of attempting to effect the rescue of the imprisoned forger. The sentinels, it was asserted, had been paid $50 each not to fire at him so as to hit him, in case he should jump into the water and attempt to swim to the boat. But MacDonald was afraid that the marshal, who was directly responsible for him, might aim more accurately than the soldiers, and hence the attempt was not made. George MacDonald was never married, although in his long and varied career several women have taken his name. He was possessed of great natural advantages and could be very winning when he chose. He was tall and well proportioned and was a remarkably handsome man. He wore a long, waving, dark brown beard, and his complexion was as fair as a woman's. His voice was soft and rich, and his powers of conversation were remarkably attractive. He was a brilliant linguist, and while he was imprisoned in Ludlow Street Jail, he acted as an interpreter for a Chinaman and for the famous Karl Vogt, the Belgian valet who was charged with the murder of the Count Dubois de Bianco. At last, however, justice overtook him, and now, under the life sentence of a criminal, he is suffering the stings of anguished conscience and the hard physical drudgery of the branded convict. Family, education, personal appearance, and great business qualifications were all sacrificed at the bidding of crime, and the malefactor is now suffering the severe penalties of the outraged law. End of Section 21. Forgers and Forging, Part 4. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Section 22 of 30 Years a Detective by Allan Pinkerton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 22. Forgers and Forging, Part 5. A forger of 2 continents. In the criminal history of the present day, no man attained a more widespread reputation as an accomplished, daring, and expert criminal than William Ringgold Cooper, who attained a wide celebrity both in America and England for his wonderful deeds of forgery. Certainly no man has ever sustained the dual character of a gentleman and a forger with equal success. Young, accomplished, of elegant personal appearance, and of the most fascinating address, William R. Cooper might have adorned any station in society, and yet, for years, under various and almost undetectable disguises, he preyed upon his best friends and the world at large, until, in the fullness of his success, he imagined failure or detection impossible. This young man was born in Smyrna, Delaware, of respectable family, his father having been a county judge for 5 years, and regarded with the highest esteem by all of his friends and associates. Owing to a scandal with which the name of a young lady of his native city was connected, young Cooper resigned his position in the Smyrna National Bank and disappeared. The breaking out of the rebellion found him an enlisted member of United States Navy, and after 2 years' service, he became an ensign on the staff of Admiral Lee of the North Atlantic Squadron. By his engaging manners and strict attention to his duties, he became a great favorite among his superior officers, and through their influence he was appointed an assistant paymaster in the Navy. While in Washington, he formed the acquaintance of a number of gamblers and accomplished forgers, who soon instructed him into the methods and mysteries of aristocratic crime. As a consequence of this course of study, he forged a warrant for $175,000, purporting to have been signed by U.S. Paymaster Spaulding. At the time of this forgery, he was engaged to be married to a beautiful and accomplished young lady, the daughter of Mr. DeFreeze, the government printer, and the forgery of the paymaster's warrant was not discovered until the day after the wedding ceremony had been performed. Cooper was immediately arrested and sentenced to 5 years' imprisonment in the Eastern Penitentiary of Pennsylvania, which time he faithfully served. It was generally supposed that he died in prison, but upon his release, he went to New Orleans, where, undismayed by his first experience, he perpetrated another successful forgery for $45,000, and then fled to San Francisco, California, where he became a mining, stock, and gold broker. While in San Francisco, his own wife having married again, supposing him to be dead, he formed the acquaintance of a handsome and clever woman to whom he was married and who clung steadfastly to her erring husband through all the varying fortunes of his future career. For a brief season, Cooper maintained an enviable reputation in the San Francisco Exchange, but the crash soon came, and he absconded after having forged a check for $60,000 upon his business partner. In this transaction, singular as it may seem, as well as in all his other criminal transactions, he employed the services of a boy to cash the forged check and to hand him the proceeds. An investigation followed immediately after this forgery was discovered, but no information was ever gained of William Cooper, his wife Kate, or the boy Fred Call, and their disappearance was as effectual as it had been mysterious. Nothing was heard of Cooper until his arrest in London under the name of Neville Hunter in the summer of 1879, notwithstanding the fact that he had taken no pains to live in seclusion or to avert curiosity. On leaving California, he went to London, arriving there in the fall of 1877, and instead of registering at the Langham Hotel, he engaged apartments for himself and wife in a private hotel near the Strand. Here he gave the name of Henry C. Neville, an American iron merchant and a manufacturer of mowing machines. After remaining a short time in this hotel, he negotiated with a firm of solicitors for the lease of East Lodge, a beautiful country seat with spacious grounds at Hemel Hempstead in Herefordshire. He obtained possession of this estate at a heavy yearly rental and set up his carriage and horses, maintaining a half-dozen servants in his establishment. He owned his stud of hunters, rode to hounds with the country squires, and by various processes he secured the friendship and acquaintance of the surrounding gentry and their families, with whom he and his wife became speedily very intimate and general favorites. This intimacy he turned to good account, and by inviting them to dinners and receptions, and receiving their replies, he familiarized himself with the character of their handwriting, and forged checks on their bankers in London. On June 28, 1878, he sent a boy to the Bank of England with a forged check for £400, purporting to have been made by Hugh Cheever Goodwin of Hemel Hempstead. The clerk of the bank, however, suspected the forgery and hurried out with the boy, only to find that Cooper was being driven rapidly away in his carriage, having changed his reversible coat and removed the false whiskers he wore when he hired the messenger. In all his crimes of this nature, he stood above the other Anglo-American forgers from the fact that he never appeared in any public place in London except at the opera, and that, unlike MacDonald and the Bidwells, the Bank of England forgers, he never associated with abandoned women or conducted himself in any other manner than that of a thorough gentleman and man of the world. Too much success, however, made Cooper overconfident, and he began to evince signs of carelessness in his work. At last, he presented to Glenn, Mills and Company, bankers, a check for £3,956, 9 shillings, 6 pennies, which was duly honored, and he would have escaped without detection, but hearing that he was suspected, he returned to the bank, and, with supreme audacity, demanded of the bankers to know why they presumed to doubt his honesty. He was at once arrested, and was identified by the boy he had employed, and by the cabman and the barber who had made his false wig and whiskers. He was arraigned for trial, and his neighbors and friends from Hemel Hempstead testified with tears in their eyes that they could not believe him to be dishonest, but finding that the evidence against him was overwhelming, Cooper pleaded guilty to both of the charges of forgery. While in England, he made but one fatal mistake, and that was to have his photograph taken, and a copy of this speaking portrait was sent to my agency for identification. Should therefore his trial in London have proved a failure, I was prepared with extradition papers to bring him to America to answer for his crimes here, but having pleaded guilty there, his punishment was meted out to him by the English court. Perhaps the saddest commentary upon the life of this unfortunate young man, and a fit illustration of his hypocrisy, are the words which came from his own lips when he was called up for sentence. "I am by birth and education a gentleman," said he. "When I took the house at Hemel Hempstead, I thought I could honestly maintain it. I furnished it for the sake of my wife. We garnished that house with hopeful anticipation. Every article it contained, every flower in its windows, was arranged by my wife's loving hands, and we cherished the fond expectation that there we should happily spend the remainder of our days. I met with reverses, however, and was ashamed to look my wife in the face. I was tempted, and I fell." And here the prisoner's head sunk on his breast, and he wept aloud. "My crime is the greater," he continued after a pause, "because my wife would have followed me to the end of the earth, and would have shared my last crust of bread in poverty. I have now lost hope, future, honor, everything but a sense of shame which will follow me forever." This was very dramatic, very pathetic, and exceedingly effective, but every word was known to be false, and the court sentenced him to 5 years' penal servitude. Conclusion. The incidents I have above related, which are but a few of the many that have come under my notice during the 30 years of my detective life, comprise some of the more important operations of the expert forgers, who have from time to time plied their vocation in the United States. In addition to these, however, there is a numerous class of forgeries in which no attempt is made upon the banks or the moneyed institutions of the country, and which are, in the main, perpetrated by skillful and unscrupulous amateurs who have sought to realize at one bold stroke the benefit of years of toil and economy. One of the prominent illustrations of this species of crime was the celebrated Whittaker Will case, in which an attempt was made to defraud the heirs of an aged and miserly millionaire in Philadelphia a few years ago. In this case, The parties to the forgery were an aged and hitherto respectable lawyer who had for years been the confidential adviser and counselor of the deceased, and 3 other men whom he had selected for his purposes, to forge the seals and to sign fictitious names of witnesses. This was one of the best planned and carefully executed forgeries with which the courts have had to deal, and many months were spent in the investigation and trial, which finally ended in conviction. The attorney, by reason of his intimate knowledge of the business habits and characteristics of Mr. Robert Whittaker, the testator, and from the fact that he had actually drawn the genuine will and had it confided to his keeping, was enabled to work with every advantage in his favor. The forged will, which was offered for probate, was written upon the same paper as that of the original, and the signature of Robert Whittaker, the testator, was so perfectly imitated that many intimate friends of the deceased testified to its genuineness. The signatures of the subscribing witnesses were perfect, and upon its face the will appeared to be thoroughly genuine and worthy of acceptance. But the attorney had been too grasping. Under the terms of this forged will, he had sought to obtain the lion's share of the miser's wealth, while his family were left with scarcely the legal allowance as their part and share in the estate. This fact led to suspicion, and suspicion led to inquiry. My investigations in this case extended over a long period of time. More than 20 operatives were engaged at various times, and a large sum of money was expended. But in the end, the base designs of the forgers were fully exposed, and their schemes utterly defeated, while the principals found themselves behind iron bars as a penalty for their evil doing. By an ingenious and scientific course of investigation, we were able to determine beyond a doubt that the paper on which this forged will was written was not really manufactured for some months after the date on which the will purported to be executed. It is true it was manufactured by the same firm, from the same materials, bore the same trademark, and was intended to be the same paper in every respect, but it was ascertained that by some little derangement in the setting of the machine which ruled the lines upon the paper, there had been caused a scarcely noticeable difference in the 2 papers. This once proved, it became necessary to more fully establish the question of a conspiracy to defraud, and finally, one of the parties to the forgery was induced to disclose the whole affair, and the entire scheme of these unscrupulous men was fully divulged. In the end, the fraudulent will was set aside, the heirs came legally into their estate, and the guilty forgers were condemned to imprisonment. Several instances have occurred in which designing women have forged or caused to be forged marriage certificates, through which they endeavored to lay claim to the property of wealthy men who died, by attempting to prove that they were the widows of the decedents, and thus entitled to their legal dower in the estates of their deceased husbands. Deeds of title to real estate, bills of sale, orders for the payment of money, and receipts of payment have all been forged by dishonest persons who have attempted to defraud the community and enrich themselves by their nefarious actions. Altogether, forgery is one of the most dangerous of crimes, and the amount of money thus unlawfully obtained, if it could be correctly computed, would startle the community with its enormity. I am happy to state, however, that in every case of this character in which I have been engaged, I have invariably succeeded in discovering the perpetrators of the fraud, and in a large majority of instances, I have recovered the major portion of the amounts thus illegally obtained. End of Section 22. Forgers and Forging, Part 5. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Section 23 of 30 Years a Detective by Allan Pinkerton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Counterfeiting and Counterfeiters, Part 1. Ever since the existence of man, human ingenuity has been taxed to devise means of exchange between individuals and communities. Barter and sale, trade and exchange are as old as humanity itself, and it is a matter of interest to note the various materials and commodities which have, in former times, in all portions of the globe, served as a medium of communication. The purposes which money is serving have been served in different countries and in different ages by a variety of products, according to the tastes and the circumstances of the people. Cattle have been employed as money among pastoral people in almost all periods of the world, and are still employed for this purpose in Africa. Slaves served the same uses among the Anglo-Saxon, and wampum among the American Indians. Nails in Scotland, stamped leather among the Carthaginians, salt in Abyssinia, and codfish in Massachusetts have all done duty as money in the absence of a general standard. Bark stamped with the sovereign in China, platina in Russia, copper, simple or compounded with other metals, among the ancient Romans and most other nations, and iron among the Spartans, have at various times been received as the equivalent of values which were regularly determined upon the basis of the nature of the return. At length, civilized nations, sooner or later, adopted and are still using gold and silver as the medium of commercial exchange and as the proper standard of value. It must be acknowledged that of all the products mentioned above, the last two have shown themselves to be the best adopted for the purposes of money, and consequently have come into universal use in the commercial world. Experience has not only demonstrated the superiority of these metals over all other forms of money, as is shown by the fact of their universal adoption, but reason also is able to tell us why gold and silver are the best money. On account of their comparatively unchangeable value, the uniform cost of production, and their fluency, they become the standard of value, and when in cases of wars and other emergencies, nations are compelled to issue a paper currency or certificates of indebtedness, the value of this currency and these certificates is predicated upon the standard value of the gold and the silver dollar. A dollar is a tangible commodity. A dollar bill is a promise to give this commodity to bearer. Paper money, then, always has in it the element of credit, while the golden money has in it only the element of present and actual value. However these facts may be, it is equally true that for the purposes of convenience in trade, and to enable governments and individuals to meet financial obligations, the paper dollar and the certificate of indebtedness become, for the time being, and for all practical business purposes, a good, marketable, and exchangeable medium of commerce, at the value of 100 cents, when relative values have determined its proper standard. For centuries, and in all countries, the issuing, both of the metal money and the paper currency, has been endorsed and accepted by the people, and from the time that money was invented, there have existed men who sought to pervert its use and to imitate its worth. With the advent of money, the counterfeiter made his appearance, and, as both have artistically advanced, the dangers and difficulties of spurious currencies must be apparent to every thinking mind. Counterfeiting, at the present day, is literally one of the advanced arts. From the earliest age, the art and practice of counterfeiting has always demanded skill and audacity, and it naturally partakes of the general progress of the age. It therefore of necessity becomes more and more able and artful as the multiplication of checks and the sharpness of discrimination increase. It is no longer the common shover of the queer, as he is called in police circles, who is the worst and most dangerous pirate upon the monetary seas, for behind these vulgar fellows, who are merely brazen and dexterous, and who are daily being apprehended, there stands an organization composed of men of actual genius and of unbounded resources. These men take the lead and utilize the skill of unscrupulous artists and engravers of the highest order of merit, and when fully prepared, make their assaults upon the Commonwealth with all the combined subtlety of a Gortchakov and concentrated energy of a Bismarck. The trained and faithful detective who is called upon in the performance of duty to match his skill against the educated rogue, just as he must face the bullet and the knife of the degraded and ignorant ruffian, is often most painfully reminded how little mere education or the restraints of high social position, with correct moral discipline, and the true development of high personal integrity can do for the public safety. In the game of sharps, the advantage at the outset is with the depredator, and although the officer pursues the lawbreaker to a prison or the grave at last, it is often a stern chase in which it is the moral stamina of the detective alone that gives the superlative pluck and endurance that wins the desperate race. It is literally a battle of life or death in almost every case, and yet it is the universal price that must be paid for even comparative public safety. It is not too much to say that to a certain extent the general public lend material aid to the counterfeiters by too great ignorance and an almost criminal carelessness. They do not, as a rule, take the pains necessary to become good judges of current money, and if they happen to receive a bill or note which afterwards excites their doubts, they make haste to dispose of the suspicious exchange, rather than bear the burden of the loss which would be entailed upon them by determining the question of its genuineness. There are too many persons who are like the ingenious storekeeper who received in the course of his business a note about which he was not altogether satisfied. As he explained the situation, "One day I thought it was good, and the next day I would think it was bad. And so, on one of the days when I thought it was good, I just passed it out in change, and that relieved me from any further trouble." As long, therefore, as people who would indignantly repudiate the imputation of fraud and who claim to be highly respectable are willing to connive at felonious crime, to take and pass bad bills, there can be but little improvement expected in the general condition of the body politic with reference to the subject of counterfeiters. Of course, this is not generally the case, but instances are sufficiently numerous to warrant the expressions I have used. The government deals with an iron hand when counterfeiters are detected, and the strictest and most unrelenting justice is meted out to those who manufacture and deal in spurious money of all kinds, and it is to the almost superhuman efforts of the detective that the public are now in the enjoyment of the comparative safety which has been thus secured. As early as the year 1721, the government of Great Britain pronounced itself against counterfeiting, and in that year the first execution for counterfeiting occurred. According to the nature of the times, this punishment was cruel in the extreme, but the law prescribed the penalty, and it was carried into force and effect. On that occasion, the victim was a woman named Barbara Spencer, and after a due and formal trial, she was convicted of high treason in counterfeiting the king's current coin of the realm. The law which existed at that time was that women convicted of high or petty treason should be publicly burned, but in this case the wisdom and humanity of the authorities provided a more easy death for the unfortunate culprit, and they directed that the malefactor should be strangled while tied to the stake, and that the body should be afterwards consumed by fire. The decree of the court was duly carried out at Tyburn on the 5th of July, 1721. England, with 200 years of ecclesiastical barbarism, for example, believing there could be no higher crime than counterfeiting the coin of the realm, adopted this mode of execution, and until the 13th year of the reign of George III, this punishment was also inflicted on women who were convicted of murdering their husbands, which crime was denominated petty treason. The Newgate Calendar, in chronicling this first execution for counterfeiting in England, states that this is the first case on record in which any person appears to have been executed for counterfeiting the coin of the realm. The punishment for this offense, if at first of necessity severe, to check the alarming prevalence of crime, has long since been mitigated. And although the evil still exists to a great degree, it has been diminished very considerably in consequence of the judicious steps taken by the officers of the Mint. On the 9th day of June, 1731, 10 years later, another public display was made in Great Britain in the punishment of one Japhet Crook, alias St. Peter Stronger. This malefactor was brought to the pillory at Charing Cross to answer for his crimes of forging and counterfeiting. The prisoner was compelled to stand for 1 hour on the pillory in the presence of a jeering multitude, and after that a chair was brought for him, and he was placed therein. The hangman then approached him and clipped off both his ears, after which a surgeon immediately clapped a styptic over the bleeding stumps. The executioner, with a pair of scissors, then cut his left nostril twice before it was quite through, and afterward cut through the right nostril at once. The prisoner exhibited great patience and fortitude, but when in pursuance of his sentence his right nostril was severed with a red-hot iron, he was in such violent pain that his left nostril was let alone, and he was then taken from the pillory. After this barbarous performance, the victim was conveyed in this bleeding and mangled condition back to the King's Bench prison, there to remain for life. He died in confinement about 3 years afterward. These are only 2 instances which even in those early days marked the determination of the government to put a stop to the nefarious practice of counterfeiting and forging, and although the treatment of both victims was barbarous in the extreme, yet even these executions fail to have the effect desired. From 1797 to 1817, 805 persons were convicted of either forging notes of the Governor and Company of the Bank of England, or for knowingly uttering or possessing such forged notes, knowing them to be forgeries, and nearly £250,000 were expended by the Crown in conducting the prosecutions of these criminals. From this it will be seen that counterfeiting is no new science, although the present modes of operation are far different from those practiced in the early days. Despite the prosecutions and the punishments of centuries, the counterfeiter still exists, and his presence in the community at this time is, if anything, far more dangerous and pernicious than when burning and maiming were the punishments meted out to the offenders. In our own country, counterfeiting was practiced in the colonies at a comparatively early day. Turning to the records of the olden time, we find that in January 1773, the amount of counterfeit money in circulation was estimated at £8,000, and a bill was presented to the colonial legislature to remedy the evils which this fraud inflicted on the community. The currency thus forged was colonial, and the task of counterfeiting it was not difficult, as the genuine itself was but poorly engraved. Philip Schuyler, afterwards famed in the Revolution, proposed to meet the difficulty with an improvement in art. His idea was to have a plate made so perfect that it would successfully defy imitation. He did not seem to consider for a moment that fraud generally enlists the services of the best workmen. Among other things suggested by this gentleman was the idea of having engraved upon the notes peculiar devices which should awaken terror in the minds of the people. Every genuine note was to bear the imprint of an eye looking out of a cloud. Also, a cart, a coffin, and a gallows. On the gallows were to be hung 3 counterfeiters, surrounded by weeping mothers and children. Underneath this agonizing scene was to be inscribed the legend, "Let the name of the money maker rot." As an additional security, it was required that the government printer should make oath that the plates had never been out of his hands, and when his task was done, the plates were to be sealed up and placed in the treasurer's hands. A reward was also to be offered for the detection of counterfeiters, whose punishment was death. Notwithstanding Philip Schuyler's precautions, however, counterfeiting, both in currency and specie, has continued to be a prominent feature in crime, and every improvement in the art of engraving or coinage is met by a corresponding advance in this branch of fraud. The question is frequently asked, how can it be that such perfect counterfeits are made? But when it is remembered that the principal agent in producing this perfection is some first-class engraver who may have lost his regular employment through dissipation, and who, being reduced to poverty by his evil courses, is easily reached by the designing men who desire to control him, the artistic correctness of the work can readily be understood. In imitating the coin of the country, the ambition of the counterfeiter is limited by the issue of the government. Our largest coin is the double eagle, or $20 piece, but in the counterfeiting of government and national banknotes, and in the bonds issued by the government, a larger and more remunerative field is opened for the dishonest imitator. From $1 up to $1,000, the counterfeiters have succeeded in imitating the treasury notes of the government, and many of these have been so well executed as almost to defy detection, except from experienced eyes. In the national banknotes, counterfeits have not been attempted above the $100 bills, and with very few exceptions, the work upon these spurious notes has been, in all respects, excellent. Government bonds of all issues have been counterfeited in the denominations of $50, $100, and $1,000, and in the case of the $1,000 730 United States bonds, the government receivers themselves redeemed $90,000 worth of these counterfeits before their true character was discovered. As these bonds have matured and the interest upon them stopped, the authorities issued a general warning to the public to decline to receive all bonds of this character and denomination. When such a warning is considered necessary, the counterfeiter is without question a person to be feared. Railroad and telegraph bonds, steamship companies, and even municipal corporations that have issued certificates of bonded indebtedness have been the victims of these artistic rascals, and counterfeit bonds of all classes have been sold and negotiated in all the principal cities of the country. An important use to which these counterfeit bonds have been put is to swell the assets of doubtful corporations, whose capitals and assets, ostensibly of hundreds of thousands of dollars, have been entirely represented by the forged and counterfeited bonds of the government and the railroad companies throughout the country. An investigation not long since developed the fact that an insurance company in one of the prominent cities of the East was transacting a legitimate business and insuring houses, stores, and other properties for unlimited amounts with no other financial standing or responsibility than a presumed capital and assets of $250,000, which was composed entirely of forged and counterfeit securities, which had been purchased from well-known criminals for the purpose of imposing upon the general public. A remarkable feature in this case was the fact that in one instance the company had actually effected a loan of a large amount of money from one of the principal banks of the city and had deposited some of these worthless bonds as collateral security for the money advanced. These are not mere idle stories, but actual occurrences, and the fraud in this latter case was not discovered until default was made in the payment of the loan of the bank, and that institution attempted to realize upon their valueless hypothecations. A public exposé then occurred, and in the investigation which followed, the insurance company was wiped out of existence, and the perpetrators of the fraud were remanded to prison. It is a gratifying fact, therefore, that punishment usually follows the commission of such crimes, but before discoveries are made, thousands of innocent persons are compelled to suffer, and many of them are financially ruined. In the counterfeiting of coin, every denomination, from the paltry 3-cent piece to the double eagle, has been successfully imitated, and all of them have an attractive exterior well calculated to deceive even good judges. This is all the more reasonable, since in the larger gold pieces it is really a good shell formed by splitting a genuine coin, of which 2/3 of the interior is removed. The space is then filled in with platinum, and the sides are joined together in a very finished manner, the milling upon the edges being neatly renewed. The weight is precisely that of the genuine, and upon the whole it is a remarkable success. These counterfeits contain, therefore, about $6 worth of gold, the balance of $14 going into the pockets of the scoundrels who have doctored them. Eagles and half-eagles are also frequently counterfeited, and the latter of 1872 are so finished and perfect in imitation that they may really be termed dangerous. They were really worth 60% of their expressed value, and this left too small a margin for ordinary circulation, for to pay in a satisfactory manner they ought not to cost more than 30%. Gold coin is tampered with in a variety of ways, each of which is very ingenious. One operation consists in sweating or jingling the coin together in a buckskin bag, by which 5% can be made without injury to the coin itself. Twice as much, however, can be made by filing the edges of the coins, but this requires a master hand, since the appearance must not be marred in the slightest degree. Trade dollars are extensively imitated, and there is also a large business done in half dollars, quarters, and dimes. One of the best is the half dollar of 1876, the metal being composed of antimony, lead, and tin. There are many issues of the quarters exhibiting a great variety of skill and merit. The denomination of the quarter of 1854 has frequently deceived the best judges in the country. Of the dimes and even the nickels, it may be said that the false issue is very inferior to the genuine, and yet they are in general circulation. It is a comparatively easy matter to pass such pieces, and hence the public is easily imposed upon. In the matter of counterfeiting the national banknotes of the country, several precautions have been adopted by the government to secure the innocent public. The United States government prints all the paper money of the nation from plates, which are made 4 in a set and lettered in order respectively A, B, C, D, though of late, in a few exceptional cases, certain banks have been supplied with bills lettered respectively E, F, G, H. These 4 plates, being in one piece and perfectly alike except a single different letter on each one, are used together and printed at one time upon one large sheet, a series or set of 4 bills. By this means, each bill is always marked with the same one letter of its own plate. The counterfeiter, owing to the trouble and expense involved, makes but one plate, copying but one bill of one letter of the genuine set. Whenever, therefore, any counterfeit national bank bill appears, the United States Redemption Agency quickly gathers up and retires from circulation all genuine bills of the same denomination, national bank, and letter, and thus leaves the field to the counterfeit. Consequently, as a matter of safety, all national bank bills of the same denomination, letter, and date as the counterfeit should be refused by every person who desires to avoid great risk. All bills of the same denomination and national bank of the other and different check letters are not counterfeited and still continue in circulation. Counterfeiters seldom use the same plate on 2 or more check letters of the same denomination of any national bank, but when the counterfeit has become notorious, they change the issue by inserting, with the aid of skeleton plates, the name of another and unsuspected national bank, on which no counterfeit of that particular denomination has yet appeared. The principle thus explained is quite plain, and the method of discrimination most concise and certain. Whenever a note is presented at any of the sub-treasury departments and it is ascertained to be counterfeit, the officer in charge immediately stamps across the face of it in large letters the word counterfeit, and thus the career of that particular piece of dishonesty is at once brought to a sudden and untimely end, and its power of deception forever taken away. In describing the methods resorted to by the counterfeiters, it will be necessary to introduce some of the most famous of the men who have figured in this particular line of dishonesty, in order that the reader may fully appreciate the nature and extent of their peculiar operations. End of Section 23, Counterfeiting and Counterfeiters, Part 1. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Section 24 of 30 Years a Detective by Allan Pinkerton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Counterfeiting and Counterfeiters, Part 2. a counterfeiter of millions. Among the most successful of these dangerous counterfeiters were E.W. Spencer, better known by his alias of Bill Brockway, and Charles H. Smith, whose imitations of the 6% $1,000 bonds and the 6 varieties of $100 national banknote were the most perfect of their kind. No words can be found or sentences framed to fitly express our astonishment at and admiration for the wonderful exploits of these two men, or to properly estimate the genius of the former or the skill of the latter. On the other hand, when it is remembered to what base uses they applied their gifts, natural and acquired, the mind becomes confused in its efforts in seeking fitting terms to denounce the turpitude of their acts. And therefore, though their work and their methods of accomplishing it surpass everything in the counterfeiting line which has yet been developed, and demonstrate how weak and insufficient are the mechanical barriers that have been interposed for the protection of the people by the government against this class of criminals, yet, for want of proper phrase, we descend to the positive degree of comparison and simply designate them as counterfeiters. A pertinent inquiry at this point may be, does it pay to pursue this unlawful business of counterfeiting? In reply, I dismiss the mere moral aspect of the question with the oft-repeated axiom that it never pays to commit a wrong. But in a pecuniary sense, has it paid these men to follow their nefarious calling? Brockway is probably the most gigantic, and has been, so far as keeping out of the clutches of the law is concerned, the most successful counterfeiter known to modern times. He owned the following counterfeit plates: the $1,000 730 bond, the $500 and $100 Treasury notes, and the $1,000 6% U.S. bond, and 6 varieties of the $100 national banknotes, all of which, in their execution and design, were acknowledged by the most expert judges in the country to be equal to and scarcely detected from the genuine. And yet, today, he is homeless and penniless and a felon. He was convinced that the counterfeits which he held were so identical with the genuine that the spurious could not be readily detected, and yet, after all his labor and expense, his toil and his anxiety, his hopes were dashed to the ground by reading in the newspapers of the discovery of his counterfeits, almost on the very day of their issue. Undismayed by these defeats, he would instantly withdraw that note and prepare a plate for another imitation on a different bank, in which the defects which had led to the detection of the first were sought to be remedied in every particular. This process he repeated until he had issued the 6 counterfeits now so widely known. It is perfectly safe to state that the detection of 4 of these notes followed so quickly upon their issue that the amount put into circulation did not compensate him for the labor bestowed upon them. A short description of the tools and materials used by this redoubtable counterfeiter may give an approximate idea of the nature of counterfeiting as a fine art. The plates for printing the back border tint of the counterfeit $100 national banknotes are 4 in number and all on copper plates. One of these was carefully and artistically engraved by hand, and the other 3 electrotyped, the former by Charles H. Smith, the latter the work of Brockway himself. Each plate is the counterpart of the other, except the panel which contains the coat of arms seen at the left end on the back of the note. As the counterfeits had thus far been confined to 3 states, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, and Maryland, so 3 of these plates showed on their respective panels the arms of these several states, while in the 4th the panel was left blank until they had decided upon which state they would renew their depredations. The vignette, entitled "Signing the Declaration of Independence," also common to all notes of this denomination, is a plate of polished steel and engraved with the most faultless precision. It has since been the object of admiration of all men who are skilled in the higher branches of that delicate handicraft. There are also 3 copper plates, 1 engraved and 2 electrotyped. These represent all the character and designs on the face of the note, excepting the name and location of the bank and the signatures of the officers. These omissions are called by the counterfeiters titles. The plates which supply these omissions are called skeletons, and in addition to these, other plates are required for printing the little red seal and the numbers by which all national notes are registered. In the production of the facsimiles of the highly figured United States bonds, those monetary evidences of a nation's trouble and the holder's happiness, the work of the counterfeiters is fully equal to, if not superior to, the genuine article itself. The government had been at work for a long time endeavoring to discover the counterfeiters of a national banknote of the Revere Bank of Boston, Massachusetts. Brockway, or Spencer as he was called, whose skillful counterfeits had for years harassed the officers of the law, was at once suspected. As they proceeded in their investigations in this case, they found other counterfeits of the same denomination in existence upon the Pittsfield National Bank of Massachusetts, the Second National Bank of Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, and the National Exchange Bank of Baltimore, Maryland, and shortly afterwards a new $100 counterfeit from the same plate appeared on the Pittsburgh National Bank of Pennsylvania. These notes were at first readily accepted by the New York banks. They were almost faultless in engraving, and several of them were worn as though they had passed through many hands, and the signatures of the bank officers were forged in different colored inks. The number of these counterfeits that were discovered to be afloat alarmed the authorities exceedingly, and their efforts, strenuous as they were fruitless in obtaining any clue to the whereabouts of this master plate. As Brockway was suspected, the officers were obliged to proceed very cautiously for fear of alarming either him or his associates, and at the same time keep him under close surveillance. It was soon noticed that one by one the most skillful counterfeiters of the country were visitors at Brockway's house. He supported his wife at one place, while he boarded in an obscure locality in Brooklyn, where he was known as Mr. Edward Spencer. It was soon discovered that he and J.B. Doyle were more frequently together than any of the others. Doyle was a prominent member of the old gang of counterfeiters at Bradford, Illinois, to which Nat B. Foster, his brother-in-law, and Tom King, alias Thomas Shotwell, another relative, belonged. Doyle first took up his residence in Brooklyn, where he could be near to Brockway, and he rented a post office box under his own name. Brockway was repeatedly seen to enter Doyle's room, and these 2 men were found to be intimate also with one Jasper Owens, who was once arrested in this city on suspicion, and a press and materials for counterfeiting were found in his possession. William H. Smythe, an elderly man who was well known as one of the best engravers in America, was also noticed visiting Doyle on frequent occasions. Among engravers, it is stated that any particular man's work can be identified as readily as handwriting, and an examination of these counterfeits revealed the handiwork of Charles Smith. At that time, no suspicion was entertained that these men were engaged in a bond forgery of gigantic dimensions. It was noticed shortly after this that all these men had keys to Doyle's room, which they entered at will and without knocking. Doyle and Owens were observed to make frequent excursions to East New York, as though upon fishing jaunts. After watching Brockway for a long time, he was at last seen buying a notary public seal and a valise which he carried straightway to Doyle's room. A few minutes afterwards, it was noticed that they took down the shades from the windows of the room, and after a short interval, both made their appearance on the street, carrying the newly purchased valise. From this point, they wended their way to a fashionable restaurant where they procured supper, and there they separated, Brockway returning to his own quarter, and Doyle proceeding to Jersey City, where he took a train for Chicago. The detectives were keenly alert to all these movements, and boarded the same train with Doyle. When they reached Chicago, Doyle was arrested as he was about to step from the cars. To the intense surprise of the officers when the valise was examined, instead of containing $100 counterfeit bills, as they had every reason to suspect, they discovered $204,000 in government coupon 6% bonds, wrapped up in the identical window curtains which had been taken down from Doyle's room before his departure. There were also 25 $100 notes of genuine money and 2 doubtful $100 notes found in the satchel. When this arrest and discovery were made known, the bankers and brokers of Chicago, to whom they were exhibited, expressed themselves perfectly willing to endorse their genuineness and to purchase the entire lot at market value. So perfect was their imitation. For a long time, public opinion was unanimous in pronouncing the arrest of Doyle a mistake and an act of cruelty and persecution which ought not to be persisted in or countenanced. Immediately after the information of the arrest of Doyle was received in New York, steps were taken to capture his confederates. Brockway was found at his residence, and Owens and Smythe were arrested in the street. Smythe was completely broken down by the sudden discovery of his crime and turned state's evidence against his companions. He fully admitted engraving the $100 counterfeit and the $1,000 bonds. The printing was done by Owens. Brockway supplied the signatures, and Doyle was to manage the sale of these worthless securities. The differences which existed between these counterfeits and the genuine bonds were readily detected when the discrepancies were pointed out by comparing them with the assistance of the magnifying glass. The first things that are noticeable under this searching investigation of mechanical ingenuity and patient labor are 2 small engrossed dies in copper. They will measure 1 1/4 by 3/4 of an inch and are completed figures of cycloid engraving of the most perfect character. It was from these small dies that matrices were made by Brockway, by which he was enabled, one by one, to produce 207 faultless and perfect imitations of the border to the 6% bonds of 1881. This was the denomination of which Doyle had hypothecated 3 to secure him a sum of money to bear his current expenses, and at the time of his arrest he was going to take them up, only to float the whole $207,000 before the interest became due. But for his arrest, in 1 week's time, the whole of that vast amount would have been placed on the Chicago and Illinois bankers generally. As it was, fortunately, only $3,000 were lost, and that was by the Peoria Bank. In like manner did Brockway take the engraved plate and electrotype a genuine counter, which is the circle that encloses the 100 and the large C in the national bank notes. These bond plates are of copper, the larger one having the border of the bond, and 5 coupons from which 4 were cut off when the loan was made. The other plates contained a medallion portrait of the Secretary of the Treasury, Salmon P. Chase, and the other designs incident to the bond. In all their printed stipulations, signatures, seals, etc., they were precisely the same as the genuine, or as near perfect imitations as it was possible to make them by hand. 2 extra plates were also made for printing the coupons, and the 2 seals representing respectively the Loan Division and the Treasury Department were as perfect as could possibly be produced by the hands of man. All of these articles were captured by the detectives, together with their machinery, which consisted of a rotary hand press and 2 first-class ruling machines, all registered and prepared for the most minute work, and they were such as are found only in first-class banknote printing establishments. These various counterfeits were considered by everyone to be the most perfect specimens of their kind ever prepared, and the entire financial community breathed a sigh of relief when they were finally captured and destroyed. William Brockway is about 55 years old and has gray hair, whiskers, and mustache. His form is spare and tall, and his presence is impressive and commanding. The number of similar counterfeiting and forging experiences in which he has taken part is legion. He is an expert in scientific knowledge, having been a pupil under Professor Lilliman of Yale College. By means of the special talents which he possessed, he was able, 25 years ago, to make a counterfeit of the plate then used by the New Haven Bank in printing their circulating notes. He was concerned, while still a lad, in counterfeiting a $5 note on the North River Bank and a $2 note on the New York State Bank. For this last mentioned crime, he was sentenced to 5 years' imprisonment in the State Prison of New York. In 1867, he was connected with a forgery of over $90,000 of government 730 bonds, a number of which were accepted by the famous banker J. Cook before the counterfeit was discovered. Brockway was convicted of this crime, but received a pardon after serving a few months on condition of his surrendering the plates from which these bonds were printed. The story of Brockway's counterfeiting in New Haven is interesting. In 1850, he was engaged as an apprentice in a printing establishment in that city, where the New Haven banknotes were printed. The plates were kept in a strong vault of the bank, and when used by the printer, were taken to his establishment by 2 bank directors, who carefully watched the operation of printing, and who then returned with the plates to the bank. Young Brockway was a skillful workman, and his employer sent him to Yale College to study electrochemistry, in which he soon became proficient. The newly acquired knowledge he communicated to his employer, and between them a scheme was devised to obtain a facsimile of one of the New Haven Bank plates. The next printing for the bank that was required was for $5 bills, and the directors brought the plate with them for that purpose. While the notes were being rapidly run from the press, the proprietor of the establishment attracted the attention of the watchful directors to another part of the room, and taking advantage of their temporary absence, young Brockway quickly obtained an impression of the plate upon a sheet of soft metal, which he had kept concealed beneath his apron. This copy was electrotyped and then transferred to a copper-faced plate. Paper was procured, and $100,000 in bogus money was printed, Brockway forging the signatures of the president and the cashier. These false notes were speedily put on the market, and in a few weeks thereafter, many of them had safely passed over the counter of the New Haven Bank itself. The officers, however, at last detected the fraudulent signatures, but they redeemed this worthless paper because they believed that the notes had been printed from the genuine plate, which had been obtained for that purpose by some surreptitious means. In return for his share of the work, the printer swindled Brockway out of his portion of the profits, but gave him instead the forged plate, of which he made excellent use without being detected. For the printing and counterfeiting of this last government $1,000 bond, the parties were all punished, and most of them made restitution by surrendering the inimitable plates and the various materials with which their work was so successfully accomplished. During the present year, William Brockway again made his appearance in the role of a gigantic forger, notwithstanding the fact that a sentence of 30 years' imprisonment had been suspended, conditional upon his entirely refraining from the practice of his dishonest calling. The particulars of this last forgery are as follows. During the month of March 1883, Chief Drummond, who was the New York agent of the Secret Service Department of the government, was informed of the suspicious actions of an individual in reference to some plate printing. It appeared that a stranger had visited one of the prominent printing establishments in New York City and had displayed a piece of steel plate which was about 6 inches long, 2 inches wide, and about 1/4 of an inch in thickness. Upon this plate, which is known in the trade as a bed piece, there was engraved in a highly artistic manner the figures $1,000 and a small but elaborately ornamental corner of scrollwork. Inquiries were at once instituted, and it was learned that this plate had been left at the printing office for the avowed purpose of having several proofs or impressions taken from it, and was to be called for in a few days. This seemed upon the surface to be a very innocent proceeding, and savored very little of dishonesty. But a suspicion was engendered in the mind of the astute officer that there were indications that some person was preparing to issue a security of some kind, but whether it was genuine or a forgery was a question which he resolved to settle for himself. As a valuable piece of evidence in case of need, a proof of this plate was procured, and not content with this, it was resolved to discover the identity of the party who had brought this steel plate to the office, and by that means, perhaps, at the outset, ascertain all that was necessary in the matter. Accordingly, a man was detailed to watch the premises of the printer, and at the same time a particular signal was arranged to be given by that gentleman to the watching detective whenever the suspected party should make his appearance. The officer's vigil was not of long duration, and he soon noticed a well-known figure alighting from a car opposite to the establishment, and after a hurried but searching glance in all directions, the figure disappeared through the printer's door. 5 minutes elapsed when the same man left the building and hurriedly walked up the street, carefully scrutinizing every person whom he met or passed. As the man emerged from the building, the signal was given, and the officer started in pursuit, muttering as he did so, "It's Bill Brockway, and he's at it again." He had little difficulty in following Brockway, for such the man proved to be, to his dwelling place, and having made sure of his location, he reported his discoveries to the chief. The matter was at once communicated to the Treasury authorities at Washington, and the proof of the engraved border was also submitted to them for inspection. An examination failed to disclose any imitation between the engraving and the work upon any government security. From this, it was evident that no attempt upon the government was contemplated, and under these circumstances, the Secret Service would not be justified in expending the government funds in the pursuit. It was resolved, however, to notify the New York police authorities of this discovery and to place the matter in their hands. Having in the meantime discovered Brockway's address and the location of the places which he frequented, the matter was left with the police department, and nothing further was heard of it for some time. On the 15th of August, Chief Drummond received information from Washington that rumors were rife that Brockway was engaged in preparing a new counterfeit note on some national bank, and he was ordered to look carefully after the movements of that gentleman. This order was implicitly obeyed, and Brockway was soon found residing in a respectable quarter of the city under the name of E.W. Spencer, his well-known alias of other days. Brockway was always one of the most difficult men to shadow, and his past experience had made him more careful and watchful than before, and consequently the detectives were constantly at their wits' ends to keep track of him without exciting his suspicion. His movements were spasmodical in the extreme. He would jump from a railroad car in the middle of a block, retrace his steps, turn the corners of the street suddenly, and then stop, waiting for someone to hurry around after him. He would leave the elevated train at the very last moment, or would wait on the platform until the gate was about to close before entering a train. He seemed to be constantly on the alert and ever practicing some dodge in order to outwit anyone who might be following him. As may be imagined, this mode of procedure rendered the task of the detective a decidedly difficult one, but they worked hard and kept him in sight as long as they could, and when compelled to drop him from fear of detection, they bore their defeat as patiently as possible. At length, however, they succeeded in tracking him to a house on Lexington Avenue, and this property being watched, it was found that Brockway made frequent visits to this place and remained there a long time. This was deemed of importance, and it was soon learned that the house was occupied by a small-sized man who spent nearly all his time indoors, going out only for a few minutes each day, as if for the purpose of stretching his limbs and taking the air. Brockway's visits continued for some time, and finally the two men were seen to leave the house in company and take the elevated train. A description of Brockway's companion was forwarded to Mr. James J. Brooks, the chief of the Secret Service at Washington, and that officer at once forwarded a photograph of Nathan R. Foster, a noted counterfeiter of the town of Bradford, Illinois, who was also a brother-in-law of James B. Doyle, a former associate of Brockway's. This photograph was instantly recognized as that of the small gentleman whom the officers were now shadowing, and Brockway's companion was thoroughly identified. Brockway was also tracked to the St. James Hotel, where he made frequent visits of long duration, and after many efforts he was found to be in communication with a tall, fine-looking gentleman who wore iron-gray whiskers and mustache, and who was apparently about 60 years of age. A detective was now located in the hotel to watch this stranger, and shortly afterwards he was found engaged in writing a letter in the reading room. He was noticed deliberately tearing up a letter which he carelessly threw away, and in a few minutes after his departure, the pieces were carefully collected by the watchful detective. These pieces were put together, and from their connection, the officers had no difficulty in identifying the third man as Lewis R. Martin. Martin was known as a printer and engraver of skill and ingenuity, and with Brockway, both printer, engraver, and one of the ablest electrotypers ever known, and Nathan Foster, a noted shover of counterfeits, negotiator of counterfeit bonds, and a manufacturer of gold coin. This was one of the most skillful and formidable bands of forgers and counterfeiters which were known in detective annals, and the detectives were stimulated to renewed exertions in order to effect their capture under such circumstances as would unquestionably ensure their conviction. From the movements of these parties, it was evident that their work was nearing completion. Brockway visited Wall Street on 2 occasions and purchased 2 bonds of railroad companies and paid mysterious visits to 2 or more steel plate engravers in the lower part of the city. Shortly after this, he and Foster were seen to walk out to the end of the long pier at 32nd Street and to critically examine what seemed to be an embossed seal of some kind. Again becoming convinced that these forgers were not at work upon any government counterfeiting, the matter was turned over to the police authorities, as the Secret Service had no power to act in the premises. At last, on the 10th day of November, more than 8 months after the investigation had been commenced, it was decided to make the descent upon this gang, as by this time it was believed that everything was in readiness for the issue of the counterfeit and forged bonds, of whatever nature they might be. Warrants were duly procured, and the men were in convenient places to be of service in case of resistance or miscalculation. At 1 o'clock on the day above mentioned, one of the detectives reported to the inspector that Brockway, Foster, and Martin were all together at the house of Foster. He was directed to repair to the premises, and after a delay of 15 minutes, in order to allow a sufficient time for the orders to be communicated to the detectives stationed at Brockway's residence and the St. James Hotel, he was to enter the house and arrest the 3 men. When the officer returned to Foster's residence, he found that Brockway had left almost at the same time that he did, and that he had boarded an elevated railway train nearby. One of the detectives had followed him, and when the train reached Houston Street, arrested him and conveyed him to the police central office. The remaining detectives ascended the steps of Foster's residence and pulled the bell twice in quick succession, just as they had seen the forgers do when they wished to gain admission. All ordinary rings, they had noticed, were disregarded, and peddlers and tramps had learned long before to consider the place unapproachable. In this case, however, the door that was invariably closed to a single summons was opened to the waiting officers, who immediately crowded in and arrested Foster and Martin in the midst of their counterfeits and counterfeiting implements. The capture was an immense one, and the men were soon strongly secured. The counterfeiting apparatus seized consisted of plates, stamps, dyes, and every kind of material necessary for forging. The work the men had been engaged upon were of $1,000 Morris and Essex Railroad construction bonds, payable in 1901, and Central Pacific Railroad Company $1,000 6% gold-bearing bonds, Series B. Stamps intended for both bonds, including the London stamp of the last-named bonds, were also found. A large number of bonds already printed were seized, and an examination disclosed the fact that they were the most perfect imitations that had ever been brought to the notice of detectives or experts. Types which were set up and used to print the certificates on the back of the Central Pacific bonds were captured, reading as follows. According to a resolution of the Board of Directors of the Central Pacific Railroad Company, dated October 28, 1872, said company, for value received, hereby agree with holder at the time being that the within bond and the accompanying coupons, or any of the same, shall be payable at or after maturing, at the option of the holder at the time being, at the banking house of Speyer and Brother in the city of London at the rate of 49 pence sterling per dollar, and resolved further that the president or vice president of this company shall be, and hereby is, authorized to sign the above endorsement on behalf of this company on each bond, and shall affix its corporate seal. Signed, Huntington. Other type arranged for printing read, "We hereby certify that this bond is one of the 7,200 bonds of like date, secured by mortgage, executed and delivered to us. Daniel S. Dodge, one of the trustees within named, being dead, Philip C. Calhoun has been duly nominated and appointed in his place and stead, in accordance with the provisions of said mortgage." There were also seized 18 sets of type for each of the 18 coupons, reading as follows. This coupon is also payable at the option of the holder at the banking house of Speyer and Brother, London, at the rate of 49 pence sterling per dollar, in accordance with the endorsement on the bond. Types set up for other parts of the bonds, together with the figures used for printing the scrolls, were also seized, and in fact everything pertaining to a first-class establishment for printing, engraving, and lithographing in the finest style of the art. So much for Foster's apartments. At Brockway's house, the detectives found but comparatively little to prove that forgery had been attempted. But in Martin's room at the St. James Hotel, there were discovered 21 counterfeit Morris and Essex Railroad $1,000 7% mortgage construction bonds, all duly numbered and wanting but the signatures of the president and treasurer to put them upon the market. These signatures would evidently soon have been added. Mr. Samuel Sloan, the president of the company, usually writes with a quill pen, and a bundle of quills, cut and ready for use, were found wrapped up in this bundle of bonds. 33 more bonds, not yet numbered and also unsigned, were found in a bureau drawer in Martin's room, together with 4 counterfeit dies, several seals, including 2 electrotype high embossed seals, to be used on the Morris and Essex bonds, and a quantity of tracing paper upon which could be plainly discerned tracings of the signatures of the various officers of the companies, whose bonds were about to be so successfully imitated. On Brockway's person, there were found a genuine $1,000 7% construction bond of the Morris and Essex Railroad, a $1,000 6% gold-bearing Central Pacific bond, about $160 in money, and a number of criminating stamps, drawings, and letters. The drawings were counterfeits of different bonds, and the stamps were imitations of those necessary to the completion of the spurious certificates. One of the drawings was identified as that of a counterfeit U.S. revenue stamp for a $1,000 bond, and part of a genuine bond, the back of which was cut out where the stamp fitted. From all that can be learned, it is not believed that any of these counterfeits have been put upon the market, either in this country or abroad, and the arrest was made in the very nick of time, as from the completeness of everything found, it was but a question of a few days when these daring forgers would have realized probably hundreds of thousands of dollars from their fraudulent issue of the certificates they had so ingeniously and so laboriously prepared. Nothing superior to this work has ever been discovered by those who have examined these bonds. It was absolutely necessary to submit them under a strong glass in order to even doubt their genuineness, so marvelously perfect are they in every minute particular and detail. Of the 3 men who performed this work, a few words may be required. Of Brockway and his career, however, the reader has already been fully informed, but of the other 2 I desire to say a few words. Lewis R. Martin is believed to be the capitalist of the gang. He is 60 years old and is a fine-looking man whose face is familiar to all frequenters of the racing tracks throughout the country. In 1875, this fine old gentleman was indicted in the United States Court of the Western District of Pennsylvania as an accomplice of Henry Maxey, alias Sweet, in passing counterfeit $500 treasury notes. But by some means he escaped being tried for this offense. Previous to that time, the records of the Secret Service show that he was known as an engraver and printer of counterfeits under the name of Luther R. Martin. He owned the plate from which the counterfeit $500 notes were printed and was intimately acquainted with Brockway, Tom Ballard, and Hank Hall in producing this remarkable bill. He was the principal in the counterfeit $100 compound interest note job and was an important member of the gang that floated the $50 legal tender frauds. But during the preparation of these last forgeries, he was well known in commercial circles as being extensively engaged in the transportation of cattle between Australia, New York, and England, in which he was doing a legitimate and thriving business. Nathan R. Foster, the third prisoner, is about 43 years old and a native of Bradford, Illinois. It is apparent that he was brought on to New York to perform an important part of the work on this big job, for he is comparatively a stranger in the East and had been in the city only from the time when the preparations of these forgeries were first discovered. He was the occupant of the Lexington Avenue house and kept to his work there very closely. He rarely left the premises and was not easy to follow when he did venture out. Even in the morning, when he would walk out to procure a drink of liquor, he used elaborate precautions to prevent his being observed without his knowledge. Foster's father, his sister, and his brother-in-law, James Doyle, are all counterfeiters. In 1868, he was arrested in Quincy, Illinois, but gave bail for his appearance and was never tried. He was an intimate associate of Theodore Shotwell, alias Tom King, the counterfeiter and bank burglar, who died recently in Greenland, California. Since the latter's death, Foster has been passing as the husband of Shotwell's sister, a Mrs. Blakely. Altogether, these three men are considered as the most finished and daring artisans in their particular profession, and now that they have been at last secured, the whole financial circle of the country breathes a sigh of relief and experiences a sense of security and safety. End of Counterfeiters and Counterfeiting, Part 2. Read by Mark Harrington. Framingham, Massachusetts. Section 25 of 30 Years a Detective by Allan Pinkerton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Counterfeiting and Counterfeiters, Part 3. A genius among counterfeiters. Among the most prominent of the counterfeiting fraternity, and one who used his fine talents to improve the devices of his art, was Thomas Ballard, who was almost a phenomenon in criminal annals. Handsome in person and captivating in manner, his appearance was genteel and refined to a remarkable degree. His personal habits also were unexceptionable. He never smoked a cigar or drank a glass of liquor, and all his associations were among the respectable people and the upper classes of New York. He was, at one time, the master of a Masonic lodge, and was everywhere regarded as above reproach, and yet this man was one of the most expert and successful counterfeiters which the country has ever produced. A short description of his career and his remarkable achievements cannot fail to prove of interest in the study of this wonderful science of counterfeiting. The father of Thomas Ballard was a carriage painter, and to this business the young man was brought up. So carefully did he apply himself that he soon became one of the most proficient experts in his line, particularly in the fancy or more artistic branches of the work. As he grew older, he became anxious to make money more rapidly, and he was seized with an ambition to occupy a vastly higher social position. His uneasiness, his talent, his enterprise, or his destiny, if we may call it so, led him to New York City, where, in 1858, at 18 years of age, he engaged himself with one of the most celebrated carriage builders of the metropolis, whose name was Henry Hinman. This gentleman, unfortunately for Thomas Ballard, was related by marriage to the noted Joshua D. Minor, a noted politician, a city contractor, and the autocrat of the Coney men, and it was an evil day for the young man when he made his acquaintance. Minor carefully observed young Ballard's genius and ambition, and he conceived the idea that he had found the very person to serve his purposes in the grand criminal schemes of counterfeiting which occupied his mind. The young man proved a pliant tool in the hands of the more experienced tempter, and Ballard was induced to acquire the art of banknote engraving, which he did by serving 4 years in one of the New York banknote companies. While thus engaged, and through Minor's political influence, the young engraver was enabled to obtain by actual observation a full knowledge of the operations of the Treasury Department. As early as 1862, Thomas Ballard, under the direction of Minor and Henry C. Cole, one of the most successful counterfeiters of his day, produced a plate for printing counterfeits of the $1 U.S. Treasury notes of the old issue. Though extensively and variously used, this first plate was a poor thing in comparison to subsequent work from the same hands, but it must be remembered that the standard of discrimination was not as high as at the present time. The next plate prepared was a $2 counterfeit on the National Shoe and Leather Bank of New York. Following this came a $10 counterfeit on the same bank. And then, emboldened by their success, they produced imitations of the $100 and $500 old issue U.S. Treasury note, and an immense amount more of the same general description, just as the supposed emergencies of a vast scheme for counterfeiting the United States currency required. A more dangerous criminal combination than that of which Thomas Ballard became an employee and partner, it would be difficult to imagine, and no more favorable circumstances for the success of their fraudulent operations could have been found in the history of 1,000 years. The principal members of this gang were Henry Hinman, Joshua D. Minor, and Thomas Ballard. Hinman and Minor were the capitalists and managers, and Thomas Ballard was at once an engraver, a chemist, an inventor, a mechanic of rare skill, and an expert in the manufacture of paper. The financial resources of these men were great to begin with, and they occupied respectable positions in society and the world of business. The necessities of the war compelled the government to a hasty issue of hundreds of millions of new and different kinds of legal tenders, securities, and paper money. All was excitement, change, bustle, and confusion, and the counterfeiters, pushing their felonious purposes with coolness and industry, found themselves the masters of a business which was a virtual open sesame to the riches of the nation. As the government multiplied its issues and enlarged its indebtedness, these men, with the use of Ballard's perfectly prepared plates, ran a race with the Treasury Department in the inflation of the currency. Vastly as this was increased, the percentage of counterfeits made was for a long time as great as ever. Thomas Ballard was compelled to be very industrious, and he not only made the plates for the counterfeits, but he was also the only man in existence outside of the Glen Mills at Westchester, Pennsylvania, who could make the famous government fiber paper, which was supposed to be proof against imitation. These mills were run exclusively for the Treasury Department under the supervision of official watchmen, and the counterfeiters, being unable to purchase any of this paper at any price, were compelled to manufacture every ounce of the stock used in the counterfeiting of United States Treasury notes and the fractional currency. For the national bank bills, however, they were enabled to buy white bond paper, such as is used by railroad companies and other corporations, and to treat it chemically so as to tinge it properly to imitate the Treasury Department material. At his obscure quarters, which were occupied by his aunt and his brother, Thomas Ballard worked almost daily as an engraver, paper maker, colorist, and ink manufacturer. Universal genius, and practically jack of all trades as long as daylight lasted. Leaving this house at nightfall, and giving his neighbors there to understand that he was a night watchman in the custom house, he would proceed to his comfortable and well-furnished home in Upper New York, where his unsuspicious wife awaited his coming. Thus the people about his home supposed him to be successfully employed all day in a carriage factory downtown, while those near the building which he used as a workshop supposed him to be a single young man who was employed all night in the custom house and who remained at home all day in bed. By these means, the counterfeiter lived without suspicion, respected in the double life he pretended, by two sets of people upon whom he imposed, and certainly with reason highly prized by those who were associated with him in his true character. The Treasury Department and the money experts of the United States felt satisfied that the fiber paper was a complete protection against counterfeiting. When at last the discovery was made that their vaunted safeguard had been successfully imitated, the department was literally dumbfounded over Ballard's work. The best engravers owned him to be their superior, and declared with no little truth that he must have acquired his art in the Treasury building. As year after year went on, and still no issues appeared from the presses of Ballard and Company, the country became infested with all kinds of spurious paper money. Losses were frequent, the lawful currency was disparaged, and the capture of the unknown producers of all this vast amount of fraud became an imperative necessity. But through the adroit management of Miner, the watchfulness of Henry C. Cole as a dealer, and the temperate prudence of Ballard, the arrest and conviction of this gang was made as difficult as it was for any ordinary person to detect the artistic imitations of money they were engaged for so long a time in throwing into circulation. Joshua D. Miner was known to the police. But his craft, his unbounded command of money, and his influence in this city and in organized societies all combined under his resolute will and perfect coolness to save him from arrest, though probably not a man upon the government detective force and aware of his existence, but was as confident of his guilt as conviction in court would have made him. A detective is justly allowed some latitude at times, but he must work within the law and rigidly respect the rights of citizens, even in mere technicalities, or otherwise his case is lost. To arrest Miner, therefore, without full proof and due process was worse than useless, and to show cause against him seemed almost impossible. Whether continued immunity made him overbold at last, or whether he grew weary of seemingly needless precautions, does not appear. But, at all events, he soon became well known to an inconvenient number of criminals in his own line, and in consequence of this multiplicity of acquaintances, he at last found himself, through the imprudence of some of his agents, in the grasp of the officers of the law. The arrest of Miner led to serious complications, and to purchase his own freedom, he surrendered some of the plates in his possession, and being pressed for others, he made disclosures and false statements, which eventually led to the disruption of the gang and the arrest of all the parties connected with their gigantic schemes of fraud. The manner of Miner's arrest was as follows. From the nature of their business, great care was necessary in order to cover their transactions as much as possible, and so these counterfeits passed through a number of hands before they reached the person who was to place them in circulation. Henry C. Cole was what is known as the first-hand man, or wholesale dealer. Cole, after receiving the counterfeits in large quantities, would distribute them to perhaps half a dozen dealers in quantities ranging from $100 to $5,000, and these men in turn would sell to probably 20 still smaller dealers, and thus, by the time the counterfeit notes reached the market, the number of hands through which they had passed and the secret and careful manner in which these transactions were conducted made it exceedingly difficult to trace these fraudulent imitations to their original source. Notwithstanding the fact that these operations were continuously conducted for more than 4 years, Thomas Ballard and his brother never saw Cole, and Cole, in turn, was in perfect ignorance of the existence of the Ballards. The parties to whom Cole sold his goods did not know either Miner or the Ballard brothers, and, in fact, the only man known to and by Ballard was Miner himself. Among the number, however, connected with this gigantic combination was one Bill Gurney, one of the heaviest dealers in counterfeit money in the United States. After a time, Gurney discovered that Miner was the fountainhead of supply, and he began to deal direct with that individual. Gurney, however, was not as temperate as Tom Ballard, as wary as Cole, or as sagacious as Miner, and in consequence of his want of care, he in time came to grief himself, and, as a natural consequence, involved the others in his fall. The Ballard counterfeit of the $20 National Shoe and Leather Bank of New York made its appearance in 1870 and was soon traced to Gurney as a wholesale dealer. A watch was placed upon this gentleman, and he was arrested in the act of selling his unlawful wares to a detective who had personated successfully the character of a buyer. Gurney, to save himself, informed on Miner, and Miner, in turn, made the revelations I have mentioned above. These revelations secured Miner his freedom, but they excited the other members of the gang to a spirit of revenge, and they resolved to amply repay him for his contemptible actions. During all this time, and amid all this ill feeling, Thomas Ballard was entirely unknown and perfectly ignorant of the tempest that was in motion around him. Miner had not included him in his revelations, and he was therefore untouched. Cole, having been arrested by Miner's acting and placed under heavy bonds, entered into an arrangement to secure the capture of Miner upon important grounds and to save himself. Nursing his wrath, therefore, and preserving an outward friendliness, he began to negotiate with Miner for some of his goods and plates. An agreement was made to meet at a certain obscure locality in New York City, and the detectives were on hand, disguised as laborers, with picks and shovels, as though returning from some job of night work. The night was extremely dark. A heavy mist hung in the air, and the rain descended in torrents as Cole took up his position of waiting. Shortly afterward, a man came into view through the darkness and in the middle of the street, and was soon joined by another. They then walked together out to the intersection of the streets, and stood in the open space, unmindful of the drenching storm to which they were exposed. The officers crept out as near to the two men in the street as possible, without being noticed, and then lay down flat in the mud. One of the counterfeiters had a large umbrella, And when his companion reached his side, he closed it down over the two so that neither of them could be distinctly seen, nor could it be detected what they were doing. The detectives strained their ears, but they could not distinguish a word of the conversation that was going on so near them. Presently, however, the two men separated and started off in different directions. The critical moment had now arrived, and one of the detectives instantly caught hold of the man nearest him. A desperate struggle ensued, in which the detective's fingers were badly bitten, while the counterfeiter had 4 teeth knocked out, and, in the melee, the plates and the marked money which Cole had been furnished with to hand over to his victim were hurled away into the darkness, the money package broken, and the bills scattered in the mud of the street. This man proved to be Joshua D. Miner, and he soon found himself powerless for further resistance. The second officer had immediately followed the rapidly retreating second party. Laying his hand suddenly upon the broad breast of the stranger, he flashed his revolver in dangerous proximity to his head. A few energetic words convinced the escaping man of the folly of resistance, and he yielded without a struggle. This man gave his name as Thomas Avery and declared his business to be that of a painter. Inquiries soon developed the fact that the captured individual was none other than the famous and long-sought counterfeiter Thomas Ballard. Ballard broke down under the humiliating circumstances, and believing that Miner had selfishly made him the victim of his own acts, ultimately revealed the full particulars of the whole business and informed the officers where the tools, implements, and materials could be found. This arrest occurred on the 25th day of October, 1871, and on the 15th day of November, Ballard and 2 other criminals succeeded in escaping from Ludlow Street Jail, which has frequently been the scene of miraculous and inexplicable escapes, both before and since this event. There is little doubt that Miner's money opened the prison doors for his skillful employee, and thus removed the principal witness against him at his coming trial. From Ballard's revelations, the detectives succeeded in securing a vast number of counterfeiting material, among which were a $1,000 unfinished plate of the United States Treasury note, 5 unfinished plates of national banknotes of $2, $10, and $20, a large number of miscellaneous plates of various descriptions and denominations, $45,000 in counterfeit money, 150 pounds of counterfeit fiber paper, and all the complete appliances for making the same. After Ballard's escape, a reward of $5,000 was offered for his apprehension, but he remained successfully hidden until the 12th day of October, 1874. When a sharp criminal escapes, he does not go off on a long crazy flight, but disappears as near his prison as convenient for a time. Ballard remained in the city of New York, or its vicinity, week after week, before he finally departed for the country. At the date above mentioned, however, the detectives had finally located Thomas Ballard in a small frame cottage in the outskirts of the city of Buffalo, New York, where he was again engaged in this nefarious occupation of counterfeiting. When the officers made their appearance and demanded admission, a man was seen to emerge from a window in the attic and climb out upon the roof with the agility of a cat. He was at once recognized as Thomas Ballard and ordered to come down. This he declined to do, and began to run on the roof as if to get away in some manner, but a shot from a revolver being sent over the house after him, the would-be fugitive showed his good sense by surrendering at once. He was immediately secured and put in irons. The interior of this house was found to be a miniature Treasury Department on its own account, fitted up with every modern convenience for counterfeiting. A complete chemical laboratory was found in one of the rooms. Presses and paper occupied another, and the plates used in printing counterfeits were discovered in a third. Among the paper taken was a large roll of the imitation fiber paper, equal in every respect to that manufactured by the secret printing service of the United States. Steel and electrotype plates, printing presses, engravers' tools, and in fact the full paraphernalia of a first-class establishment, including $115,000 worth of excellently executed counterfeit money. At the time of his arrest, Ballard was engaged upon a steel counterfeit plate of the Bank of British North America of Montreal, Canada. One of the experts who examined this plate under a magnifying glass declared that Thomas Ballard had the ability, as he boasted, to bankrupt all Canada. For, in appearance, the other counterfeits which had been successfully circulated were no more to be compared to this one in fineness of execution and perfection of detail than an ordinary woodcut was to a fine steel engraving. If the workshop would have been a curiosity to the skilled mechanic, the sitting room in this little frame building, which was used by Ballard as a study, would have been none the less so to the ripe and progressive scholar in chemistry. Files of the Scientific American and other scientific periodicals were there. The tables were covered with rare books, and treatises on practical chemistry and metallurgy, electricity, paper-making, and photography. In fact, everything gave indication of the perfect scientist and the advanced scholar. Notwithstanding his wonderful abilities, Thomas Ballard was a criminal. He had prostituted his great talents to base uses, and his sins had found him out. He was conducted to the Auburn jail, and after remaining quietly there for 3 days, he opened the doors of the prison and walked out upon the streets of Auburn. He might again have escaped the penalty of his crimes, but he was penniless and destitute, and in a moment of weakness he telegraphed to his friends in New York for money. This was furnished him, but the detectives had learned of his application, and when he appeared in disguise to claim the money, he was rearrested and conveyed back to jail. Again, he made an attempt to escape, and although he succeeded in breaking out of his prison, he was recaptured within 2 days. He was finally brought to trial at Albany in January 1875, and being convicted of the charges preferred against him, was sentenced to undergo an imprisonment in the Albany Penitentiary of 30 years. Upon the announcement of this dreadful doom, the crushed and broken prisoner fell down in a dead swoon in the open court. During his imprisonment, Thomas Ballard has made 2 unsuccessful attempts at self-destruction, the last one being on the 16th day of April, 1879. He was standing quietly at his work when suddenly, without any previous intimation of what he was about to do, he drew a sharp knife across his throat, making a wound about 5 inches long, severing the muscles and blood vessels, and cutting the windpipe almost asunder. For many days after this rash act, he did not speak, and his death was looked upon as almost certain. But it seems that after all, fate, which to him had assuredly been severe, had not finally doomed him to a horrible death by suicide. Since his recovery, he has been a patient, resigned man, submitting in silence to the dreadful punishment which his own unlawful actions have brought upon him. End of Counterfeiting and Counterfeiters, Part 3. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Section 26 of 30 Years a Detective by Allan Pinkerton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Counterfeiting and Counterfeiters, Part 4. A hero of balaclava as a counterfeiter. Henry C. Cole, who has been mentioned incidentally in connection with Thomas Ballard and Joshua D. Minor, is one of the oldest and most thorough counterfeiters known in criminal annals. He is at this date about 63 years of age, and as early as 1854, he was arrested and convicted for passing counterfeit money. At that time, he was working on a canal boat in New York, the captain of which was a regular dealer in the queer. For this offense, he was sentenced to an imprisonment of 5 years, which he faithfully served. Immediately after his release, he resumed his calling of dealing in counterfeit money, and from that date until February 1879, he was actively engaged in the fraudulent occupation which he had deliberately chosen, undergoing various terms of imprisonment during that period. Up to the time of the arrest of Minor and Ballard, Cole had simply acted as a dealer in furnishing to the smaller fraternity such amounts as they desired, he receiving his counterfeits from the hands of Minor direct. When this gang was disorganized and broken up, however, and after Cole had managed to escape the machinations of his enemies, a process that was costly in the extreme, he commenced the business of manufacturing counterfeits on his own account. For this purpose, he sought out Charles Ulrich, a skillful and painstaking engraver who had been previously engaged in counterfeiting, and Jacob Ott, a thorough practical lithographer, who also had some experience in that line of work. This combination of genius, artistic skill, and phenomenal audacity perfected several of the most dangerous imitations that were ever imposed upon the financial world. As my intention is to disclose fully the means and devices used by these counterfeiters in producing their deceptive imitations, I will devote a few words to the two experts who joined with Henry C. Cole in his assaults upon the public. For practical industrial skill, artistic genius, intellectual capacity, and general education, the criminal world has produced no one superior to Charles Frederick Ulrich. This man was born near Berlin, in Prussia, in 1836. When about 14 years old, he was apprenticed to an engraver, under whom he worked and studied for nearly 5 years, when he emigrated to England. As to the particular causes which compelled him to leave his native land at so early an age, there are different statements advanced. Ulrich himself, under oath in the United States courts, declared that he went to England with the full knowledge and consent of his father in order to escape the conscription which requires military service of all the young men of Prussia when about 20 years of age. There is another story afloat, however, which, if true, shows that Ulrich was engaged in criminal transactions even in his early youth. From this account, it appears that the city of Berlin was thrown into a fever of excitement by the victimizing of 5 large banking houses in that place through a number of forged acceptances, which had been negotiated. 5 different and totally dissimilar descriptions were furnished the police of the person who passed the fraudulent paper by as many bank clerks. The police, however, fastened their suspicions on young Ulrich, and he, becoming aware of the fact, fled to England. He is also said to have engaged in crooked work while there, and to be the only person who ever successfully engraved an imitation of the Bank of England paper. In consequence of his efforts in this direction, Ulrich is alleged to have attracted the attention of the English authorities and was obliged in turn to leave that country, from which he fled to America. Whichever statement is true, it is certain that the young man left a comfortable home in Prussia and arrived in the United States without either money or definite prospects. This occurred in 1853, and after wandering about the city in the unsuccessful search for work for about 10 days, Ulrich fell in with a party of Englishmen who were privately recruiting in New York for the British Army, then preparing for war with Russia. From his own account of himself, Ulrich became a member of that renowned organization known as the Light Brigade and was present at that famous charge at Balaclava, which has immortalized every member of that daring band. Our purpose is not, however, to detail the life of the subject of our sketch, but to describe his career and operations as a counterfeiter. Charles Ulrich was severely wounded at Balaclava, and for 36 hours he lay upon the field of battle, his skull crushed by a Russian musket, and the blood welling up from a bayonet wound in his side. He was finally found, and, being carefully nursed, recovered, and was transported to England, discharged, and paid off. The choice was offered him of lands at Cape of Good Hope and 7 years in the militia, or extra pay to the amount of over £18 in money. Ulrich accepted the money and returned to the United States. This was in 1854, and for a young man hardly of age, who expatriated himself to keep out of the army, Ulrich had obtained a pretty thorough knowledge of war. In the light of his subsequent career, it would have been far better for himself and those who were associated with him if his bones had whitened on the bloody field of Balaclava, and he had then died a hero's death. More fortunate than when he first came to New York, Ulrich soon found remunerative employment at his trade, and for a long time after his second arrival in America, he was one of the greatest mysteries that ever befogged the minds of American detectives. It soon became evident that a master hand was at work in the country, but who and where he was became an aggravating conundrum. $10 notes, raised to hundreds, were discovered to be in circulation, and these were the product of the most consummate art. A long and fruitless investigation followed, and all that could be learned was that it was the work of a certain unknown Dutch Charlie, but this was all. After a time, however, he became entangled in the meshes of the law, as all criminals of his class are sure to do, and he was arrested and imprisoned. The first charge that was brought against him was for engraving a vignette on a copper card plate, and he claimed that he was not aware what it was to be used for. He was tried and sentenced to 5 years' imprisonment at Sing Sing prison, but in 1861 he was set at liberty. Within a year from this time, he began counterfeiting in practical earnest as a regular profession. He had made the acquaintance in prison of 2 well-known counterfeiters, and after their release, they searched out Ulrich and introduced him to Jimmy Colbert, who was intimately connected with a large gang of counterfeiters, among whom Henry C. Cole was the most prominent figure. This unlawful combination sealed the fate of the young Prussian engraver, and from that time he was identified with most of the ambitious and successful counterfeits that have been imposed upon the community. Ulrich confined himself to engraving the plates for these fraudulent issues and had nothing to do with the printing or with getting them upon the market. From the 50-cent currency note to the $500 note, he was equally perfect and painstaking, and his work was held in high repute among the leading cognackers of the country. Among the number of plates which he engraved was a $100 bill of Central National Bank of New York City, with a number of skeleton plates, as already described, which would enable the counterfeiters to produce similar bills upon the Ohio National Bank of Cincinnati and the First National Bank of Boston, Massachusetts. $200,000 of the first counterfeit were printed and disposed of in 2 days. By shadowing a package of money directed to Charles Ulrich at Cincinnati, the detectives arrested that gentleman at the express office, where he had called to receive it. In order to secure the clemency of the law, Ulrich obtained and surrendered the plates above described, and all the presses and appliances used in printing them. In addition to these, he also surrendered the back plate and a nearly finished front plate of a $500 counterfeit National Bank note. This last note was pronounced by the experts of the Treasury Department to be, in all respects, equal to the genuine. Notwithstanding these overtures on the part of Ulrich, he was finally sentenced to an imprisonment of 12 years in the state prison at Columbus, Ohio. He remained in confinement 8 years and was pardoned in June 1876. The spirit of counterfeiting seemed now to have taken possession of him, and before the year of his liberation from prison expired, he had formed the partnership with Henry C. Cole and Jacob Ott, as mentioned previously. They established their headquarters in the vicinity of Philadelphia and domiciled themselves with the family of Jacob Ott at a place called Oak Lane, about 6 miles north of the city. Ulrich was soon at work upon new plates for printing counterfeit $50 notes of the various national banks of the state of New York. The general work on the genuine plates of the National Bank issues is produced by regular transfers from the same original dies and, of course, should be precisely alike. This general work Ulrich imitated with great exactness, but instead of engraving the name of any particular bank upon his plate, he left that part of the surface untouched, where the name of the bank and its location generally appears, so that when his bills were struck off through the process used by plate printers, there should be a blank space left for the name of some bank and that of the town or city where it was located. Bills thus printed, it is evident, might afterward be issued in the name of any bank, the title of which could be printed in the blank space upon them, that is to say, upon any number of banks in the state of New York, having titles of about the same length or number of letters. To print these several titles, skeleton plates bearing requisite inscriptions were all that was needed, and the counterfeit 50s could be issued whenever desired, in exact imitation of the bills of the banks which they had selected for their purpose. Everything now being prepared for work, Henry C. Cole, who was the capitalist and manager of the business, secured all the materials and implements for printing, among which was a plate press of excellent design. This machine was set up in the attic of Ott's house, and the printing was duly commenced. Though a first-class lithographer, Ott was not a plate printer by trade, and the work he did at first was evidence of his want of experience. But whatever their defects, the bills were readily sold by Cole, and within 10 days, over $40,000 of these bills were thrown into circulation. The first bill was passed in Baltimore on the 10th of May, 1877, and went through one of the banks without suspicion. On the 11th, a similar bill was passed in New York, and in a few hours, the metropolitan press was teeming with the news of a new, excellent, and exceedingly dangerous counterfeit $50 bill on the Central National Bank of that city. The counterfeiters, however, were fully prepared for the exposure, and before the public had recovered from the first scare, they issued another lot of 50s upon an entirely different bank by the simple process of using their skeleton title plate to fill in the blank spaces of their original note. Over $100,000 of this counterfeit plate were used and placed in circulation. Henry C. Cole, though one of the smartest men in the criminal calendar of any country, was curiously deficient in some very important respects. Accustomed for years to imitations of the currency, he not only failed to understand the charter number of a genuine bill, but was so wanting in discrimination that the paper he selected for the counterfeit on the Third National Bank of Buffalo was entirely too thick for the purpose, and resembled pasteboard more than banknote paper. As a matter of course, this second fraud was far less dangerous and was detected almost instantly. In the meantime, Charles Ulrich had finished a new plate for printing $5 bills on the First National Bank of Tamaqua, Pennsylvania. From this plate, 8,000 bills, $40,000, were printed and soon placed in circulation. This issue was universally pronounced as very dangerous, and the extensive circulation of that bill since, even among so-called good judges, justifies the claims for excellence which were originally made for it. Shortly after this, they printed $100,000 of $50 notes on the Tradesmen's and Broadway National Banks of New York City, and these were sold in bulk, unsigned, and carried to Germany by J.E. Conkling and John Baker, and by them passed off upon the German bankers and people. None of these notes were circulated in the United States at the time, and it was not until a large sum of them were brought back to New York all at once by emigrants on the German steamer Herder, which arrived on the 22nd day of May, 1878, that their existence was discovered. Subsequently, many were circulated in this country, and some of them are still afloat. Encouraged by the grand success of their previous efforts and emboldened by the immunity they seemed to enjoy, Cole and Ulrich now planned a new and most stupendous fraud, which, if successful, would forever eclipse all others of the kind that had been done in the past, and raise at one swoop the bold and daring operators to luxurious independence for life. Up to this time, the new issue of the Treasury notes had not been counterfeited at all, and it was supposed by those in authority that it was impossible to imitate them on account of the intricacy of the geometric scroll work upon them. Charles Ulrich, however, knew much better than this, and with Cole as his manager, had agreed to produce a counterfeit plate of the $100 new issue, from which $1 million were to be struck as fast as possible, and the whole amount put into circulation in America and in Europe. In order to obscure himself more thoroughly from the detectives who had already become suspicious of this combination, Ulrich removed to Scotch Plains, near Plainfield in New Jersey. Here he assumed the name of James Winnell, and with a woman, presumed to be his wife, represented himself as a gentleman of leisure. Ott, by this time, had separated from his former companions, and having sold out his presses and material, went to New York City, where he opened a liquor saloon. For his share in the work of counterfeiting, he had received some $8,000, besides an excellent living for his family for the last 2 years. He was, however, not qualified for business, and together with his bad management, he became excessively intemperate, and as a consequence, in a very short time, he had dissipated all his money and was finally sold out under distress for rent. During all the time that Ott was connected with Cole and Ulrich, he had serious trouble with his wife. This lady was seriously opposed to her husband's business of counterfeiting, and had repeatedly threatened to inform the officers of the law of the whole affair. At last the trio of criminals resolved that their only safety lay in getting rid of this fractious woman, for a time at least, and by various arguments and large monetary considerations, they at last induced her to return to Germany with the understanding that her husband would follow her in a short time. After his failure in the liquor business, Ott turned his attention to his regular business of lithography, and being an excellent workman, soon secured lucrative employment. Up to this time, he had remained entirely unknown, and was not suspected of any collusion with his dishonest partners. It was at this time that Cole and Ulrich had resolved upon their stupendous fraud with the $100 Treasury note, and they sought out Ott to again assist them in the printing. They paid frequent visits to New York, where they visited different establishments and made several suspicious purchases of steel plates and engravers' tools of fine quality. At this time, the parties were all under the surveillance of detectives, and it was not until now that they were able to connect Ott with the gang at all. James Winnell now became an object of very especial attention in his new residence, and it was soon discovered that his movements and those of Henry C. Cole, who made frequent visits to Scotch Plains, were remarkably suspicious. At last, the detectives resolved to make a raid upon the premises, and by a well-timed movement they were able to capture Mr. Charles Ulrich, alias Mr. James Winnell, hard at work upon a new counterfeit plate of the $100 new issue of legal tender notes. This plate was confiscated, and upon being exhibited to the Treasury experts of the United States, it was found to be a masterpiece of imitative engraving in which the boasted inimitable geometric lathework was reproduced to a microscopic nicety almost impossible to detect. Ulrich, to save himself, made a full confession in which he implicated his partner and manager, Henry C. Cole. Ulrich was arrested on the 30th day of November, 1878, and was allowed to remain in the premises he occupied, in the company of one of the detectives, in order to effect the capture of Cole at a time when he would furnish convincing proofs of his own guilt. Affairs remained in this condition for over 6 weeks, and during that period Cole visited the house several times, entirely unsuspicious and undisturbed, and it was not until the 17th day of January, 1879, that matters shaped themselves so as to perfectly suit the full purposes of the patiently waiting officers. On that day, Cole, who had purchased all the materials for plate printing at various establishments in Philadelphia, slyly left that city for Scotch Plains. A telegram from a watchful officer flashed ahead of him the news of his departure, and his arrival was eagerly awaited at the residence of Mr. Winnell. Meanwhile, Cole, in blissful ignorance of the fate in store for him, sped on his way and was soon in the company of his able engraver and partner, who was now also his betrayer. All unconscious of the hidden eyes and ears which were drinking in every move and sound, Cole eagerly discussed the plans of the future with Ulrich, and chuckled with satisfaction over the excellence of the workmanship of the unfinished plate. He brought the materials purchased in Philadelphia to be used by Ulrich in printing the notes, and spent an hour in pleasant conversation upon their wonderful and grandly promising scheme. He finally rose to depart, and, as had been his custom on previous occasions, he handed $50 to his partner as an earnest of his good will and kindly intentions. While Ulrich was counting the money thus given to him, the detective suddenly stepped out in front of Cole, and he found himself in irons before he could realize what had occurred. By these means, a clear case was established against both parties, and this most dangerous criminal combination of the age was completely broken up, their entire outfit captured, and, by one grand move, justice was triumphant over crime. Ott was soon after arrested, and Ulrich appeared as a witness against his two partners in crime. They were both convicted, and on February 11, 1879, Cole was sentenced to an imprisonment of 12 years, while on the 11th of March succeeding, Ott received a sentence of 10 years. Charles Ulrich, for his share in the capture of his companion, his testimony against them at the trial, and his valuable assistance in unearthing the plates and materials of the counterfeiters, was released upon his own recognizance, with the injunction from the court that any further attempt on his part to again engage in his illegal calling would be swiftly followed by severe and lasting punishment. Thus, one of the most successful criminal combinations that ever existed was at last broken up, the principals duly punished, and the outraged law fully sustained. End of Counterfeiting and Counterfeiters, Part 4. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Section 27 of 30 Years a Detective by Allan Pinkerton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Counterfeiting and Counterfeiters, Part 5. A Prince Among Counterfeiters, a Thrilling Existence. As a sample of the remarkable ingenuity which men devoted to criminal purposes, may be mentioned a wonderful production of a $20 counterfeit of the new greenback issue, which was detected a short time ago at the U.S. Sub-Treasury at New Orleans. This phenomenal piece of imitation was entirely executed with pen and ink. Figures, corners, vignettes, seal, fine scroll work, and even the fibers of the paper were carefully reproduced by no other means than an ordinary steel pen and inks of the various colors required for the work. The signatures of Register Allison and U.S. Treasurer John C. New were also excellently counterfeited. This note is calculated to deceive almost any person who is not thoroughly able to judge and who is accustomed to handling such bills. 2 U.S. bonds have also been discovered, both of which have been produced by the same process. Of course, these specimens are few and scarce, as the amount of skilled and painstaking labor involved prevent their being manufactured for very extensive circulation. Any man could, at any honest menial labor, earn more money in the time that would be consumed in perfecting one of these imitations, and it seems a lamentable waste of artistic talent to devote them to such unproductive employment. In the United States, the crime of making and passing counterfeit money has been stimulated by peculiar and national conditions, tolerated by a lax public sentiment, and even facilitated by the institutions of a speculative and a defective and corrupt financial system. A new and free country, sparsely settled, filled with the spirit of exciting enterprises, among a reckless and extremely inventive population, intensely inspired by the aspiration for great and sudden wealth, presented the most favorable circumstances and opportunities for speculative financiering, which, through public carelessness and an apparent ingredient of dishonesty, not only degraded the popular conscience, but, by debauching the currency, gave rise to abuses, of which counterfeiting was not altogether the worst. A community which could endure and endorse the old-style currency of this country and allow itself to be swindled year after year by shyster banking for decades may be said to have offered a premium for imposture and paved the way for crime. When compared with the genuine issues of fraudulent banks of that time, the handsome counterfeits of the currency put forth by the old-time Coney men were not only equal in artistic appearance, but in point of fact based upon an almost equivalent in value. It was a popular remark among men of business at that time that they preferred a good counterfeit on a solid bank to any genuine bill upon the shyster institutions. All this, of course, favored the counterfeiter to the greatest possible extent, and gave him reason to believe that, however dangerous his course of action, he could be but little worse than some of his neighbors, who, as pretentious bankers, claimed respectable positions in society. During the war, circumstances which I have already noted again encouraged the production of counterfeit money, and the skill and activity of such men as Joshua Minor, Thomas Ballard, Henry C. Cole, Charles Ulrich, Miles Ogle, Ben Boyd, Peter McCartney, and others have been caused and fostered by the demoralizations due to long-continued civil strife. The suppression of the Great Southern Rebellion not only decided the question of slavery and nationality, but gave us incidentally a national currency and first-class national credit, and this, leading to the insurance of national bonds and current money, again offered a wide and profitable field to the forger and the counterfeiter. In this connection, my work of revelation would be entirely incomplete without an account of John Peter Macartney, the man in every sense the master of the art and for a long time the veritable king of the cognackers. This bad preeminence may be claimed for others, but for none can the claim so successfully be made as for this man, who, in conjunction with his imitative abilities, was deservedly known as the great American briber, magician of arts, and master of arts. John Peter Macartney, unlike the large majority of his associates in the profession of counterfeiting, was possessed of little or no education, and his artificial abilities were meager in the extreme. He was born in the state of Illinois, and when a boy was engaged by a farmer at Mattoon in that state. The conditions of a new country and his own narrow circumstances deprived him of the benefits of an education, even such as the common schools give the youth of older communities. Though able to read and write, his proficiency in those arts was nothing more than rudimental. His written letters were rough, uncouth-looking documents, and his spelling a perfect wonder of crooked orthography. If the studious habits of Thomas Ballard were the preludes of a career of crime, that fact can offer no disparagement of popular education, for the unlettered ignorance of Macartney was no security against a precisely similar course of life. The natural talents and abilities of young Macartney were, however, in every way excellent, and at all times he manifested a quickness and versatility of action, an acquirement so significant of the quick-witted Irish race from which he had his origin. While engaged at Mattoon, Macartney made the acquaintance of a family by the name of Johnson, some of whom were printers and engravers, and, becoming interested in that profession, he rapidly learned much of the art of engraving from them. One of the female members of this family was married to the famous Coney man, Miles Ogle, and the entire family had, at various times, been engaged in counterfeiting. Indeed, the grandfather, the father, and the brother of the man who instructed Macartney in his art had all been convicted of that crime in times past. When young Macartney had arrived at the age of 18 years, he became desirous of visiting his relatives in the northern part of Illinois, and he obtained the consent of his employer for this purpose. The honest old farmer not only approved of the intended journey, but in his goodwill and friendship for the boy, he furnished Macartney with a team and a small supply of goods, which he might sell and barter along the route, and account for his proceeds on his return, when he was to receive half of the profits. This venture proved successful, and the result was satisfactory to both parties. Macartney kept perfect faith with the man who had trusted him, and rendered a full account of his trading operations. According to Macartney's own statement, it was while on the above-mentioned trip that he first conceived the idea of making and passing fraudulent, bogus, and counterfeit money. At that time, the whole West was flooded with paper money. Broken banks were numerous, and small bills were abundant. One day, while alone on the prairie, looking over his large stock of $1 bills, the thought occurred to him, why should anybody make $1 bills when it was just as easy to make 5s or 10s? Thinking how easy it would have been to make more money by simply changing the figures, the temptation came upon him to try the experiment himself, and by changing the figures of his own money to thus materially increase his own property. At this time, the question of right or wrong did not occur to him, although he had frequent causes to remember it afterwards. Looking upon the paper as money in itself, his simple line of reasoning was that it would be a very good thing to make more of it by increasing the denominations of the bills. He accordingly put these criminal theories into practice and carefully scraped off the ones and pasted 5s and 10s over them. These 5s and 10s were readily obtained from the bills of broken banks, of which he had a number, and he thus found his materials ready to his hand. A few trials satisfied him that this work could be done successfully, and from that time his career as a counterfeiter was begun. The easy road to wealth thus opened to his vision was too attractive to allow him to willingly settle down to common and poorly paid labor again, and so, after settling with his employer on his return, he started out on his own account. After visiting some friends about Covington, he made his way to Indianapolis, Indiana, where he first attempted to practice his new vocation. Sauntering about the town, he entered a grocery store, made some purchases, and tendered in payment one of his raised notes. On taking it up, the grocer observed, "I don't know about that," and the young man's heart stood still as he feared that detection had overtaken him at the outset. But it proved to be only a question of the grocer's ability to make change for so large a note, for the money drawer was opened, a favorable answer given, and the change counted out to him without a word. It is officially stated that of all the adult criminals found in London, England, not 2 in 100 have entered upon their course of crime who have led an honest life up to the age of 20 years. In fact, it has been shown that nearly all grown-up criminals began their career of evil-doing at from 10 to 16 years of age. To this general rule, it will be seen Macartney was no exception, and further, that when once started on his crooked road, he made counterfeiting his business, following it with diligence, pertinacity, and success. In order to perfect himself in engraving, he early made the acquaintance of that famous plate cutter, Ben Boyd, and Macartney improved exceedingly under the instruction of Boyd in the skill in engraving which he had but vaguely acquired under the Johnsons. Macartney served no regular apprenticeship to the trade of an engraver, but having observed the operations of the Johnsons and Boyd, he set himself to work, and although he had at the time never been inside of the office of a regular engraver, or had proper instruction in the art, he executed a plate which sold readily at a good price. Before the breaking out of the War of the Rebellion, Macartney was extensively engaged in the manufacture and circulation of false or bogus coins, his first acquaintance with that branch of crime having been made at Cincinnati, where the work was carried on at a factory out in Walnut Hills, the principal of the concern being a prominent citizen of Cincinnati, a church member, and one of the leading members of the school board, named Thomas Taylor. In 1852, Macartney was a resident of Indianapolis and was married to a young girl named Martha Ackerman, who was the daughter of an old German counterfeiter, and who, when but a girl of 11, being very bright and skillful, had been engaged in printing counterfeits in her father's house under his paternal directions. Macartney made this city his principal headquarters for several years, and here he acquired a large amount of real estate. His ostensible business was that of a dealer in horses, but in whatever vocation he labored, he made all else subservient to his grand purpose of passing counterfeit money. Here he was known as Joseph Woods, and he lived in the style of a fortunate trader and speculator. He did not, however, achieve all this without trouble, nor without some notoriety. He had been in tight places more than once, but had always managed to escape by paving the way to freedom with bribes, or by taking the most desperate chances of physical danger when such a course was rendered necessary. In 1862, he was arrested at a military camp in West Virginia for passing counterfeit money and started under a guard of soldiers over the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad for Washington, where he was to be confined in the old Capitol Prison, of which I was then in charge, in my official capacity as Chief of the Secret Service of the United States. It was at this time that McCartney literally jumped into public notice. He had been arrested in a manner that left no doubt of his guilt, and he moreover realized the difference between military usage and that of the civil authorities, and as a consequence, the prospect before him seemed to be the most discouraging of any in his experience. The soldiers who guarded him were exceedingly watchful, and they had taken the precaution to doubly iron their prisoner. Both his arms and legs were shackled, but the stout-hearted counterfeiter made the best of the situation, kept perfectly quiet, and silently calculated the chances of escape. "I didn't want to go to Washington," he said afterwards. "Old Pinkerton had charge of the prison, and I didn't like the look of that arrangement. I could manage the boys out west. I had managed them frequently, but in Washington I knew it would be different, so I made up my mind I had rather not go to Washington, and I didn't." The train was a fast one, and when it was under full headway, the guards, trusting to the manacles upon the prisoner, and thinking no sane man would attempt to jump off at such flying speed, even if unfettered, relaxed their vigilance. McCartney did not fail to notice this, but it did not imbue him with very sanguine hopes. He had, however, come to consider his case as one of life or death. He had determined not to go to Washington alive, and yet, when he felt his irons and noted the speed at which the train was going, it seemed as though an attempted escape was almost equivalent to that of suicide. He was a desperate man, however, and having decided upon his mode of action, he seized a favorable moment, and quietly stealing to the rear of the car, he sprang out and was gone. The train swept on, and as there was a slight curve in the road just beyond, the cars were out of sight of the spot in a moment. The prisoner was quickly missed. The alarm cord was pulled, and the train was stopped as speedily as possible. Filled with rage and excitement, the soldiers rushed back in search of the man who had so daringly eluded them. The train had been running at the rate of 35 miles an hour, and the officers fully expected to find the reckless fugitive dead beside the track or thoroughly mangled, even if alive. Their search, however, was unavailing. The bold counterfeiter could not be found in any condition, and that party never saw the face of McCartney again. Fettered as he was when he made this reckless leap for liberty, McCartney sustained an ugly fall, but fortunately for himself, he alighted upon a bed of loose gravel beside the roadway. He did not escape serious injury, however, for he came to earth in such a forcible and awkward manner that 2 of his ribs were broken, and he was almost stunned by the tremendous shock. "I was hurt, of course," said McCartney, as he afterward detailed his escape, "but I at once crawled off the track and hid among the weeds until I got my breath. Then I made my way slowly into the woods as best I could, where I hid again, and kept quiet until all was still and the train had gone on again. After this, I painfully struggled on for hours until comparatively safe, and then I secreted myself once more. With a stone, I finally broke the clumsy and not very strongly made irons from my limbs. I suffered very much from hunger and from the bruises I had got, but daylight came at last, and after a journey of 2 long, painful days, I reached friends where I rested in safety." This terrible shaking up, together with the excitement caused in detective circles by his miraculous escape, compelled McCartney to seek seclusion for some time. He had brought nothing home but broken bones from his West Virginia campaign, and his bad luck turned his mind to acts of peace and deeds of love. He became an operating dentist with a prominent gentleman at Springfield, Illinois, and devoted himself to his congenial and accomplished wife. This young woman was very handsome and much devoted to her husband, and having been born and bred in the midst of counterfeiters, she had become a critic and an expert in relation to all kinds of crooked operations. With such a helpmate, it may be imagined that the cares of regular vocation soon grew tiresome, and he shortly afterward gave diligent attention to what he had come to consider as his regular business. He managed his affairs as adroitly as usual, but he could not escape what he regarded as the annoying and persecuting attentions of the officers of the law. In 1864, he located at Nauvoo, Illinois, and while there, he engraved the plates from which he printed the successful counterfeits of the $10 U.S. Treasury note of the greenback variety of the issue of March 10, 1862. He had laid his plans carefully and had made extensive arrangements for circulating large quantities of these notes, in all of which he was remarkably successful, more than $100,000 worth of them having been disposed of. These plates passed into several hands and were largely used until they were finally surrendered by Mrs. Missouri Rittenhouse of Osgood, Indiana, in November 1868, when her husband, Jefferson Rittenhouse, and Lyle Levy were arrested with a number of other counterfeiters at that place. During the year 1866, McCartney was arrested in St. Louis, where he had been industrious and successful, and where he had in his possession over $8,000 in good money. But he managed to escape, and to use his own words, he found it as easy as falling off a log. He openly declared that he found no difficulty in buying his way out of danger. "I was flush," he remarked. "They had made a pretty sure thing on me, and I was well known, but I managed to leave the jail, the city, and over $8,000 behind me there in one night. I haven't been there since," he remarked, with a sly twinkle in his eyes, "to make any inquiries as to what they thought of my taking French leave of the hospitality of the municipal officials." During the years 1866, 1867, and 1868, McCartney conceived and carried out a new and bold scheme. He assumed the name of Professor Joseph Woods, and traveling through all the principal cities of the West, he delivered his lectures on counterfeit money and how to detect it. At this branch of education, Professor Woods thrived amazingly. To the detectives who knew him, he professed a great deal of penitence for his past career and solemnly stated that he had abandoned counterfeiting forever. He gave wise and sagacious hints and advice to Treasury officials and to bankers, and was altogether regarded as quite a rosebud of moral and virtuous promise. While he was thus appearing before the public, Miles Ogle, with James Lyons as his boodle carrier and right bower, were engaged in the constant manufacture and sale of counterfeit $5 U.S. Treasury notes of the issue of March 10, 1863, and of the $20 note of March 10, 1862, both of which plates had been just finished by the deft hands of Professor Joseph Woods in his true character of John Peter McCartney. An ordinarily skillful engraver can, it is stated, cut a counterfeit of the greenback plate in from 6 to 12 months. Incredible stories have been told of the rapidity with which McCartney engraved the $5 plate above described, the time of his entire work upon it having been positively stated to be less than 2 weeks. He was a fast man in more respects than one, but such a performance in the time given would certainly have been little less than a miracle. The 5s from the above plate, though handsome when well printed, bear unmistakable evidences of haste in the engraving, but the 20s were excellent, and although McCartney improved this plate, retouching and altering it from time to time to the end of his career. From the very first, it produced the most dangerous imitations of the genuine and placed him at the head of the coney business as a cutter or engraver. It is suggestive of the character and value of the public teachings of Professor Joseph Woods that these counterfeits, along with others, were regularly passed as change from the ticket offices of the various halls and lecture rooms where that expert and public benefactor so frequently and powerfully held forth. During the summer of 1866, McCartney was arrested in Illinois and taken to the county jail at Springfield for confinement. On his person, among other things, was found $2,000 in good money, which was deposited by the officers having him in charge in a bank at Springfield for safekeeping. On the 11th of October, McCartney having been in jail but a short time, his wife, who arrived in town some time before, received this money. 1 week after this, when the officers of the jail made their earliest morning rounds, they found the doors of McCartney's cell and that of a companion open. A further examination developed the fact that the doors of the corridor and that of the outside wall of the jail were also open, and that these two men were nowhere to be found. Mrs. McCartney, strange to relate, had also disappeared with her husband. Considering the notorious character of the escaping prisoner, it was most positively assumed that someone had been bribed to allow him to thus get away. The sheriff was indicted for this offense, but no proof being produced, he was acquitted. This daring counterfeiter was now but a little over 40 years of age, and in the perfection of his power and faculties. He was of large stature, strongly framed and stout-limbed, of a generally prepossessing appearance, wearing a full natural black beard, and in a crowd, wearing a common dress, he would have been readily taken for an ordinary, good-looking farmer or drover. A closer inspection, however, led to a different conclusion. Under his bushy eyebrows were to be found a pair of cold, piercing, grayish-blue eyes, so changeable and quick that they have been frequently described as darker. Above the eyes there rose a broad and high forehead, giving an indication of mental capacity, to which a clear-cut, regular aquiline nose added a suggestion of sharpness and decision. His face wore habitually a keen, watchful expression, as of a man continually upon his guard, and his whole appearance indicated to the trained observer a subtle, cunning, and powerful personage. Despite his regular features, the face of McCartney seemed to be narrow. He had a cynical, crafty look, calculated to excite distrust, yet his manner was that of quiet gentlemanliness, which would divert suspicion, while his whole form and bearing were the embodiment of activity, resolution, and imperious will. He would have been an object of interest to any intelligent person under any circumstances. He had become one of the very best and most rapid engravers of counterfeit plates. An excellent plate printer, he was a good practical manufacturing chemist, and was capable of skillful mechanical work in almost anything he undertook. Although he had literally picked up his art, owing but little to textbooks and instruction, McCartney had become exceedingly skillful. He had invented a machine for copying the geometrical scroll work on the government treasury notes. He had mastered the art of chemically discharging all color from the treasury notes of small value in order to get the paper to print counterfeits of those of a larger denomination, instead of making the fiber paper after the manner of Thomas Ballard. Thus, he made a fine art of counterfeiting, and as one safeguard after another was adopted by the government, he enlarged the scope of his own processes, and was at all times able to meet the most delicate tests the Treasury Department had devised. End of Counterfeiting and Counterfeiters, Part 5. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Section 28 of 30 Years a Detective by Allan Pinkerton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Counterfeiting and Counterfeiters, Part 6. As a counterfeiter, McCartney was above prejudice, exceedingly versatile and perfectly able to play every part in the great game. Beginning as he did by what is called bugging and raising small notes, he became a shover and a false coiner of gold and silver. He acquired the art of engraving, made his own plates and sold them, made others and printed from them, sold his own bills at wholesale or at retail, bought plates and bills to sell, and worked in every imaginable disguise in putting his own or others' make of queer into circulation. He had an exceedingly low estimate of men generally, believing that everyone could be bought, and by this means he always calculated to escape difficulty. He had the faculty to appreciate the ability of others, and made his selections of special agents with great discretion. He always treated them liberally, worked through them and with them, standing squarely by his partners when they became involved in trouble. When arrested himself, he kept his own counsel, never betrayed others, and exercised the utmost liberality, cunning, and bravery in his struggles for freedom. In this way, at different times, he practiced medicine, extracted teeth, served as a peddler, as a drummer or commercial traveler, delivered public lectures, acted as an agent of the Secret Service and a Treasury expert, represented a gentleman of elegant leisure, an artist, a cattle or mule drover, a stableman, or, in fact, any character that might serve to give success to his undertakings or to elude the watchfulness of the detective authorities. He has been known, when hard pressed by the officers of the law, to locate in the city of Washington, D.C., and to lie safely concealed almost within the very shadows of the Treasury buildings. It may be truthfully said that no man in his particular line has passed through as many varied and romantic experiences, or has successfully assumed so many and difficult characters. After his escape from the Springfield County Jail, McCartney engaged in business as a daguerreotype artist under the name of Warren at Cairo, Illinois. There he spent some time and probably gave full satisfaction to the blooming beauties of that low-lying section of the country, for he remained there some time while he made good use of his spare moments in studying chemistry, experimenting in inks, colors, etc., and materially improved himself in the art of counterfeiting, even while laboring in an honest calling. From Cairo, McCartney went to Rolla, Missouri, where, still adhering to the name of Warren, he changed his business to that of a livery stable, purchasing the entire outfit of a gentleman already in that location. It must not be supposed, however, that his entire time was absorbed in the contemplation of his horses, or in following the occupation he had chosen. He still continued his counterfeiting operations, and on more than one occasion was obliged to liberally remunerate the so-called detectives, who threatened him with exposure and punishment. Soon, however, he was obliged to leave this place of retreat, and decamping suddenly, he left his wife to settle up his business, while he went flying over the country with the officers at his heels. McCartney's tracks were always diligently followed up from time to time, and he was arrested again and again, but always managed to effect a release. When unable to escape by bribery or audacity, and being fairly cornered, he on several occasions surrendered counterfeit plates and money which he had or could procure, and making fervent promises of future good behavior, he would get off in consideration of his efforts in furtherance of the purposes of the government. But in all these trials, it was impossible to induce him to betray his confederates. Some of them were known counterfeiters, and all were marked men, but they were too vigilant to expose themselves to conviction, and Macartney kept their secrets with a fidelity worthy of the noblest brotherhood in some holy cause. He was arrested shortly after this at Mattoon, Illinois, by the city marshal of that place. Among the effects taken upon his person was a check for his baggage, and upon presenting this at the railroad baggage room, the officers received a peculiarly constructed red chest. Upon opening this, they discovered a printing press, a quantity of printing material, a roll of note paper, and $23,400 in counterfeits of the compound interest U.S. Treasury notes of the denomination of $50. By making some revelations concerning himself and surrendering other material then in his possession, he was enabled to again secure his liberty and was once more a free man. In August 1870, Macartney was again arrested, this time in Cincinnati, Ohio, in company with one Charlie Johnson. No counterfeit money was found on Macartney, but he had $3,500 in genuine money in his possession. Johnson, however, had over $400 in counterfeits, in $20 and $5 greenbacks, and in fractional currency, together with a set of $20 counterfeit U.S. Treasury note plates. The government detectives hastened to Cincinnati to obtain an interview with this king of the cognackers, but before they arrived, Macartney had departed. He had broken jail, as usual, and left for parts unknown. This little escape, it is said, cost the renowned counterfeiter $2,000 in government money. In November of the same year, he was again arrested by the police of Cincinnati, but he soon escaped, leaving behind him 3 $1,000 genuine U.S. bonds and $500 in genuine bills, which with a well-executed counterfeit plate was found on his person when arrested. What disposition was made of this money was never known, but Macartney had effectually disposed of it so far as his own uses were concerned. He enjoyed his dearly bought liberty but a short time, and he was soon after located at a small town in Illinois known as Venice, situated opposite an island in the Mississippi River, where he was in hiding with one Fred Baybush, a warm friend and active counterfeiter. Macartney, who had left Cincinnati very quietly, was not expecting an official call of any sort, and the officers dropped upon him so unceremoniously that he was made a fast prisoner before there was even time to think of making an effort to escape. It is a difficult thing to capture a man like Macartney, and a still more difficult undertaking to hold him and convict him. When such a man is arrested, but little can be done unless the plates, tools, and facilities of the counterfeiter are captured along with him. If there is counterfeit money in existence, it will get into circulation even if the maker of it be in a state prison. If there are counterfeit plates not captured, they will be printed from, no matter how many engravers suffer the penalty of the law. Consequently, all vigilant officers have a keen appetite for large sums of counterfeit money and for anything from which such stuff can be manufactured or printed. Astute and powerful coney men know full well the advantage of this, and when brought fairly to terms, surrender false bills, plates, tools, presses, and materials in consideration of effecting their release. McCartney knew this also, and he now offered a large amount of counterfeit plates, dies, and materials, among which were complete sets of plates for making all denominations of the national currency from 50 cents to $50, and also $60,000 in counterfeit money, all ready to be thrown into circulation, and afterwards offered an additional $50, $60, and even $85,000 in counterfeits for his release. These offers, however, were all declined, and he was conveyed to Springfield, Illinois, and committed to the very jail from which he had escaped in 1866. This time, however, he was left in charge of the U.S. Marshal, who took the precaution of providing an extra guard of such strength that another flight from the old prison seemed to the official mind absolutely impossible. A story is related in connection with this imprisonment of McCartney, which is worth relating. McCartney had been safely placed in his cell, and Colonel Whitley of the Secret Service of the United States, having finished his interview with the prisoner, turned to leave the apartment. McCartney, his face beaming with good humor, exclaimed, "You won't leave me here, I suppose, Colonel?" "Yes, for the present you are safe here now," was the answer of the colonel. "Oh, I can get out of here easy enough," said McCartney. "I have done so before, and I know I can do it again." "I don't think so," said the chief. "What hotel are you stopping at, and what is the number of your room?" Colonel Whitley informed him. "Well," said McCartney, "I will call upon you there at 10 o'clock this evening." The chief smiled at the jest and laughingly took his leave. He returned to his hotel and engaged in writing, entirely forgot the amusing incident. 10 o'clock came, and the busy colonel wrote on. Just a few moments later, a courteous rap was heard upon the door. "Come in," called the chief, when, to his intense astonishment, in walked John Peter McCartney, with a bland smile and a quiet salutation. "Good evening, Colonel." Whitley was completely nonplussed, but he sprang to his feet and drew his revolver. "McCartney, how are you here?" he exclaimed, as he caught him by the arm. "Oh, put up your shooting iron, Colonel," replied the strange visitor. "I only called to pay my respects. I am going back, of course." The two men then left the hotel, and McCartney returned to his cell, in which he afterward remained quietly enough. He never explained how he obtained his liberty so miraculously, but always spoke of it as one of his little jokes, just to show that some things could be done as well as others. Thus it will be seen that McCartney was a man of nerve, cool, daring, and even desperate courage, but he was also a person of intelligence and cool calculation as well. He felt perfectly competent to deal in one way or another with the local Western police, but, as has been shown, he recklessly risked life and limb to escape from what he rightly considered the more formidable authority of the federal courts at Washington in time of war. He was not averse to taking risks, but he was unwilling to do so unless there was a strong chance of success. He early tried to make terms with the Secret Service, and he does not give a very favorable account of the officers with whom he came in contact about this time. To quote his own language again, "I really wanted to get out of the Coney business, but I couldn't see my way clear to do it. Everybody was down on me, government officers, police, lawyers, and all hands. I could have no peace anywhere, no matter what I was about. Some of the government detectives didn't want me to quit the Coney. They were on the make and had a soft thing of it. They put up jobs on me continually and cheated me with false promises. They said if there were no counterfeiters, there would be no work to detect, and consequently they couldn't and wouldn't afford to let me quit." McCartney was completely nonplussed by the refusal of his offers at compromise. He seemed panic-stricken, and at last, believing that the proper time had arrived for obtaining the most from his fears, it was resolved to test his sincerity still further. The idea of the officers was to strike, through McCartney, a deadly blow at the whole counterfeiting business of which he was so prominent a leader and so important a part. A few visits satisfied them that their prisoner was sincere and worthy of confidence, and McCartney gave them much valuable information. He even practically illustrated his method of working, and on one occasion he went through the process of taking the name of a bank out of a bill and filling in the name of another bank in the presence of the officers. In order to further show his sincerity, McCartney, accompanied by the officers, journeyed to Decatur, Illinois, where, in a cornfield, he dug up and turned over to them several tin cans containing $60,000 in well-made counterfeits, and a set of $5 counterfeit plates on Western National banks. Soon after this, they journeyed to St. Louis, and walking out into the country some distance, they reached an old frame house, apparently long deserted. McCartney, creeping under this, brought out several sets of well-executed dies for gold and silver coins, which were hidden there. And again they went to Cincinnati, where McCartney unearthed a large amount of counterfeit bills and several parts of unfinished plates for counterfeits. These acts of restitution secured for him a release upon his furnishing security to the amount of $5,000, and the great counterfeiter was once more free. McCartney's chief desire now was to avoid presenting himself for trial, and he sought to effect some arrangement by which his services to the government would be accepted by the authorities as an expiation of the crimes of his past. Through his wife, therefore, the proposition was made to this effect, and McCartney offered to meet an officer of the government in some retired place, where he would place in his hands a large amount of counterfeits and finished plates. One stipulation, however, McCartney insisted on, and that was that he should be exempt from arrest or any personal molestation for the time. After considerable diplomacy, it was agreed that the meeting should take place in an isolated cornfield at midnight. To this meeting, the officer was to come unarmed and accompanied only by Mrs. McCartney. McCartney was to meet them in the darkness fully armed, but promised to do no injury unless imposed upon by some attempt at treachery. The meeting took place according to the agreement made. Unarmed, but alert, the officer accompanied the handsome and discreet wife of the counterfeiter to the place appointed for their nocturnal meeting. McCartney was first upon the ground, and as the officer approached, he was met by two men with arms in their hands, who escorted him to where McCartney was, upon the further side of a fence. The men with loaded weapons covering the detective stood by him during this interview, and McCartney himself presented a musket across the dividing fence at the breast of the officer. In this manner they discussed their business. McCartney offered, upon the conditions already mentioned, to place in the hands of the government a large number of very valuable and desirable counterfeit plates of different denominations, and many thousands of dollars of counterfeit bills. The officer listened patiently to the offer thus made, and then informed those around him that he was not authorized to any promises, but that he would make his report fully at headquarters and await results. This was deemed satisfactory, and the meeting broke up, the officer being escorted back in safety from this somewhat romantic adventure. These negotiations were a regular case of diamond cut diamond. The officers were looking to the suppression of counterfeiting, and McCartney, as a matter of course, to his own safety. McCartney absolutely controlled and could surrender the immense amount of crooked property he offered for his ransom, and the authorities were extremely anxious to recover all that was possible. Circumstances soon after offered the wished-for opportunity for the unconditional arrest of McCartney, who could not resist the inducements to ply his vocation. As a consequence, instead of the general exemption he had so arrogantly demanded, he was glad to surrender all of the counterfeits and materials of which he had confessed the control of. These plates, dyes, presses, materials, etc., were many and valuable, and the counterfeit money amounted to over $65,000 nominal value. The midnight negotiation resulted in the surrender of the crooked property proposed, but upon very different terms from that set forth by their unscrupulous possessor. Macartney now took refuge in Canada and made Windsor his hiding place. While under cover at this place, he executed several pieces of work, which are proof of his dexterity and artistic patience. Procuring a banknote detector, wherein the vignettes, numbers, and other portions of notes were neatly printed on thick paper for the instruction of bankers and others, he carefully cut them out, and, by the use of a fine piece of silk, placed these various pieces together so perfectly as to form the body of a whole well-executed note. Filling in and connecting these various parts and details through extra devices and deft touches of marvelous accuracy and finish. Then, by cutting the paper away from the back of his work to half the thickness of a banknote, he joined the back and front together, and thus produced a handsome bill which might have deceived many. This is stated simply to show the patient and artistic genius of the man. Limited space prevents me from minutely tracing the exciting and romantic career of this wonderful man. His numerous arrests and miraculous escapes have already been partly related, but his subsequent experience was perhaps more exciting than that which had transpired. His next arrest took place in 1874 at St. Louis and was the result of a betrayal by a friend. Information was lodged with the authorities that a man by the name of Captain Judd was at that time in the city, and the informer could secure his arrest if desired. The plans were soon agreed upon, and when the informer kept his appointment with Captain Judd for the purchase of some counterfeit bills, the detective suddenly appeared and attempted to arrest him and a companion, who was also a well-known counterfeiter. This Captain Judd was none other than our old friend Macartney, and, on the appearance of the officers, he at once suspected treachery and prepared to defend himself. A general fight ensued, in which one Bloomfield, a United States officer, distinguished himself by jumping squarely through the door of the room in which the encounter took place, breaking out two of the panels as he went. The informer, strange to say, was a brave man, and placing himself before the broken door, completely blocking the passage out, he fired repeatedly at Captain Judd, the balls each time finding a lodgment in his arms and legs. Captain Judd, or Macartney, fought desperately for his liberty, and with a long murderous knife endeavored to carve his way to freedom through the body of the obstinate informer. The police, however, were attracted by the noise of the conflict, and soon made their appearance, when the entire party, all badly wounded, were arrested and carried off. Macartney's wounds were dressed, and his recovery speedy, and after remaining in confinement but a few months, he again managed to escape, with a number of the most desperate inmates of the jail. But an end must come at last. Macartney fled to Texas, where he distinguished himself in various ways, and finally made a tour through the eastern and southern cities in company with several old-time companions. They visited New York City, Richmond, Washington, Philadelphia, Parkersburg, besides many places of lesser note, in all of which they zealously but discreetly labored to promote prosperity by adding in their own way to the volume of the national currency. On the 23rd day of November, two men named Charles Lang and Henry Boland were arrested in Richmond, Indiana, for passing counterfeit money in that city by the marshal of the place. The United States officers were notified, and upon arriving at Richmond, they were rejoiced to discover, in the person of Charles Lang, no less an individual than their old enemy, Peter Macartney. This discovery was hailed with delight, and an examination of their persons revealed the presence of $2,713, of which $1,853 were genuine, and the balance, $860, were counterfeit. Among the latter were several good imitations of the $50 U.S. Treasury note of 1869, with 33 $20 bills United States Treasury notes, while the remainder were $5 counterfeits of the Traders Bank of Chicago. Their trial took place at Indianapolis, and on the 29th day of November, 1876, Macartney was sentenced to undergo an imprisonment of 15 years at hard labor, and he was conveyed at once to Michigan City, where he now is. When ordinary men are immured in prison to serve long terms of years, it is as if the grave had closed over them. The felon is dead in law. Even his wife is released from her duty as such, just as if he were buried. Macartney was not an ordinary man, and when he disappeared suddenly, it was as if some great wreck had gone down at sea. The waters were tossed and troubled, while ruin engulfed the smaller craft around him, and many of the less ambitious Coney men, who depended for their protection and security upon this bold and daring prisoner, were soon after detected and brought to punishment. But the reckless spirit could not be content within the limited walls of a prison, and Macartney again essayed to escape. One night, about 6 months after he had passed within the gloomy portals, the guards, who were watchful and alert, detected him in the act. He had sawed off 3 of the bars of his cell door, and after the guard had passed along his tier of cells and to the second floor above, he quietly slipped through the opening he had thus made and walked down to the outer door of the cell house. While opening this door, the guard saw him, and hastening to him, he found him standing between the wooden door and iron grating. When he was angrily asked what he was doing there, he simply and quietly replied, "I am going out." He had made for himself a pair of pants out of one of his blankets, and had a knitted shirt over his striped prison garment. Finding that his efforts were fruitless and his designs frustrated, he quietly submitted to be returned to a cell, and his watchers were ever afterwards more rigid and severe than before. John Peter Macartney was one of the most daring and successful counterfeiters of his time. He had made as many as 50 different counterfeit plates in his life, and more than $1 million of counterfeit money had passed through his hands. He had defied the power of the government and the laws of the nation, but at last the arm of outraged justice had been reached out, and this genius of unlawful talents, this miracle of self-taught skill, this governor of evil-minded men, found himself in the end a felon, an outcast, and despised of all honest people. There in his prison he still remains, shorn of his power for evil and growing rapidly old. And there we will leave him. End of Counterfeiting and Counterfeiters, Part 6. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Section 29 of 30 Years a Detective by Allan Pinkerton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Counterfeiting and Counterfeiters, Part 7. Lesser Lights. It is impossible, in the limits of the present article, to give full particulars of the careers of the many notable men who have figured so prominently in the manufacture and sale of counterfeits. The Secret Service of the United States, which is now under the control of Chief Joseph J. Brooks, to whom I am indebted for many facts here presented, have performed Herculean labor in ferreting out and bringing to just punishment hundreds of men who have devoted their talents and energies to the corruption of the currency and to counterfeiting the various kinds of money current in the country. The exploits of this branch of the government service would require several volumes such as this, in which to fully depict the many daring episodes and courageous captures which they have made. For my purpose, however, I have been compelled to select some of the most prominent and successful of this fraternity of counterfeiters, and by relating their experiences, afford the reader some idea of their manner of working, the extent of their operations, and of the vast amount of spurious money they have been able to foist upon the honest and unsuspicious community. The government has taken every precaution to preserve the purity of the currency which it issues, both of the Treasury notes and those of the national banks throughout the country. But in spite of their unremitting and watchful efforts for the suppression of counterfeiting and the arrest of the counterfeiters, this dishonest calling is still being pursued, and the toiling masses are made the victims of these daring imitators. As one means of safety and precaution, as soon as a note or bill of a particular class or denomination is found to have been counterfeited, the government takes immediate steps to retire from circulation all the genuine notes of that particular class or series, and thus leave the field entirely to the counterfeits, which may thus be readily detected and uniformly refused by the tradesmen and others to whom they may be offered. The banks are thus kept fully posted by the government of all the counterfeits in existence as soon as they are discovered, and the tellers of these institutions are at all times prepared to detect the imitations, and by the authority of the nation they stamp the word counterfeit across the face of every spurious note which comes before them. This process effectually prevents the further circulation of that particular piece of deceitful paper, and to that extent is a protection to the people in whose name these notes are issued. Among the vast number of those who have practiced the art of counterfeiting with varying fortunes and with distinguished success may be mentioned Irvine White, who, under numerous aliases for more than 50 years, was identified with many of the boldest and most unscrupulous counterfeiters of the times in which he lived. A half-century ago, White was engaged in engraving plates for printing counterfeits of the currency, and from that time until the year 1876, he was identified with the actions of his dishonest associates. During that time, however, he had undergone one or more terms of imprisonment, but these produced no repentant inclinations in his mind, and immediately upon gaining his liberty, he resumed his occupation of counterfeiting until, in 1876, he was sentenced to an imprisonment of 10 years in Kings County Prison, which he is still serving. It is estimated that during these 50 years, White has prepared the plates from which several millions of counterfeits were printed and put into circulation. Among other notables may be mentioned the redoubtable forger and counterfeiter, Colonel J.B. Cross, who upon one occasion, while undergoing a term of imprisonment, actually forged a pardon from the governor of Pennsylvania, and would undoubtedly have obtained his liberty had there not, of necessity, been some defect in the manner of its transmission to the prison authorities. William Krieger, too, was a famous man in his time who worked with Henry T. Condren and his brother Charles. On one occasion, when a raid was made upon the premises occupied by these men, they were found busily engaged at their respective occupation of counterfeiting. In the room were found a printing press, upon which were 3 separate piles of counterfeit money, the top notes of which were still fresh and green with the ink that had been used in printing them. On the floor were several bundles of these counterfeit notes wrapped in damp cloths and stretched in wires across the room, hung a large quantity of $5 national banknotes in an unfinished state. In the room there was a box with a stone cover, under which was a lighted gas jet, and on the top of which lay a steel plate recently inked with the words, "The Castleton, New York," engraved upon it. In the premises there were also found a small hand press, and on it a steel plate for the red ink seal of the Treasury of the United States, and engraved on this same plate was the coat of arms of the state of Rhode Island. On a table near at hand were 2 piles of counterfeit national banknotes on the National Bank of Castleton, New York, together with a large number of miscellaneous plates for printing the various portions of the national and currency notes. These plates were all identified as the handiwork of Irvine White, who, at that time, must have been over 60 years of age. The parties thus taken were all sentenced to long terms of imprisonment and their materials utterly destroyed. A trio of criminal artists. I cannot better close this article, in which I have attempted to give some idea of the nature and extent of the counterfeiting business in the United States, than by devoting a short space to the operations of 3 dangerous and daring men who, for a time, figured prominently in the ranks of the successful imitators of the nation's currency. These men were Miles Ogle, Ben Boyd, and William Rhodes Johnson, and their careers were marked with many wonderful and daring experiences which fully justify relation. When John Peter McCartney was captured and incarcerated at last within the walls of a prison at Michigan City, the ablest and most competent counterfeiter then at liberty was Miles Ogle, whose desperate life and crafty adventures, with those of his partners and relatives, furnished rare and dangerous work for the officers of the law. Miles Ogle was of German parentage and was born in 1841. When but 20 years of age, he was connected with a gang of robbers who infested the western country. They made their headquarters upon a flatboat, and the towns and cities along the Ohio River were the scenes of their numerous depredations. At last, they were traced by the officers, and their boat was boarded near Rockport, Indiana. As the officers came on board the boat, Miles Ogle, then a mere stripling, deliberately pointed a gun at their leader and killed him instantly. For this offense he was, strange to say, sentenced to only 5 years' imprisonment, which he faithfully served. Upon his release from prison, he soon proved himself a worthy follower of the teachings he had received. He almost immediately joined the Reno Gang, a combination of bandits and scoundrels, which for years was the terror of all southern Indiana, and actually subjected and tyrannized over whole counties in the most lawless and audacious manner. The recital of their daring and desperate deeds has already been given, and it is sufficient to say that at last the ringleaders of this band were captured and punished, the 2 Reno brothers being summarily lynched by long-suffering people who, driven to desperation, finally took the law into their own hands and made short work of their just execution. Ogle had left this gang before the final catastrophe overtook them, and locating at Fort Wayne, Indiana, worked in connection with McCartney, where he was constantly engaged in the manufacture of counterfeits of the $5 United States Treasury notes and of the $20 greenback note of 1862, the plates for which were furnished by McCartney. There was a great difference, however, between McCartney and Miles Ogle. The first, although exceedingly shrewd and quick-witted, was often reckless to a remarkable degree, seeming in some cases to almost enjoy being involved in danger because of the opportunities it afforded for the exercise of his genius for trickery, bribery, and sharp practice in evading punishment. Ogle, however, as became his German origin, was more phlegmatic, careful, and secretive, and rarely exposed himself to the danger of detection. After numerous experiences in which he distinguished himself, it is supposed, in dispersing more than $250,000 of counterfeit money, Ogle was at length traced to Cincinnati, Ohio, where he was found in company with his brother-in-law, William Rhodes Johnson, who had also been known to deal extensively in the unlawful imitations of the governmental issues. The officers had been carefully watching these men for a long time, and at last their vigilance was rewarded. On Saturday evening, the 6th day of January, 1876, Ogle left his home in Cincinnati and, proceeding to the railroad, set off at a rapid pace toward a place called Brighton Flats, which had long been suspected as being a rendezvous for counterfeiters. After journeying a short distance, he was joined by Johnson, who stepped out from between two freight cars that stood upon the track. It now became evident to the detectives that something important was about to occur, and their hitherto careful observation was quickened by absorbing interest. Ogle, always exceedingly cautious and ever alert, was evidently more watchful than usual, and apparently in a dangerous mood, while his companion, keen as a weasel, observed with sharp-eyed attention every sign which might indicate danger. After traveling some distance in this manner, Ogle and Johnson left the railroad track and turned toward a point on the common where stood a large elm tree. Daylight was fast fading into darkness, and the forms of the two counterfeiters soon became lost to distinct view amid the rapidly gathering shadows of the uncertain landscape. Obscurity, while it favors concealment, also lends its assistance to skilled observation as well, and adopting their own methods of approach, the detectives became convinced that the men before them were engaged in the important occupation of raising a plant, a species of labor which, regardless of the adaptiveness of the phrase, has naught to do with agricultural pursuits, but consisted in digging out of the ground a deposit of some peculiar nature. In this case, there was but little doubt that the plant they raised contained counterfeit money, or the means of making the same, and very probably both of them together. When the two men prepared to return, one of them carried a rough-looking and heavy valise, and he was discovered to be Johnson, while Ogle strode beside him, with a look upon his face which gave serious warning to all who attempted to interfere with them. Had Miles Ogle been an ordinary man, he would have been arrested then and there, for the officers were among the cars upon the track when the counterfeiters reached it. But the man who had shot an officer dead on sight when a mere boy, and who kept a band of cutthroats at his call, was not the character to provoke a duel with, man to man, particularly in a locality where he had more friends by far than the officers could hope to rally before someone lost his life. As manslaughter was not their mission, it is no reflection upon the courage of the officers, but rather a compliment to their discretion that they allowed these men to pass for the time, and laid their plans to capture them both alive and to secure their booty without butchery. The first move of the detectives was to soil their faces and hands, and then, as the men passed them, to pretend to be actively engaged in work upon the cars, thus appearing to be a most faithful and industrious pair of brakemen. On came the two counterfeiters, and as Ogle passed close to the detectives, his hand was upon his hip, ready for action. But his scrutiny seemed to be satisfactory, and without a word they proceeded on their way. The two men went to the railroad station, where they procured their tickets and entered an eastern-bound train, immediately followed by the detectives, who had now made themselves presentable and were prepared to accompany the counterfeiters to the end of their journey if necessary. Ogle and Johnson occupied different positions in the car, and it was an easy matter to capture them both. Stepping up to Ogle, one of the detectives extended his hand as if to an old acquaintance and said in a friendly manner, "How do you do, Mr. Hall?" Ogle extended his hand to answer the salutation when, quick as a flash, the detective grasped the proffered palm with his right hand and the other hand with his left. A struggle ensued. Ogle tried to reach his revolver, but the officer was muscular, and in the end the counterfeiter found himself fitted with a pair of handcuffs, which prevented further violence on his part. While this had been going on, Johnson had been secured by the second officer, and an examination of the persons of the prisoners was then made. Ogle was found to be literally stuffed full of counterfeit money, having a bundle of spurious note in each pocket, amounting in all to several $1,000s, and Johnson attempted to throw away a package of nearly an equal amount. On their arrival at their destination, which was Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, the valise which they had dug up was examined, and it was found to contain sets of plates for printing $10 national banknotes on about 40 banks of Indiana. The original Richmond counterfeit engraved plate with the border and center back, and 43 electrotype plates from the $10 bills. Also, a set of plates for the printing of counterfeit 50-cent notes, with 52 electrotypes of the same, and about $25,000 in counterfeit money. By this capture, the government was placed in possession of all the plates for printing the $10 counterfeits of the Treasury and National banknotes, then known to be in existence. A further examination of the ground around the old elm tree at Brighton Flats revealed another buried treasure, which was found to be about $50,000 in counterfeit money of the same denomination as those found on the persons of the arrested counterfeiters. Ogle and Johnson were speedily brought to trial, and being duly convicted, were sentenced to long terms of imprisonment in the Western Penitentiary at Allegheny, Pennsylvania, and for a time the government breathed freer and more safely. Conclusion. Of Ben Boyd, volumes might be written before the story was duly told, but for our purpose, a few extracts may not prove uninteresting. Ben Boyd and Nelson Driggs were the giants of the Western counterfeiters, and through those two men, a large portion of the counterfeit money was placed upon the market, and a large majority of the dealers in spurious money were under contribution to these men. Ben Boyd, however, after running his course more or less successfully, was finally captured. His trial took place in Chicago, Illinois, and in February 1875 he was sentenced to an imprisonment of 10 years. The conviction and imprisonment of Ben Boyd and the breaking up of his business with Nelson Driggs was a heavy blow to the trade of a host of dealers in counterfeit money in the South and West. They could, of course, obtain the counterfeits, but they were now so far removed from the manufacturers that their profits were too small for the risks they were obliged to take. Every means was used to prevent the conviction of Ben Boyd, and when he was at last imprisoned for 10 years, all sorts of devices were employed to effect his release or to secure for him a pardon. Among these enterprises was one which, from its ghostly character and the particulars of its purpose, occasioned a national excitement and a world of speculative controversy, so that its mention here seems requisite and proper. During the winter of 1875 to 76, there was organized at Lincoln, Illinois, under the lead of a St. Louis counterfeiter of distinction in this nefarious line, a gang of desperadoes and ghouls for the purpose of stealing the remains of President Lincoln from their resting place beneath the monument erected to his memory, with the intention of concealing them and holding them for ransom. The body of the noble president was only to be restored in consideration of immunity for the robbers, the payment of $200,000 in money, and the pardon of Ben Boyd. The date fixed for this outrage to be consummated was carefully considered by these conspirators, and the 4th of July, 1876, was agreed upon. Fortunately for the nation, the scheme was divulged to the police of Springfield by an abandoned woman who gained her intelligence from a drunken companion, and it was in consequence of this abandoned for the time being. This attempt was, however, made upon the night of November 7, 1876, but having obtained information regarding it in advance, both the government officers and several picked men of my force were present to receive these sacrilegious fiends. 3 men approached the monument by filing off the staple of the lock, and 2 men entered for the purposes of the robbery. They had lifted the lid from the sarcophagus and were in the act of raising the coffin from its resting place when the officers advanced upon them. They attempted to escape, but all were finally captured and sentenced to imprisonment. This closes my reference to counterfeiting and counterfeiters. The long list of imitators that once seemed to successfully defy the law and to practice this criminal calling with apparent safety has been sadly depleted. The giants have fallen to a man, and today no really expert counterfeiter breathes the air of liberty. Some of them are dead. Many of them are in prison. And the practitioners of this crime are now composed of a number of ignorant and unskillful men who, after a short questionable success, find themselves in the hands of justice. The country today is comparatively safe from those marauders. The engraver of perfect counterfeits no longer exists, and the false coiners are few and easy of detection. Absolute safety, however, has not been assured, nor will it be until humanity shall be so purified and exalted that dishonesty is no longer possible, and law-breaking becomes a thing of the past. End of Counterfeiting and Counterfeiters, Part 7. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Section 30 of 30 Years a Detective by Allan Pinkerton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Express Robber, Part 1. During the 30 years of my experience as a detective, I have performed many services for the various express companies throughout the country. During the earlier years of their existence, robberies were very numerous, and the companies suffered to an alarming extent. Money packages of large amounts were appropriated by dishonest employees, and safes with valuable contents in transitu were seized by daring robbers who broke open the iron chests and appropriated all that was of value within them. In works previously published by me, I have detailed some of the most important operations of this character, giving in full the process of detecting the robbers and the recovery of the major portions of the moneys taken. These robberies are now of rare occurrence, and, in my opinion, the present safety of the express companies may be mainly attributed to the vigorous measures which they adopted in the past to bring these robbers to justice and to punishment. The 2 following significant acknowledgments will show what part I bore in this work of detection and recovery, which were elaborately engrossed and forwarded to me by the officers of the Adams Express Company. They speak for themselves. These are but 2 of the many operations in which I have succeeded in apprehending the robbers and recovering the money taken, and in the following pages I shall relate a few instances in which some new features of express robbing are developed, although the events related took place some years ago. La Pierre House, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, August 3, 1859. Received this date from Allan Pinkerton of Chicago, Illinois, $39,515, being the amount recovered of $40,000 stolen from the Adams Express Company at Montgomery, Alabama, on the 28th day of the previous January, and delivered to the undersigned in the original sealed package in which it had been buried in the cellar of a dwelling house in Jenkintown, Montgomery County, Pennsylvania. Signed, E.S. Stanford, Vice President and General Superintendent, Adams Express Company. The Adams Express Company, Baltimore, Maryland. Received April 10, 1865, from Allan Pinkerton of Chicago, Illinois, the sum of $84,594.50, being the amount recovered by him in his professional capacity from Levi Hoffman, John Dix, William Isaacs, Joseph P. Keene, Harry Laughlin, W.E.W. Davis, and F. Lancaster, who robbed the messenger safe of the Adams Express Company of nearly $100,000 in money and checks after throwing it from the train near Parkton while in motion on the Northern Central Railroad on the night of the 18th of March, 1868. Signed, Henry Sanford, Assistant General Superintendent of the Adams Express Company. A bold express robbery. Clever detective work. The robbers brought to justice. In 1860-something, the village of Grafton in West Virginia was a scene of a carefully planned and skillfully executed express robbery, by which the attempt was made to defraud the Adams Express Company of the amount of $27,000. Grafton, at that time, was a post village in Taylor County and contained but a small population. It was located on the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad and was also the junction of the Parkersburg Branch Road. The village was built upon the banks of Tygart's Valley River, which flows through the northwestern part of the state, and here the Adams Express Company, with their usual energy and thrift, had established an office for the transmission of freight and valuables. The war with its bloody scenes had ended. The North and the South were at peace. The Union soldiers had laid aside the blue uniforms and the musket, and had returned to pursue the peaceful avocations of trade and agriculture. The Southern veteran had doffed the tattered butternut, and had surrendered to the conquering hosts of the North. The country was at peace, and the merchant, the mechanic, and the husbandman turned again to those pursuits which they had followed before the dark cloud of war had overshadowed this fair land. The dead had been buried, the wounded had been nursed back to life, and the survivors were again toiling in the marts of trade, in the workshop, or at the plow. From the desolation and the ravages of war, the country was emerging into the sunshine of an enduring peace. During the continuance of the conflict, which had raged so persistently and so disastrously for 4 long years, many men had accumulated riches who were now seeking for legitimate investment. It is needless to say that these were not the men who fought in the ranks and bore the brunt of battle. But the fact remains that men grew wealthy from the needs of the country, and that opportunities were needed by which this wealth could be invested. The rebellion had also given birth to a horde of adventurers who for years afterward infested the country and preyed with systematic rigor and success upon honest industry and frugal enterprise. The demoralizing influences of the war upon humanity has long been felt and will not be entirely eradicated for years to come, and the crimes that have been engendered by its influence would appall the casual reader or the indifferent observer. The country surrounding the village of Grafton was soon found by inquiring minds to be rich with internal products. Coal and petroleum were found in abundance beneath the surface of the ground, and mining operations and oil boring became fruitful sources of investments to the capitalist. It was no rare thing, therefore, for the express company to have consigned to them at this place money packages aggregating to thousands of dollars, which would enable the adventurous to purchase lands, the speculative to develop hidden stores of wealth, and the industrious to remunerate labor and to construct manufactories. The express office was located in the building used as the railroad station, and was in charge of men who had been proven to be thoroughly honest, energetic, and capable. For several years their labor had been performed carefully, and no event had occurred to occasion complaint or to entail loss upon the company they represented, and Grafton bade fair to rival in a short time towns which were much older, and enterprises of larger experience and greater renown. One Monday morning, however, in the early spring, the agent and the messenger of the express company repaired to their office for the purpose of transacting their daily routine of business. On the Saturday previous, 2 money packages, one of them containing $12,000 and the other purporting to enclose the amount of $15,000, had been received and had been safely locked in the safe by the agent, awaiting the demand of the consignees. Upon going to the safe on the morning in question, for the purpose of removing such papers as were necessary for their daily business, the agent at once discovered, to his amazement, that the safe was unlocked, and that these 2 valuable packages were missing. The safe, he was confident, had been securely locked on the Saturday evening previous. The key had never left his possession from that time to the present moment, and yet the safe was now open, the lock intact, and the packages had been abstracted in the interim. The agent immediately communicated the astonishing news to the messenger, but neither of them could in any manner account for the mysterious disappearance of the 2 packages of money. The fact alone remained that they were gone. Mr. Henry Adams, the agent, was nearly distracted with amazement, and with the fear that he would be charged with the crime. But he lost no time in informing the chief officers of the company of the loss that had been sustained, and requesting an examination into the affair. The president of the company immediately engaged the services of my agency, and Mr. George H. Bangs, my general superintendent, was at once dispatched to Grafton, authorized to make a full and thorough investigation into the seeming mystery. Upon the arrival of Mr. Bangs, he at once proceeded to the express office and had an interview with Mr. Adams, the agent. That gentleman had scarcely recovered from the excitement with which the robbery had affected him, but he gave a comprehensive account of all that had transpired in connection with the matter. According to his statement and that of his assistant, the messenger, the packages had arrived and had been placed in the safe on the Saturday previous to the robbery. The safe had been securely locked, and the 2 men left the office together and proceeded to their homes. On Monday morning, upon repairing to the safe, which was unlocked, but gave no indications of being tampered with, the packages were missed, and no clue to them had as yet been discovered. One of these packages had been addressed to John Risley, a resident of the village, and was reported to contain $15,000. Mr. Risley, it was ascertained, had gone to Wheeling a few days previous in order to dispose of some lands which he owned in the state of Wisconsin, and the money contained in the package was the proceeds of that sale, which he had expressed in his own name to Grafton, believing that process would be safer than carrying the money upon his person during his journey homeward. Mr. Risley had arrived in Grafton on the afternoon prior to the robbery upon the train which brought his money, and had inquired of Mr. Adams whether his package had been safely delivered. Upon being answered in the affirmative, he requested Mr. Adams to hold the package for him, as he did not care to assume the risk himself, and was not yet prepared to make an investment which he contemplated. The other package was addressed to an individual who resided some distance in the country, who was operating some oil wells, and contained the sum of $12,000, and the notes were alleged to be all of the issue of one particular bank. This party was unknown to Mr. Adams, except by name and general reputation. It was further learned that the railroad station and express office was the general resort of the unoccupied villagers. They would assemble there at all hours of the day and indulge in the exchange of news items, in arguments upon the various topics of the times, and, in fact, made it a regular place of rendezvous. A brother of Mr. Risley was the proprietor of the railroad hotel, and both men were reported to be respectable and wealthy. They had been contemplating for some time the idea of investing in land in the vicinity of Grafton and of developing the petroleum deposits which were contained beneath it, but as yet no land had been purchased and no operations begun. Mr. Bangs closely questioned the two expressmen and was fully convinced that both of them were honest and trustworthy, and, as a rule, were exceedingly careful and attentive to their business. Therefore, no suspicion could reasonably attach to them, and he was required to look further for the parties who had perpetrated the crime. Two theories were presented to his mind upon the conclusion of his investigation. One was that the safe had been left open inadvertently by the officer in charge, or else that one of the many frequenters of the office had been enabled to obtain duplicate keys, and by that means effect an entrance into the office and open the safe undisturbed. The latter theory seemed to be the more reasonable, and he determined to follow that up before leaving the place. By a rigid examination of all the parties concerned, he ascertained that during the day, and while the villagers were lounging about the office, the officers of the express company would frequently go outside to attend to their business, leaving the key in the safe where it might be used by anyone so inclined, for the purpose of obtaining an impression, and by that means a perfect duplicate. John Risley was also interviewed by Mr. Bangs. He was a tall, venerable-looking man of about 55 years of age, of quiet manners and steady habits. He had lately come from the state of Wisconsin, where he had resided for a number of years. His general reputation was unimpeachable, and at one time he had served a term as a member of the legislature of Wisconsin. At one time he was quite wealthy, but at present his resources were rather meager, and except for the lands which he was reported to own in Wisconsin, he was comparatively poor. This state of affairs had been produced by yielding to the spirit of reckless speculation which prevailed throughout the West, and which had resulted unfortunately to him and stripped him of his fortune. Mr. Risley gave a statement in an apparently straightforward manner, but Mr. Bangs noticed that he carefully avoided looking him in the face, a fact at all times of a suspicious nature. He further stated that he had gone to Wheeling and had disposed of the lands which he owned for the sum of $15,000, and that it was this money that had been taken from the express company's safe. He had arrived home on Saturday when he learned of the receipt of his package and also of the other, and that the person to whom the latter was addressed would not be likely to call for it until the following Monday. Mr. Risley at once began suit against the company for the recovery of his money and expressed his determination to press the matter as speedily as possible. An investigation proved that Mr. Risley's associates were two men of the name of Joseph Marks and William Meredith. Marks was a man who had previously borne a good reputation and was formerly a contractor for the building of bridges. Meredith was what is known as an oil sharper, who had been identified with several fraudulent oil companies. Marks was a resident of Wheeling, living in the suburbs of that city, but made frequent visits to Grafton, where he was contemplating an investment, while Meredith was a resident of Grafton and boarded in the hotel owned by Henry Risley, the brother of the man whose money had been stolen. These three men met frequently at the hotel and would engage in gambling for small sums of money when the opportunity was afforded. Mr. Bangs visited Wheeling and sought out the parties to whom Risley was alleged to have sold his property, but could obtain no definite information concerning that transaction, and he became convinced that Risley was in some way implicated in the robbery. He was, however, requested to furnish proof of the money having been sent, and that the package which he delivered to the express company contained the amount which was claimed. Mr. Risley at once came to Wheeling and introduced Mr. Bangs to a very estimable young man who stated under oath that he had been called into the hotel by Marks and Risley to witness the arrangement of the money for expressing, and that he had seen Mr. Risley put up the money for that purpose. Upon a rigid cross-examination, the young man explained that he had not seen the money counted, but that he saw a roll or pile of what represented money, and on top of this was a $50 bill. So many cases had arisen previously that had come under my notice in which dummy packages had been entrusted to the care of the express company, the safe afterwards robbed, and suits brought to recover the stated value of the money sent, that Mr. Bangs was firmly convinced of the fact that this was but another effort of the same nature. Directing the express company to withhold payment until satisfactory proof should be adduced, Mr. Bangs at once commenced a systematic course of inquiry, which would solve the mystery beyond all doubt. Having ascertained that William Meredith had made frequent visits to Wheeling recently, and that he was in the company of Marks and Risley upon the occasion of these visits, the idea occurred to Mr. Bangs that the duplicate key to the safe at Grafton might have been procured here. He immediately telegraphed to my agency at New York for an operative to assist him in the investigation. Upon his arrival, he was directed to visit every locksmith in the city, taking with him the keys of the plundered safe, and to endeavor to ascertain if any one of them had furnished to any parties a key at all resembling the one to be exhibited, and if so, to obtain a description of the party, if the memory of the smith was sufficiently retentive upon the subject. The operative at once began his inquiries, and by nightfall had succeeded in finding one man who remembered having furnished a blank key of the same size as the one shown to him, and which, with little labor, could have been made into a perfect facsimile. He described the man to whom he sold the key in such a manner as to leave no doubt in the mind of Mr. Bangs that it could be no other than William Meredith. Mr. Bangs had communicated his suspicion of the trio, Risley, Mark, and Meredith, to Mr. Adams, the agent of the express company, and requested him to inform him of the movements of these gentlemen during his absence from Grafton. As he was about to enter the dining hall of the hotel at which he was stopping for his evening repast, a telegram was handed to him, which upon opening hastily he found to be from Mr. Adams. Its contents were as follows: Mr. George H. Bangs, Meredith left this afternoon for Wheeling. Signed, Henry Adams. As the train was not due for some time, the two detectives partook of their supper, and upon its conclusion Mr. Bangs directed the operative to repair to the railroad station and await the arrival of Mr. Meredith. He was furnished with a minute description of that gentleman, and thus armed he would be able to single him out from among 100 others. He was also directed to watch the individual until he had entered some building of the nature of a hotel, and then to inform him, Mr. Bangs, of the fact at once. The operative departed upon his mission, and Mr. Bangs at once repaired to the store of the locksmith, whom he was fortunate enough to find still engaged at his work. The man expressed himself as being fully able to identify the person to whom he had sold the key, if he should ever see him again, and at Mr. Bangs' request, and for a pecuniary consideration, he at once closed his store and accompanied him to his hotel. They did not have long to wait, for soon the operative returned with the information that Mr. Meredith had arrived safely at Wheeling, and that he had been met at the train by another man who fully answered the description of Joseph Marks. The two men had proceeded together to a hotel, where they registered themselves and had gone into supper, after which the detective left and made his report as above stated. The operative was then instructed to accompany the locksmith to the hotel, and Mr. Bangs would follow afterward, in order to fully assure himself that the parties were those he was in search of, and to test the memory of the locksmith for identification. As they approached the hotel, two men came out smoking their cigars and stood in the doorway, apparently engaged in earnest conversation, when the operative and the locksmith drew near enough to distinguish the faces of these men. The maker of the keys turned suddenly to the operative and exclaimed, "The tallest of these two men is the one I sold the blank key to." The man designated by him was William Meredith, and upon the arrival of Mr. Bangs, who had also noticed the two men, the fact was at once reported to him. This identification was a matter of profound gratification to Mr. Bangs, and at once removed all doubts as to one of the parties, whom he had originally suspected. He now felt confident that his first theories had been correctly founded, and determined to follow the clue until it led him to decisive results. He at once telegraphed for additional men to assist him in the operations, and after directing the operative present to keep watch upon the two men while together, and if they separated, to pay strict attention to Mr. Meredith, he, in company with the locksmith, returned to the hotel. There was another feature in the case which had not been overlooked. The other package which had been taken had no doubt contained the money which it was represented to enclose, and the identical bank which had issued these notes was fully known to us. The party to whom they had been addressed was a respectable operator in oil, whose reputation and business standing were unquestioned. The thieves, therefore, had not only succeeded in abstracting the evidently spurious package directed to John Risley, but they had possessed themselves also of the $12,000 belonging to the responsible party in Grafton, to whom it had been consigned. It was necessary, therefore, not only to expose the intended fraud upon the express company, but to discover the thieves and endeavor to recover the stolen property. Great care must therefore be exercised in order to avoid the possibility of the three men suspecting that they were believed to have been connected with the matter at all. At this stage of the inquiry, I was fully informed of the results thus far attained, and from the reports furnished me, I was fully convinced of the correctness of the views entertained by any general superintendent. After a mutual consultation, and having received ample authority from the officers of the express company, we began the work of detecting the thieves and the attempt to recover the money stolen. A week passed by, and the matter of the robbery of the express company had ceased to be the absorbing topic of public interest. The opening of a new well in the vicinity, whose daily yield was surprisingly large, a railroad accident, and many other events had transpired in the meantime to divert the attention of the citizens from the abstraction of the two packages of money in the safe at Grafton. On the evening of a beautiful day in April, a stranger arrived at the village and secured quarters at the railroad hotel. The newcomer was an elderly man about 50 years of age, whose gray hair surmounted a face the features of which beamed with benevolence and good nature, of a tall and commanding figure, dressed in the quiet garb of a retired gentleman, and with an ease of manner that showed an intimate knowledge of the world and of association with gentlemen. He became at once the subject of considerable curiosity and speculation among the guests at the hotel and the residents of the village who congregated there during the evening. Apparently unconscious of the scrutiny to which he was generally subjected, the stranger conducted himself with the utmost unconcern for those about him. He went into supper, and after finishing his repast, lighted a cigar, and seating himself in the reading room, he drew from his pocket a newspaper, and soon became absorbed in its contents. Meanwhile, the people around him had engaged in subdued conversation, of which his appearance was evidently the leading topic. One by one, they had inspected the register of the hotel in order to ascertain the name of this apparently well-to-do stranger, and numerous speculations were indulged in as to the probable cause of his visit to Grafton. The register afforded them but little information. The man had simply entered himself as David Fowler, Cleveland, Ohio, and he had not as yet indulged in conversation with anyone except the clerk of the hotel, and that only in relation to the room he was to occupy, and to state that he would probably remain in Grafton several days. Among those who were seated about the hotel this evening were John Risley and William Meredith, and their conversation, which was carried on in low tones, was principally concerning the gentlemanly-looking stranger, whom they finally concluded was a man of wealth from Ohio, who had come to Grafton with the intention of speculating in coal or oil. Meredith, with his eye always to the main chance, and having several schemes at present on hand, imagined that in this Mr. Fowler he would find an opportunity to enrich himself by inducing him to invest his money, if such was his object, through Mr. Meredith's agency. As the evening wore on, and Mr. Fowler evinced no disposition to be communicative or inquisitive, Mr. Risley walked over to where he sat, with his paper before him, and sat down beside him. As he took his seat, Mr. Fowler looked up, and a mutual salutation passed between them, and the genial face of the stranger lighted up with a cheery smile as he made room for Risley to sit down. With the natural curiosity of an old resident, Risley plied Mr. Fowler with numerous questions, all of which were intended to glean from the stranger the object of his visit and the possibility of his intention to invest in the undeveloped lands round about. To all of these interrogations, Mr. Fowler answered in an easy, good-natured manner, which soon put Risley at his ease, and tended to render their conversation familiar and communicative. In a short time, Mr. Fowler had informed Mr. Risley that he had been engaged in the business of a cattle drover in the West, where he had accumulated quite a snug sum of money. Hearing of the resources of Grafton, he had paid a visit to the locality in order to ascertain the correctness of his information, and if he found a good opportunity, the probabilities were that he would engage in some enterprise that promised a profitable return. They got along swimmingly together, these two men. The good nature of Mr. Fowler imparted itself to his companion, and soon the two old gentlemen were laughing heartily at each other's sallies, and their pleasant acquaintance was an assured fact. They conversed for a long time together, and at last Mr. Fowler, during a lull in their conversation, drew his watch from his pocket, and, apparently surprised at the lateness of the hour, excused himself and retired to his room. Bidding his new acquaintance good night, Mr. Risley immediately sought out Meredith, who was in the bar-room of the hotel, and these two worthies were soon engaged in earnest conference. After a while, selecting two others, they ascended to a room in one of the upper floors, where they engaged in a friendly game of poker with small, moneyed hazards, until the early hours of morning warned them to desist, when they separated and retired to their several couches. In the morning, Mr. Fowler and Mr. Risley again met, and the friendliness, commenced on the previous evening, manifested itself in their friendly greetings of each other. After breakfast, Mr. Risley invited Mr. Fowler to ride with him through the oil country, and that gentleman cordially accepting the invitation, they were soon on their way to the productive fields beyond the town. During their drive, Mr. Fowler evinced the liveliest interest in all that related to the development of the oil lands and the mining of coal, which was said to be found in large quantities in this locality. His open friendliness soon won the friendship and confidence of the other, and he began to feel as though they were old friends instead of recent acquaintances. Upon reaching the locality which Mr. Risley desired particularly to call to the notice of his friend, they were both somewhat surprised to find Mr. Meredith already there. Mr. Risley introduced his companion to Meredith, and the three men walked over the grounds, both Risley and Meredith expatiating with a great deal of enthusiasm upon the rare opportunities that were offered for the accumulation of a fortune in a very short space of time. Nothing could exceed the attention and interest displayed by Mr. Fowler as this information was received, and as they drove back to town, he spoke most favorably of the proposed enterprise. "I expect a remittance in a few days," said Mr. Fowler, "but it will not be sufficient for the expenses that will be necessary to develop the land in order to make it profitable." "I will have some money of my own shortly," said Risley, "as soon as my suit against the Adams Express Company is settled." "Have you a suit against that company?" inquired Mr. Fowler. "Yes," replied the other, "a suit for $15,000, and he related to Mr. Fowler the facts as far as known in relation to the robbery of the safe and the abstraction of the 2 packages of money. He then added, "When I receive that, I intend to invest it in this way, and if you have no objections, we can join together in the matter." "That is perfectly satisfactory to me," said Mr. Fowler, "and I hope you will have no trouble in recovering your money." Mr. Fowler did not seem to display any curiosity about the robbery of the Express Company, but contented himself with casual inquiries about the circumstances connected with it and whether anyone was suspected of committing the crime. On arriving at the hotel, the 2 men went into the bar-room and indulged in a drink, and while there, Mr. Fowler's attention was attracted by a poster which hung upon the wall. "Immediately upon the facts of the robbery being fully made known to me, I had caused posters to be printed which contained a full account of the affair and which also stated the name of the bank which had been issued the notes which were contained in the $12,000 package. A reward was offered for the apprehension of the thieves or for such information as would lead to their arrest, and it was this poster which attracted the notice of Mr. Fowler." Mr. Risley and Mr. Fowler walked over to where the poster was displayed and silently perused its wording. Mr. Fowler, with the undisturbed air of a disinterested observer, while Mr. Risley displayed a nervousness which did not escape his companion, and which would ordinarily have excited suspicion. Mr. Fowler paid no attention to this, however, and after a careless remark about the robbery, they left the bar-room and went to dinner. End of The Express Robber, Part 1. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts.